Hello everyone, welcome to Chapters and welcome to another important session. So my dear friends, I hope that all of you are really happy, healthy and preparing well for your upcoming examinations. And my dear friends, we all know that our RBI Grade B officer exam is scheduled to be held on 13th of June 2026, and that's where the month of May becomes really very important for you. And when it comes to the current affairs, the revision is the key, and that is why I am back with a very important weekly revision class of 1st to 7th of May 2026. So my dear friends, I know that there are so many aspirants who are looking out for such kind of video where you can revise the 1st to 7th of May 2026. So in this session, we will be covering the 1st to 7th of May 2026 important current affairs chapters that we have provided to you on our portal. Let me tell you here, when it comes to this particular session, basically this is the compilation of all the session that we have conducted for the 1st to 7th of May 2026, but we have made some alterations to that particular session so that it is little bit shorter in nature and it is very useful for all of you. So my dear friend, the first news article is from the RBI notifications, and here you can see the news article is on the appointment of a new deputy governor in the Reserve Bank of India. So Rohit Jain, my dear friends, has basically been appointed as a deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of India. So Government of India has appointed under the Section 8 of the RBI Act 1934 Rohit Jain as the new deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of India. And what is the timeline for which he has been appointed? He has been appointed for a timeline of 3 years. Absolutely right. And let me tell you here that before that there was a person, that is T. Ravi Shankar, who was serving as the deputy governor after getting 2 extensions to his contract as the deputy governor in the Reserve Bank of India. He has finally retired and now he will be replaced by Rohit Jain. Right? When it comes to the other deputy governors which are right now presently serving in the Reserve Bank of India, they include Shirish Chandra Murmu, Poonam Gupta, Swaminathan J. So my dear friends, there are total 4 deputy governors, right? So let's try to see that this is particular when we talk about these people, right? So let's take an example that there is a team of 5 people, right? So there is a team of 5 people, right? And here one is the captain and other are vice captains. So the captain will be the governor. The governor presently serving is Sanjay Malhotra ji, and when it comes to the other deputy governors who are the vice captains, it includes Rohit Jain, Shirish Chandra Murmu, Poonam Gupta, Swaminathan J. So now my dear friends, I want to ask you, all of you, a question, and when you are attending the session, let me tell you a very important point. There is no requirement of making your own notes. There is no requirement of maintaining your own notes. You are just required to listen to me, stick to the screen, just watch, and your fingertips should be on the keyboard so that whenever I am asking you the question, you are able to answer me the questions back in the chat box. Now I want all of you to give me the answer. Please tell me here the name of the person who will be replaced by Rohit Jain as the new deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of India. Please tell me what is the right answer. The right answer to this particular question will be T. Ravi Shankar. T. Ravi Shankar. Absolutely right. T. Ravi Shankar is the right answer. Well done. Absolutely right. And when it comes to what are the name of the 4 deputy governors which are presently working in the Reserve Bank of India, what are these names? That is Rohit Jain, Shirish Chandra Murmu, Poonam Gupta, Swaminathan Ji. This is the right answer. And under which section of the RBI Act 1934 Government of India has appointed the new deputy governor of Reserve Bank of India? That is Section 8. Right? So we have covered this particular news article across all the depths, across all the dimensions from which a question can be asked in the examination, and I believe that this article is very much clear to all of you. Let me tell you, my dear friends, in the 1st of May, this was the RBI notification which was there, and that's why we have just covered it, right? Now let's move on to the next article, that is the phase 1. Now we are moving on to the phase 1 articles, and the first article is Great Nicobar Project. Now let me tell you, my dear friend, this is a little bit important. This is a little bit important news article, right? But it will again be important for only phase 1 of the examination. And I can see in the chat box, so Pratyush, Madhur, Harshal, Kashish, Material Share, Akshay, all the people have given me the right answer to the previous question that I asked. That's really great, my dear friends. Now let's move on to the next article, that is the Great Nicobar Project. So my dear friends, let's take an example, right? So let's take an example that you are on a highway ride, okay? And after basically going for a long time, after traveling for a long time, what exactly you do? what exactly you do? You basically stop at a roadside dhaba to refuel yourself, and in the nearby petrol pump you also refuel your car, right? I believe that you guys will definitely agree with me. So let me tell you here that similarly, let's take an example that this whole world is a kind of a highway, right? And where there are not these cars we are talking about, we are talking about the ships. We are talking about the ships, right? We are talking about the ships here. So basically, these ships are also coming on these highways. They are stopping at one of the ports. For example, so many times the foreign ships, even the Indian ships, they are stopping at the foreign ports like Colombo, Singapore, right? They just went there, they just stopped there, they redistribute their cargoes, right? They reallocate the things and then they come back and they redistribute all the articles through the whole world. So basically, let me tell you that nearby India also so many ships are basically going through, right? But India was not having such kind of stop. Even Indian ships are basically stopping at somewhere else in the Colombo, in the Singapore, right? For these purposes. So let me tell you here, as a result, Government of India just thought, see, when it comes to the Singapore, Colombo, you must have heard about these names a lot many times, right? So we just thought that why not we are having such place in India itself. So that is why Government of India decided that let's make such port which is going to be a one stop for all these ships, where the ships can come, they can stay, they can basically park at these particular ports, and they can reallocate and redistribute all the cargo through the world, right, to the complete world from that particular one spot. And that is when the Government of India came up with the Great Nicobar project. So Great Nicobar project is that particular project, and let me tell you, my dear friends, here we are just not making it a global port. Basically we are also creating a kind of mega city there. We are also creating a kind of mega city there. And how exactly this mega city will be created? We will be creating some good residential things there, some good malls and all these things there which are really required at such kind of places like Singapore, right? So basically that is what the dream project of the Government of India. And let me tell you here that in the Andaman Nicobar, my dear friends, we all know that there are some tribes also which are living, like Nicorbese tribe is there, Shompen tribe is there. So let me tell you here, without impacting, without relocating these tribes, right, we are able to create such kind of Great Nicobar project in our country. So the Great Nicobar project is a strategic project which aims to strengthen India's presence in the Andaman Sea and the Southeast Asia. So we just thought that why don't we create such kind of ecosystem in our country only, where the ships can come and stay. It will be transforming Great Nicobar into a strategic maritime and economic hub. So see guys, with the help of this Great Nicobar project, we will be converting and transforming the Great Nicobar into a strategic maritime and economic hub. And this will be achieving by leveraging its proximity. See guys, why exactly we are moving there? Because let's take an example that there is a particular point which are at the center of so many points, so many areas, right? Like for example, there is a roundabout in every city, right, connecting the different routes together. Similarly, there is this particular Great Nicobar point which is just 40 nautical miles to the east-west shipping route, and that's how we will be reducing the dependency and the foreign transshipment ports, keeping in view the defense and the national security purposes. And that's where we will be creating this port as a strategic hub, which is really going to impact the place also, which is also going to add a lot of value to the Indian economy. Now comes the next question, that how exactly it is going to be created. Let me tell you here guys that it will be created in the three phases. In the phase 1, that is phase 1 is from 2025 to 2035, phase 2 will be 2036 to 2041, phase 3 will be 2042 to 2047, right? And the Great Nicobar project will be implemented in these three distinct phases. So please remember these timelines: 2025 to 2035, then 36 to 41, then 42 to 47. Like my dear friends, there are so many people who are sitting here. You are preparing for the RBI. What target you are having? You want to be the RBI Grade B officer this year only, or somewhere at any point in your life, like after 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. This is not the scenario. You are having the target in your hindsight, in your vision, that yes, this year I will be becoming the RBI Grade B officer. That is how Government of India is also coming up, like this year we will be having this kind of, that in these phases we will be achieving the target of making this Great Nicobar project, and that's where we have basically set these three timelines, these three phases accordingly. Clear to all of you? Now moving ahead, what exactly these project will include? This will include International Container Transshipment Terminal, which will be having the capacity of 14.2 million, that is 20-foot equivalent unit. So 14.2 million such units can be incorporated in this particular area, that is the International Container Transshipment Terminal. And we are not just connecting the ports connectivity, no, we are also trying to have a greenfield international airport there, right? So basically Greenfield International Airport will basically enhance the connectivity of that particular place throughout the world. There will be a new township spanning 16,610 hectares. Let me tell you, my dear friends, whenever we see that the towns are being created, the buildings will be created, we always see that yes, a lot of harm is being given to the ecosystem of the environment. Why? Because we basically cut down the forest. But let me tell you here, to create such kind of a major project by the government of India, they have removed the 1.82% of the island forest cover. But again, they have compensated that by basically doing afforestation over a area of 97.30 square kilometers. So that's how all these things are being done under the rule only, under the EIA Environment Impact Assessment Notification 2006 and ICRG Notification 2019. Let me tell you, these two notifications are not that much important for all of you. That's why I have only provided the names here for your better clarity. That's it. Now guys, I also told you that there will not be any disturbance to the tribal. So tribal welfare remains central, with no displacement proposed for the Shompan and Nicobarese communities and a net increase in the notified tribal reserve area through a re-notification measures. So we are taking some more measures so that we can ensure that yes, we are basically having such kind of good place without impacting the ecosystem of the environment and without impacting the tribals, because so many times when such kind of projects are executed, we always see that such kind of tribes are being relocated, right, in order to execute the projects. And so many times these are the tribal people who basically just remain in the isolation, but due to these projects they have to suffer. But right now we have ensured that we won't be making them suffer, and yes, they are not being disturbed. Even with the help of re-notification measures, we will be enhancing their tribal reserve areas only so that they can expand more. Clear to all? Are you guys able to understand the article? Please tell me here in the chat box. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you are able to understand the article. Now my dear friends, it's a time that you should give me the answer to these questions. Please tell me the name of the project, which is a strategic project which aims to strengthen India's presence in the Andaman Sea and Southeast Asia. What is the right answer to this question? The right answer will be Great Nicobar project. Absolutely right. Now moving to the next question. In how many phases we are going to work on the Great Nicobar project? What is the right answer? There will be 3 phases. That is, phase 1 timeline will be 2025 to 2035, phase 2 2036 to 41, then phase 3 42 to 47, right? So just remember, my dear friends, first there is a part of 10 years, then 5 years, and then 5 years. That's it. And in the 20 years we will be done with the Great Nicobar project. So that is a timeline of the government of India. It takes a time, right? As we say that Rome was not built in a day. Similarly, my dear friends, such kind of Great Nicobar project cannot be built in a day. So we are basically going to work on it on a gradual basis, and then after that we will be having really a great place which is going to add value to the Indian economy. Clear, my dear friends? I hope this is clear. Now please tell me that what percentage of the diversion of the island forest cover which took place in the Great Nicobar project? What is that particular number? That is 1.82%. 1.82% is the right answer. Absolutely right. Well done. Now let's move on to the next news article. That is a multiple road development initiatives announced for Odisha. So my dear friends, let's try to understand this with the help of example. Let's take an example. There is a small village. Right? With the poor road facilities, with the poor health facilities, poor housing facilities, and additionally, my dear friends, water development is also not there. So basically what we try to do is we basically came up with some initiatives so that we can improve all these areas in that particular city. Now what all these areas? Like we talk about the road. So roads are being constructed in our country under which scheme? Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Absolutely right. Just few days back we covered the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in a very detailed manner. Additionally, my dear friends, after that, what we are having is, we are having the housing. People need homes to live. Like right now, you are watching this particular session sitting in your home or the library, you need infrastructure. So housing is very important part. So here, houses are basically created in the Gramin areas with the help of Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana Gramin, right? Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin. And now, my dear friends, the employment is very important, right? So because if we won't be having the money in our pockets, how exactly I am going to have my lunch, dinner and breakfast, right? If I'm not having some amount of money in my pocket, I cannot afford my lunch, breakfast and dinner, right? That is why, my dear friends, let me tell you here that there was a scheme in our country, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Now there is a homework for all of you. Please tell me the name of the bill which has been introduced this year, which will be replacing the Manrega. Please quickly tell me the chat box, and also tell me that what is the number of days of employment that will be provided under that particular bill. All of you, please ensure you will be giving me the answer to this question after the end of the session in the comment section. Right now, I don't need your answers. Please tell me the answer only after the end of the session. Okay. Now, my dear friends, moving to the next part, that is for the water development. So many times we see that there is a scarcity of water. There are floods, there are different things, there is poor management of water, and water is life, my dear friends. We always say Jal hi Jeevan hai. That is why there is a high point that we should focus on the water, and that's why, my dear friends, we are having the watershed development component of the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana 2.0. And that, let me tell you, my dear friends, that's how we are able to work on all these areas. And right now, can you please identify what is the name of that village that we are talking about? The name of that particular village is Odisha. See guys, this was just an example. I'm not saying that Odisha is a small village. No, my dear friend, it is a very prosperous state in our country. But to make you understand this, I just gave you an example, okay? So that you can try to understand how exactly we are working on these. So Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, we have basically launched the phase 4. For that, we have given the outlay of 1700 crores to the Indian state of Odisha. Okay, under this we will be working on 1702 kilometer rural road connectivity, which will be strengthened with the help of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Additionally, for the housing purposes, rupees 630.61 crore has been given. For the employment part, 868.71 crore has been given. For the watershed development component of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, we have rupees 30.07 crore. So that's how we are having all these areas fixed. Let me tell you, my dear friend, it's just trying to make a human body. In the human body, first you are having the skeleton, then you basically add skin to it, then there are blood vessels, there is a blood, then there is a support of the life, and these 4 parameters are only the same. The skeleton is basically the roads which we are creating, right? Then this skin is basically the houses that we require to have, right? The employment will provide you the food, that is the blood, and then the life support, Jal hi Jeevan hai, water is life. So I hope that all these parts are really very much clear to everyone. This article is very much clear to everyone. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box, so that we can move on to the next article of the today's session. My dear friends, let me tell you that just covering these articles is not at all sufficient from examination point of view. You are also required to solve the MCQs, and that's where for that you can just move on to the the portal that we have provided to all of you. There you will be finding the quiz from where you can attempt the MCQs and ensure that yes, you have analyzed all the details of this particular article. So I can see all the thumbs up are already there in the chat box. Now let's move on to the next article. So my dear friends, next article is India's multi-lane free flow barrierless tolling system launched in Gujarat. So my dear friends, you must have seen that so many times when we are going for a long ride on the highway, right? So there are toll plazas. There are toll plazas which are basically being made over there. And whenever toll plaza come, the traffic becomes slow, and sometimes even we spend an hour in the toll plaza during the high traffic, during the peak traffic hours. And what happens is there is a lot of wastage of the time, right? And that is the reason that government of India came up with a fast tag. But again, my dear friends, let me tell you that what happens is that still there is a slowing down of the traffic at these toll plazas, which really, becomes hectic, and, we become irritated due to that traffic and slow movement of cars. When basically we are on the highway, we are going at a a very decent speed of around 80 kilometers per hour, and then suddenly there is a break and 20, 25, 10, 15 kilometer per hour speed is there. So basically this is kind of halting, right? So what happens that if I just remove this toll plaza, if I just remove this toll plaza from this road, right, what will happen, my dear friends? There will be a free flow of the vehicles. If you are going through your car or your bike, right? So basically what is happening, you can just go from there freely. But will the toll will not be deducted? It will be deducted. But how it will be deducted? We will be setting up some systems. For example, we will be setting up a CCTV, and that CCTV will be capturing a number plate. From the number plate, what is the FASTag which is attached, the number, the amount, the required amount will be deducted from their FASTag. Clear to everyone? It is just a kind of a thing, like, my dear friends, only for the very first time, only the first time when you purchase the Netflix subscription, right? Only the first time you purchase the Netflix subscription, you have to add the card details, and after that it renews on its own, right? You just go to the Netflix, you just watch the movies, episodes and everything, right? And all the content there without any breakage. So basically there is no breakage at all, and just everything is happening in the behind the scenes. You just need to ensure that yes, your card is having enough amount of value so that it can be deducted at the end of the month, right? In the same way, you have to ensure that you are having that adequate amount of in your FASTag, and then you will be going freely in this highway because there will be no toll plaza. And that is why we have launched a free flow barrierless tolling system in Gujarat. Let me tell you, in the last year also we have covered this part of the article so many times, and this again now we have finally come up with this particular free flow barrierless tolling system launched in Gujarat. So Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has launched India's first multi-lane free flow. So my dear friend, that particular the system is MLFF, that is multi-lane free flow barrierless tolling system at Choriasi Toll Plaza on the Surat Bharuch section of NH48 in Gujarat. So please remember the NH48. So please tell me in the chat box, my dear friends, what is that system which has been set up on the Choriasi Toll Plaza? That is MLFF. MLFF stands for multi-lane free flow. Absolutely right. Now what is the name of that particular national highway on which it has been set up? It is National Highway 48 in Gujarat. Absolutely right. And my dear friends, how you can remember that? See, when you are passing through it, there as everything, as there is no toll plaza, then there will be no theft of the toll, right? Everybody has to pay the toll. So कोई चोरी नहीं होगी वहाँ पे. So जहाँ पे चोरी ना हो उसका नाम है चौरियासी टोल प्लाजा, right? समय की चोरी भी नहीं होगी. Your time will also be saved, your money, right? Your fuel will also be saved. Clear to everyone? That's how you can remember this from the examination point of view. Now let's move on to the next article. My dear friends, we have seen some key appointments in the MSME and Defense Finance departments. Let me tell you that the importance of this particular article is very low, right? In the examination, we don't see many questions from the appointments of the secretary. But as this is the month of May, so that's why we have to again cover some additional things also, because your exam is very dynamic in nature. At any time, you can see any kind of question. That is why we have covered this. So let me tell you, my dear friends, Bharat Khera has assumed charge as the Secretary of the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Vishwajit Sahai has assumed charge as the Secretary in the Ministry of Defence. Prior to this, he was serving as the Controller General of Defence Accounts, as he was serving as the CGDA. Now, my dear friends, CGDA, the person who was serving, he has been appointed as Vishwajit Sahai, appointed as the Secretary to the Ministry of Defence. So there will be new CGDA right now, right? So the name of that person is Anugrah Narayan Das, who has assumed the charge as the Controller General of Defence Accounts. Absolutely right. Clear to everyone? Clear? Sujit, Kashish, Akshay, Madhur, Material Share, Pratyush, Chetak, Harshal, Akshay, all the people. Absolutely right. Now, my dear friends, let's move ahead. Let me tell you, the relevance of this last article was quite low. Moving ahead, Festival Director appointed for 57th International Film Festival of India. My dear friends, International Film Festival of India. Let me tell you that it is the South Asia's oldest film festival, and it was established in 1952. Right? And it is every year being organized jointly by the National Film Development Corporation under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and the Entertainment Society of Goa. So Goa Entertainment Society of Goa, Government of Goa, NFDC, they are collectively coming together every year since 1952 to organize the International Film Festival of India in Goa. Right? So there will be the involvement of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, appointed Ashutosh Gowarikar as the festival director, my dear friends. See here, festival director is Ashutosh Gowarikar for the 57th edition of International Film Festival of India, which will be taking place in Goa in November 2026. So what is the name of the festival director of 57th International Film Festival of India? The right answer is Ashutosh Gowarikar. Absolutely right. Let's move on to the next article. The next article is Operation White Strike. My dear friends, Operation White Strike, a very important article. Just remember the name of the operation. Now, why exactly we are covering this? Let me tell you, my dear friends. You must have seen the movie Pushpa, right? I think पुष्पा आप सभी ने देखी होगी, right? And you must remember that very famous dialogue, that flower nahi fire hai mein, right? So my dear friends, let me tell you that in the Pushpa movie you must have seen that there was a illegal taskari of the woods, right? And these woods were being hidden in some kind of godowns, right? And these woods will be, transferred with the help of the official logistic corridors. Now basically there was a government officer who was always after this particular Pushpa, right, to just bust the syndicate of the woods. Clear, my dear friends? I hope that you guys are able to remember. So now let me tell you here. Now let's try to relate it with the news article. We are talking about the Operation White Strike. Now let's just remove the woods and replace it with the cocaine. So basically, as a part of this Operation White Strike, we have uncovered a transnational cocaine trafficking syndicate. And the name of the operation under which we have busted the syndicate is Operation White Strike. Clear to everyone? Clear, my dear friends? So the amount is not at all important for all of you to cover from examination point of view. The amount is not at all important to be covered. The operation was carried out in Mumbai and the Kalamboli Bhiwandi logistic corridor, that is Navi Mumbai Thane region. On that corridor we have conducted this Operation White Strike. So White Strike is for which? So what is the name of that thing whose syndicate has been uncovered under the Operation White Strike? That is cocaine. That is the right answer. Now let's move on to the next article. National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity. So my dear friends, you all know that health is really a very, very important part for us, right? And the National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity, Best Practices Shaping India's Health Future, a summit was concluded with a focus on strengthening health systems under the National Health Mission. My dear friends, see, you are basically watching a session on the mobile phone, right? And you see that your mobile phone is becoming very laggy. It has its battery is draining very fast. And what happens is that after some days the company issues a software update for all of you, and after the software update everything just becomes lagless, right? It's become really very smooth, your battery is good, your optimization of the apps is doing really in a very good manner, right? So let me tell you here, like your mobile phone is getting that system software update, similarly a system software update for the India in terms of health was being provided with the help of the Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity, where with the help of innovation and inclusivity we want to come up with the best practices which are shaping India's health future. Clear to everyone? And we are doing this under the National Health Mission. Clear, my dear friends? This was the 10th edition and was held in Chandigarh. So what is the name of the place where this summit took place? It is Chandigarh. What is the title of the summit? Innovation and Inclusivity, Best Practices Shaping India's Health Future. So that's all we require to cover from the examination point of view from this particular article. My dear friends, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you are able to understand all these articles, so that I can ensure that yes, we are going good in this particular session and you are able to understand all the articles in a very detailed manner. Let me tell you, my dear friends, I just don't want to be very, very selective by just saying that we are only covering the important articles. No, we are covering all the articles which are relevant from the examination point of view. Highly important as well as little bit less important, because probability is there, right, to be asked from that part also, as this is the month of May, the month just before the month from the examination point of view. Clear, my dear friends? Let's move ahead to the next article. That is Coastal Atmospheric Research Test Bed inaugurated in Visakhapatnam. My dear friends, you all know that so many times we see that in the oceans we see storms, cyclones, and what happens is that there is a lot of loss of habitations and people's lives due to these storms and cyclones if we are not able to predict them properly. So basically let's try to see like this, that we just want to now ensure that not a single life will be impacted due to these cyclones and storms. And that is why, my dear friends, what we have done, we have tried to come up with the initiative that, see how exactly we can do this. If we just want to see that, okay, how exactly a particular thing is happening at particular area, so we basically just install a CCTV camera there, right? So let's take an example that we set up a lab which will be working as a CCTV camera for the ocean, right? And whenever we see that the climatic conditions, the geographical conditions are changing, like the speed of wind is increasing, it is becoming more cloudy in nature, high tide waves are there. So basically we are now able to understand that yes, something is happening, right? Something is going to happen. So we will be able to warn the administration before time, and we will be able to evacuate those places so that we can save the people's lives, right? That's where we have come up with a coastal atmospheric research test bed. That is the name of that particular lab that has been set up. So Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology under the Ministry of Earth Sciences established a coastal atmospheric research test bed at Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. So my dear friends, in the Andhra University of Visakhapatnam, we have got this coastal atmospheric research test bed. It is a milestone under the Mission Mosam. My dear friends, Mission Mosam is that flagship mission in our country which has been launched for upgrading the forecasting system of the country. It strengthens the observational networks and improving weather prediction models in our nation. CART will function as a national user facility for research on the monsoon convection, model diagnostics, data assimilation experiments. So that's how it is going to help us across all the way. Clear? Clear to everyone? So please tell me the name of that lab which has been inaugurated in Andhra Pradesh University, Visakhapatnam, created by Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. What is the name? It's CART, right? Coastal Atmospheric Research Test Bed. CART. CART is the right answer. Well done. And I can see here that so many people have given me the launch year of the Mission Mosam as well. That's really, my dear friends, absolutely right. So Mission Mosam was approved in September 2024. Absolutely right. Well done. I'm really glad to see you all are really giving me the answers in the chat box in a really good manner. Now let's move on to the next part. So my dear friends, now we are moving on to the next news article, and the next news article, before that I would like to give you a very small example. See my dear friends, let's take an example that there is a place X, right? And this place X is having a lot of raw materials, right? But there is a place Y, and this Y place is having that technology where we can convert this raw material into the finished products, the product that people really like to consume, the product that really people like to have, right? So basically we would like to have the collaboration of these two areas, because one is it is a powerful powerhouse stock of the raw material, the other one is having the technology, so that we can convert this raw material into the finished product. Let me tell you, my dear friends, in the similar manner what we can do. Here, that let me tell you, NEHDC has launched Padma Dori, a cross-cultural textile initiative. Now, my dear friends, here there is a place X which is having the raw material of silk, right? Eri silk. And now we are having the place Y where exactly the weaving skills are there. People are having those weaving skills to convert that raw material into a finished product. And that's where we come up with the initiative of Padma Dori. Let's try to jump into the article now. Northeastern Handicraft and Handloom Development Corporation under the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region unveiled Padma Dori, right? So Padma Dori integrates Eri Ahimsa silk tradition of Northeast India with Chanderi weaving heritage of Madhya Pradesh. So my dear friends, now if in the examination, if it is asking you that where exactly, from which region of the country Eri Ahimsa silk is there, don't tell me that, sir, if there was a question on the static. If the question is on the Chanderi weaving, that from which state it belongs to, don't tell me and come, sir, it was the question from the static. No, my dear friends, it is a part of the current affair. That is why it will be asked in the examination, right? So we are collaborating the Chanderi weaving heritage of Madhya Pradesh with the Eri Ahimsa silk tradition. Now, my dear friends, let me tell you a very important point. A unique point, not that relevant from examination point of view. See, you can see that the Eri silk is having the name as Ahimsa, right? So that Ahimsa is basically Ahimsa only, that is non-violence. Now, with which part we are not doing any violence here? That is the silkworm. In the Eri Ahimsa silk tradition, my dear friends, let me tell you that the silkworm is not being harmed during the extraction of the silk, and that is why it is called Ahimsa silk. Eri Ahimsa silk tradition of northeast India with Chanderi weaving heritage of Madhya Pradesh. And you can see here the finished products, the result of the Padma Dori which was being there. Okay, clear to everyone? So what is the name of that organization which has launched Padma Dori Cross Cultural Textile Initiative? The right answer is Northeastern Handicraft and Handloom Development Corporation. If I ask you from which state Chanderi belongs to, it's Madhya Pradesh, right? I hope this is clear. So my dear friends, you can just correlate this with the Chanderi. You all know, remember the movie Stree, right? There is Chanderi, a movie having Rajkumar Rao as the actor. So he also used to stitch the clothes. That is Madhya Pradesh, Chanderi weaving. So that's how you can relate the thing. Okay, clear my dear friends? So see, why I am giving you such kind of examples in the session, because so that things become really easy for you. I want you to relate it with the things that are already in your mind, so that you are not doing any kind of extra material. You are not doing any kind of extra effort in order to retain them from the examination point of view, right? I hope that these examples are really helping you out to understand the articles. If yes, please give me a thumbs up, so that I can ensure that yes, my effort is also not going wasted, and I am not just wasting your time here. Clear my dear friends? Let's move ahead to the next news article. That is indigenous stealth frigate Mahendragiri delivered to Indian Navy. My dear friends, Naam Mahendragiri, right? Let's take an example, my dear friends. Let me tell you that there is a, see guys, in order to protect the country from the outside forces, the forces which basically wants to disturb the peace of the nation, we need a particular soldier. Let's take an example. There is a soldier who is invisible, an invisible soldier who is very powerful. The soldier can do the combat role in air, water, land, right? It's having all the knowledge of combating all kind of forces. So we are having such kind of invisible soldier, right? We need such kind of invisible soldier. Now let me tell you that replace this soldier with a ship, and that ship is Mahendragiri. Yes, my dear friends. Now you can also correlate this name. Again, I won't be doing that. Right now, this time you can do that, right? So Mahendragiri is the name of that ship which has been delivered to Indian Navy. This is the 6th Nilgiri class Project 17A stealth frigate. So my dear friends, what is a stealth frigate? The stealth frigate is that particular ship which can play a very important role in the combating roles, right? It can combat all these kind of attacks like air attack, war attack and the water attack without getting detected by the enemy. That's why we call it as a stealth frigate, a powerful one, right? So ABC has come up with the relation of that Mahendragiri, absolutely right. So such kind of Bahubali ship is we are having right now, that is Mahendragiri. The ship was designed by the Warship Design Bureau. It is the 4th ship of the class built of MDSL and the 6th P-17A ship. My dear friend, this is the project 17A, under which we have come up with the 6th Nilgiri class ship. The name is Mahendragiri, right? Delivered within 17 months of the first ship Nilgiri. Project 17A frigates are multi-mission platforms designed for modern maritime challenges with enhanced stealth, firepower, automation and the survivability. Absolutely. So that's all we need to cover from the examination point of view. What is the name of the stealth frigate? Mahendragiri. Under which project it has been launched? 17A, right? The name of the builder for the ship, that is Mazgon Dockyard Shipbuilder Limited, right? Mazgon Dock Shipbuilder Limited. It has been designed by Warship Design Bureau. So that's all we need to cover from examination point of view. Clear everyone? Let's move on to the next news article. I believe that all of you are giving me the answers in the chat box. Absolutely right. So well done, Chetak, ABC, Harshal, Kashish, Madhur, Pratyush, ABC, Sujit, everybody, Akshay, all the people, guys. Well done. Let's move on to the next article. That is Maharashtra Day and Gujarat Day has been observed on 1st of May. So my dear friends, Gujarat Day and Maharashtra Day has been observed on 1st of May. So Maharashtra Day and Gujarat Day celebrated on 1st of May, marking the formation of both states in 1960. So my dear friend, these two states were being created in India in 1960 after the division of Bombay state on the linguistic lines, right? So on the linguistic lines, we have divided the Bombay state into the two states, Maharashtra and Gujarat in 1960. Okay, and for the Maharashtra, my dear friends, we saw the movement that is Samyukt Maharashtra Samiti, right? So movement for Maharashtra was led by the Samyukt Maharashtra Samiti, which was founded in 1956, demanding a separate Marathi speaking state including Mumbai and other regions. And for the Gujarat, my dear friends, we had a Maha Gujarat movement. So एक महान काम के लिए एक महान मूवमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट थी. So we had a Maha Gujarat movement which demanded a separate Gujarat speaking state, gaining momentum in the 1950s. On 1st of May 1960, Maharashtra with Mumbai as a capital and Gujarat, initially Ahmedabad and then later Gandhinagar, was formed as the capital of Indian state of Gujarat. Absolutely right. This is the detail that we need to remember from examination point of view. Now, my dear friends, I would like to ask you, recently in the April revision series, I asked you a question and we covered that article. Please tell me the name of the first state of our country. The first state of our country which was created only on the basis of the linguistic barriers, right? The first linguistic state of the country. What is the name of that state? It was created in 1936. It was created in 1936. The name is Odisha. Absolutely right. Well done. Most of the people have given me the right answer to this question in the chat box. Absolutely right. Well done, my dear friends. Now we are moving on to the 13th news article, that is the 5th India-Tanzania Joint Trade Committee meeting held in Dar es Salaam. So my dear friends, see, when you basically, let's take an example that there are two countries, X and Y. They are doing trade with each other, right? So after some time, they have to basically ensure that, okay, how much trade we have done, how exactly we can enhance the trade between us, right? What kind of new initiatives we can take, what are the problems that we have faced, what are the problems faced by the traders, how exactly we can resolve these issues. So my dear friends, for conducting all such kind of activities with the official delegates of both the countries, so that's where comes with the concept of joint trade committee meeting. And this joint trade committee meeting was being held between India and Tanzania. My dear friends, 5th session of the India-Tanzania Joint Trade Committee was held in Tanzania. The meeting reviewed the progress since the 4th JTC session, which was held in New Delhi, August 2017. So in August 2017, we decided something. Now we are reviewing the progress, that whether we are going in the right direction or not. Both sides reaffirmed commitment to strengthen bilateral trade, investment and economic cooperation. India-Tanzania bilateral trade, my dear friends, has now increased. You can see here in 25-26, we have the bilateral trade of around 9 billion US dollars, right? Which has increased from 8.64 billion US dollars in 24-25. The JTC serves as a platform for enhancing economic engagement between the two countries. And that is the reason that we have come up with the 5th India-Tanzania Joint Trade Committee. Now, my dear friends, in Tanzania, can anybody tell me that what is the name of the capital of Tanzania? Anybody who would like to give me the answer? What is the name of the capital of Tanzania? It's, my dear friends, Dodoma. Dodoma is the name of the capital of Tanzania. Clear? Clear to everyone? Now we are moving on to the last article of the today's session, my dear friends, and that is BIS publishes standards for assistive technologies under the NLEAP initiative, that is the National List of Essential Assistive Products. Now, my dear friends, let me tell you that why exactly is required. Let's try to understand. Let's take an example that there is a person who cannot walk properly, right? So a walking stick is required for that particular person, right? A walking stick is required. Let's take an example that there is one company which is manufacturing a stick of length X. Then there is a company which is creating a stick of length Y. Then there is a company which is having the stick of length Z, right? So we are having the different length of sticks, and one stick was basically that much width, right? It is that much thick, making it more heavy. There is one stick which is very very thin. Then there is one stick which is again little bit more harder in nature, right? So basically there are different variables are there. So we need to standardize them so that it is having adequate length, adequate size, adequate weight, so that a person can use it very accordingly and conveniently, right? And that is why, my dear friends, let me tell you that Bureau of Indian Standards has come up with this initiative. So basically it said that, okay, in India, what is the name of that organization which takes care of these things? Let me tell you that Indian Council of Medical Research. Okay, let me write it here again. IC, just ignore this, my dear friends. ICMR. ICMR. Okay, it is ICMR. It is not O, it is C. I am again repeating it. There is some software issue here, but it is C. So okay, so ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, basically provides us that, okay, this should be the length of the stick, this should be the weight of the stick, this should be the height of the stick, so that it can be used accordingly, conveniently by the people, right? The beneficiaries can make the use of it very conveniently. So this ICMR has given the requirement, and now it is being standardized by the Bureau of Indian Standards. Okay, ICMR has given this. Okay, so now we will be following this only, and in every shop X, Y, Z, in every area A, B, C, D, E, wherever you will go, you will be asking for this stick, you will be getting the stick of these dimensions only, these things only. Clear to everyone? So that's how Bureau of Indian Standards has published the multiple standard for a medical assistive technologies for the different materials under the national list of essential assistive products. Let's take an example. Here we just talked about the stick, right? There can be other assistive articles also, like elbow crutches are there, walking sticks are there, walking sticks with 3 or more legs, accessible design for tactile guide maps, portable ramps are there. So basically there are different such kind of things. So we need to have the rule book for all of them, so that we are basically customizing them as per the requirement, and there is some standard which has been followed, and that standard will be followed with the help of the Bureau of Indian Standards, right? So that's why we created such kind of articles list that is called National List of Essential Assistive Products, and it is basically published by the Bureau of Indian Standards. Clear? And this NLEAP is an initiative by the Indian Council of Medical Research. NLEAP serves as the guideline for the policy makers, healthcare providers and stakeholders for provision and department of assistive products across the nation. The BIS Technical Committee formulates standards for assistive products, including the rehabilitation, appliances, orthotic and prosthetic items for the person with disabilities, elderly and those with the impairments due to the non-communicable diseases. So my dear friends, I hope that you are able to understand. So what is the name of that organization which has launched the NLEAP initiative? That is Indian Council of Medical Research. What is the full form of NLEAP? That is National List of Essential Assistive Products. And what is the name of that organization which has come up with a standard? That is Bureau of Indian Standards. So my dear friends, with this, by answering all of these articles, you are basically making sure that you are able to retain all the information that we have covered in these 14 articles of the today's session, and that's what we required from the examination point of view. Now let's move ahead to the very first important news article that is important for both phase 1 and phase 2 exam, that is launch of the self broadcast system. My dear friend, this is a very very important topic. Let me tell you and explain it to you with the help of an example. Let's take an example, my dear friends, that you are sleeping in the night. You are sleeping in the night, right? And most of the people always keep their phones on the silent mode. Will you guys agree with me or not? We always keep our phone on the silent mode when we are sleeping, right? So that our sleep is not getting disturbed. Now let's take an example that in your area, you are in the X area, right, of a Y state. You are in the X area of a Y state. Let's take an example. There is Haryana. Haryana is a state in Panchkula. Panchkula is that particular city, right? And earthquake is going to hit Panchkula in next 1 minute. and right now the time is 1 a.m. What do you think? What exactly the government will do? Please pause and think whether government will come to your home and knock your door. Hey, Mr. X and Y. Basically, in next 1 minute, there will be earthquake in your place, or they will send you a WhatsApp message, or they will send you SMS. Will that work or not? Because your phone was absolutely on the silent mode. So we cannot rely on these SMSs and the WhatsApp messages. And let me tell you, my dear friends, like if at during that particular amount of time, if we will be as a government, we will be sending the SMS, then what will happen in the normal route? What will happen? Let's take an example. There is a road and hundred of cars are there, hundred of vehicles are there, and they are just stacked. What will happen? It will lead to a traffic jam, and nobody will be able to move forward. So what exactly we will be doing? We will be creating a VIP loan. We will be creating a VIP lane. That means in the case of emergency, the person can go from this lane. So same thing we will be using here. We won't be going with the conventional SMSs or the WhatsApp messages or the call from the government of India. No, because this is going to create a ruckus. That is a lot of traffic jam. There is a lot of overloading on the server. So what exactly we will be doing? We will be using this VIP lane system. Now what exactly is this VIP lane system? Why not, instead of sending every person a message, right? What exactly we can do is we can broadcast a single message to all the people. Now my dear friend, the situation was that we are in the Panchkula. So will we also aware the people which who are living in the nearby areas? For example, Ambala is there, Zirakpur is there, Mohali is there, right? Or we can say Parvano is there, Kalka is there. So we are not going to aware everyone. We will only be focusing on the people who are living in the city of Panchkula. That's it. So that is why the mobile towers, the mobile phones which are working under the mobile towers of these particular areas, only they will be getting an alert, right? So basically that's where we will be using a command area protocol, a CAP model, that is command area protocol model will be used. And my dear friends, as the phone of the people was on the silent mode, so what exactly government can do now? Because government is having the responsibility to keep you safe, to keep its citizens safe. So government has come up with the new alert system. What it will be doing is that whether your phone is on the silent mode, on the ring mode, or any other mode, it will become on and it will start showing a message, right? And there will be a very, very loud sound, something which is not good for you, a kind of sound which is not, we can say comfortable for our ears, something like that, so that we can be alerted. And it will start reading a message that the government want to broadcast. That, for example, it can be something like earthquake is going to hit your area, kindly evacuate your places, go outside your home, or choose a corner, just stay safe. So something like this, okay? And that is why, my dear friends, in order to understand this, in order to execute this, government of India has launched the cell broadcast system. Now let me tell you, my dear friends, let me show you a message that I received few days back, and I basically took the screenshot. I never thought that I will be using that screenshot in my session. And you can see here, that India launches cell broadcast using indigenous technology for instant disaster alert service for its citizens. Alert citizens, safe nation, no action is required by the public upon receipt of this message. So basically what happened at that point of time, like I was sitting with my friend and we were working on the next PDF for you on the current affairs chapter, right? And what happened is that suddenly this message appeared on the screen. It started reading with a very loud sound, and before that there was a very uncomfortable sound which the phone was making, basically grabbing our attention. And we were like, see what will happen in this scenario. Basically people can panic, right? But if you will stay calm, you will see that, okay, what is exactly happening. Now you will be able to understand the thing. So this was the message, and this was tested recently, few days back, and definitely most of you have received such kind of message and have experienced this message on your mobile phones. If yes, you can give me a thumbs up in the chat box that yes, we have received that alert SMS. So we can see that yes, so many people are saying that yes, mock drill has happened few days back for this. Absolutely right. So my dear friends, In order to execute this, Government of India came up with the idea of cell broadcast system. So Ministry of Communication has launched the cell broadcast system, which is developed indigenously by the Center for Development of Telematics. So whenever such kind of system has been created, who has created it, what is the utility, how exactly it is going to impact the citizens, and what are the different features of that, that is what we need to understand this, right? So it is developed by the Center for Development of Telematics under the Department of Telecommunications, along with the National Disaster Management Authority and the Ministry of Home Affairs. So my dear friends, you can see a lot of stakeholders are there. Why? Because see, we are basically trying to alert the people, and the most important alerts where there is a loss of life is basically due to the disaster, right? So there, that's why the Disaster Management Authority is there coming into the play. The Department of Telecommunication is there because all these mobile services are being maintained by the telecom, right? And then the Ministry of Home Affairs is there. So all these are basically responsible for the development of cell broadcast system. And this is a telecom enabled public warning system that broadcasts simultaneous geo-targeted alerts with zero delay to mobile devices within a defined area. So my dear friends, I told you that particular example that the earthquake is going to hit Panchkula only, right? So we will not be disturbing the people who are living in Chandigarh, Zirakpur, Mohali. So we will only be alerting the people who are in the Panchkula region, right? So that is what we call geo-targeted alert. It is integrated with the command area protocol based Sachet platform. My dear friends, Sachet, in Hindi Sachet basically stands for making people aware, right? So Sachet platform is basically a platform which alerts the people related to the latest broadcast about the weather events. So Sachet platform for rapid and standardized dissemination of alerts will be taking place. A nationwide test was conducted recently, sending emergency alert messages with a distinctive tone to mobile phones across the country. Pan-India trials under the Sachet platform have been completed with training conducted across all states and union territories. And let me tell you that Government of India has even, tested this system in the foreign countries as well. So that's how we are able to now finally get this cell broadcast system, which is really going to help the people during such kind of times, difficult times when we really require the need of the help, where even the information, my dear friends, if it is reaching you 20 seconds before and you can take any single action on the basis of that, definitely it is something going to really help you, right? To save your life, save your family's life, to save your friend's life. So that's why, that's how government is reacting to all these areas, because the people's life is really very, very important. Now, my dear friends, let's move on to the key features of this particular part, although I have already explained all of these things to all of you. So it enables precise geo-targeting at the level of cell towers or the clusters. I told you that the people who are under the network of those specific cell towers, right? So they will be getting these messages only. With scalability to larger areas, delivers alerts in a near real time without queuing delays and remains unaffected by the network congestion. There is no requirement of network here, because we are basically able to understand this. Now the covers all mobile users in the targeted area, including roaming users. Alerts cannot be disabled. Provides priority notifications as a pop-up message with loud tones and read aloud text on supported devices. Supports multilingual alerts and works across 2G and 5G network. It never depends that whether you are on 2G, 3G, 4G or 5G network. We want to aware you, we will aware you, irrespective of the type of network that you are using. It's not like that person is not having the iPhone, that person is not having the 5G phone, so we will be discriminating among the people. No, for government every life matters. And enhances disaster management by enabling timely alerts, quick response, reduced panic and improved public trust and compliance. So my dear friends, please tell me in the chat box, what are you guys able to understand this point? Are you able to understand all these points? If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. In the meantime, Resonant Voice has asked a query, sir, please conduct a session for April monthly revision. So Resonant Voice, let me tell you that when you will go to the chapters YouTube channel, we have already provided you the revision sessions of the April month till first 3 weeks, right? Week 1, 2 and 3 are already done. Today we will be conducting the week number 4, part 1 session at 4 p.m. So make sure that you are joining that session, okay? Kindly attend those sessions. They are really going to help you out from examination point of view. So my dear friends, please remember what is the name of the ministry which has launched. That is Ministry of Communication has launched cell broadcast system, right? It has been developed by which authorities? Center for Development of Telematics, National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs. These are the stakeholders which are responsible for the launch of the cell broadcast system. And it is integrated with which platform? It is integrated with the Sachet platform. Absolutely, this is the right answer. So I can see everybody has given me the right answer to all these questions. Well done, my dear friends. Now let's move on to the next part. The appointment of the chairman of Prasar Bharati. Appointment of chairman of Prasar Bharati. So Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has appointed Prasoon Joshi as the chairman of Prasar Bharati. My dear friends, when it comes to Prasar Bharati, ये इंडिया की एक statutory autonomous public service broadcaster है, which was established under the Prasar Bharati Act 1990 and became operational in 1997. So it became operational in 1997. What is the name of the person who has been appointed as the chairman of Prasar Bharati? That is Prasoon Joshi. Now when it comes to Prasar Bharati, it is having two divisions. One is the All India Radio and other one is Doordarshan. My dear friends, you must have seen DD News, Doordarshan, right? So this is one of the division of Prasar Bharati. Then there is the All India Radio, right? One of the largest radio networks. So basically this is also another division of the Prasar Bharati. So what is the name of the person? That is Prasoon Joshi. Absolutely right. Now moving on to the next news article, the 63rd Foundation Day of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. My dear friends, IIFT, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, has celebrated its 63rd Foundation Day on 2nd of May 2026. So my dear friends, IIFT is an autonomous body under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It was established in 1963 and it basically works for building the external trade sector of India, and that is why IIFT was being created as an autonomous body under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, so that we can build the skills for the external trade sector of the country, and it was established in 1963. And my dear friend, during this occasion of celebrating the 63rd Foundation Day, Lieutenant Colonel Trivedi Parag Kumar, who is an IIFT student, was felicitated with Vishisht Seva Medal for exemplary service and accomplishment. So this person was felicitated. Remember the name of that person, Trivedi Parag Kumar ji. That is the right answer. Clear? So I hope that this news article is very much clear to all of you. A very easy news article, my dear friends. See, I will be explaining to you the things when they will be really required from examination point of view. Like the way we have covered in a very comprehensive manner the cell broadcast system, right? So IFT one is very much easy article, nothing to explain more here. Moving to the next part, Yog Mahotsav marks 50-day countdown to International Day of Yoga 2026. So my dear friends, you all know that International Day of Yoga we celebrate every year on 21st of June, right? And recently so many institutes has released some events marking the countdown of the International Day of Yoga, that is on 21st of June. Some are celebrating 100 days countdown, some are setting 75 days, some are setting 50 days countdown. And Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga is one that institute under the Ministry of Ayush, which has marked the 50-day countdown for the International Day of Yoga, which will be celebrated on 21st of June. Now my dear friends, this organization is in Hyderabad and it has basically organized that event, the Yog Mahotsav. And during that Yog Mahotsav, a record was been created. What was the record? There were so many people who gathered there and they attempted the Bhujang Asana. So Bhujang Asana was being performed by 6,000 participants simultaneously. And my dear friends, with this, they have entered the Asia Book of Records for the largest such gathering doing Bhujang Asana. So this is the Asian record which has been created, and the Ministry of Ayush along with the Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga is promoting daily yoga through the Yoga 365 campaign. So please tell me the name of the campaign which has been launched by Ministry of Ayush for promoting daily yoga. That is Yoga 365. So my dear friends, we are talking about daily yoga. That means 365 days a year you will be doing yoga. So that is the Yoga 365 campaign launched by Ministry of Ayush. What is the record that they have created? 6,000 people gathered and they attempted Bhujang Asana. So that is basically the record that has been created by which organization? MDNIY, Morarji Desai Institute of National Institute of Yoga. So these are the probable questions which can be asked in the exam. Now my dear friends, why exactly I am asking you the question during these Yog session itself, so that you are not just watching me, you are not just listening me, you are also basically attempting the news articles by solving the questions on that. So that's why, so that you are proactive and you are not just listening, reading and watching, but you are also active by answering the questions in the chat box. That's what is going to help you to retain the things from the examination point of view. Clear? So question article number 4 is also clear. Now let's move on to the appointment of the full-time members of Niti Aayog. So my dear friends, you all know that recently Niti Aayog was reconstituted by the government of India, as there were so many changes in the members as well as the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, right? And now government of India has announced the appointment of 2 more full-time members of the Niti Aayog. One of them is Dr. R. Balasubramaniam and Dr. Joram Ania. Now my dear friends, among these 2 people, there is one person who is having some special things in her, which we must cover. Why? Because she is the first woman from Northeast India to hold the position of full-time member of Niti Aayog. So Niti Aayog की पहली women बनी है ये. She is the first woman from Northeast India to hold the position of full-time member of the Niti Aayog. And let me tell you, my dear friends, she was also the first woman from the Yishi community to earn a PhD, and that too in Hindi language. So हिंदी में PhD करने वाली ये पहली महिला हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया की, and from the Yishi community also. And now she has become the first woman from the Northeast India to be appointed as the full-time member of Niti Aayog. Now my dear friends, when it comes to the Niti Aayog, can anybody tell me in which year Planning Commission was being replaced by Niti Aayog? Let me see who will give me the right answer. This was 1st January 2015. Absolutely right. Now my dear friends, the next question is, who is the chairman? Who is the chairman of Niti Aayog? Who is the chairman of Niti Aayog? That is Prime Minister of India. Presently, Narendra Modi ji is serving as the Prime Minister of India. So who is the chairman? Now if I ask you, who is recently been appointed as the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog? So this person has basically replaced Suman K. Berry. Now what exactly is the name of that person who has replaced Suman K. Berry as the Vice Chairman? That is Ashok Lahiri. Ashok Lahiri is the name of that person, right? Now if I ask you, who is the CEO? Who is the CEO of Niti Aayog? So my dear friends, let me tell you here that I am making you revise all these information because they were in the recent context. And just few days back we have seen all of them in the news article. That is why we need to cover them. So please tell me, who is the CEO of Niti Aayog? This is Nidhi Chibber. Nidhi Chibber is the right answer. So we have done all the important parts. So who are the 2 new members of the Niti Aayog? Please be proactive in giving me the answers in the chat box. Who are the 2 new members? Dr. R. Balasubramaniam and Dr. Joram Ania. What is the name of the first woman from Northeast India to hold the position of full-time member of Niti Aayog? That is Dr. Joram Ania, right? Planning Commission was replaced by Niti Aayog on 1st January 2015. The Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog recently was Suman K. Berry and now replaced with Ashok Lahiri. Who is the CEO? Nidhi Chibber is the CEO. Who is the Chairman of Niti Aayog? Prime Minister of India is the Chairman of Niti Aayog. Absolutely right. So all the people are able to answer the question. So my dear friends, please tell me in the chat box, are you guys liking the way we are covering these current affairs? Please tell me in the chat box. See, just reading the articles, just attempting them is not at all important. Understanding is very important. With understanding comes retention. If you are not understanding anything, you won't retain it for a longer period of time. Even if after a week I will be asking about the cell broadcast system, you will be able to answer me, because the way we have discussed, now the things are basically inside, because you have lived the cell broadcast system. That is why, right? So that's how we have to cover these current affairs. Now let's move ahead to the next news article. The Indian Railways has approved 895.3 crore infrastructure projects. So my dear friends, recently we saw in the previous day that in Odisha so many projects were being launched by the government of India. So now Indian Railways has sanctioned some projects worth 895.3 crore for the power system upgradation and bridge infrastructure strengthening. So my dear friends, we all know that railways plays a very important role in connecting the places, right? So we just have come up with the new projects that is of the cost of 895.3 crores for the infrastructure projects which have been approved by the Indian Railways. Now what exactly are the different infrastructures in the railway? Like bridge infrastructure is one of them, power system is there, right? So we want to enhance safety, capacity, reliability and strengthening freight and industrial connectivity in the region. So basically for the Kolkata Metro, to augment power system, we have come up with an allocation of 671.72 crores. And we will be setting up 7 new sub-traction substations to the north-south corridor in Kolkata. So my dear friends, Kolkata Metro ke liye we have allocated 671.72 crores. Moving ahead for the bridge, for the construction of bridge, 223.58 crore has been approved. Only this part is required to be remembered, right? Please let me tell you guys again, the relevance of this news article is quite very less. The relevance of the article is quite very less. You know which are the most relevant articles? You can see here. In this article, we have already placed a star here. We have already placed a star, right? Wherever you will see a star in our current affairs chapter, that means it is really a highly relevant article from examination point of view. That is one of the most important articles that cannot be skipped from exam point of view. Clear to everyone? Let's move ahead to the next news article, that is Mizoram launches Quarrel app for disaster response. So my dear friends, in the case of cell broadcast system, we just saw that government of India is basically awareing the people. It is awareing the people. Now, is it only the government who is having the responsibility of spreading awareness? Answer is no. As a good citizen, as a responsible citizen of the nation, we are having that particular responsibility of awareing, right? And that is why, my dear friends, a very, very important part. And that is why, my dear friends, a very, very important part. Let's take an example that there is a building. You are in a building and unfortunately in that building has caught fire. So what exactly will be the next set of actions? Government of India, if anybody basically outside who has watched the fire, if that person will report the fire in the building to the government of India will definitely be able to take the action on that, right? Do you guys agree with me? And what if nobody is reporting? What will happen? Government of India will not be able to track this event. So there will be no support to save your life. So here, my dear friends, we always say that there is a very common saying that सवारी अपने सामान की जिम्मेदार खुद है, right? So basically now you are responsible for your own life. Now how exactly you can fulfill that responsibility? So what if you are telling the government that yes, I am in this building and it has caught fire? Definitely government will be able to track the event in a very less amount of time and they will be able to take action to save your life in a very less amount of time. That means there will be a timely action to save your life, right? Do you guys agree with me? That's what government is trying to do, my dear friends, right? So basically we are creating a system with the help of which you will be able to report that fire incident in the building where you are caught along with the location. So what if we are just creating an app and you are just logging into the app and you are just telling the government this is the location, this is the place, this is the reason. That's all. Government will be able to take timely action. Let's take an example that landslide took place in one of the mountain regions of the country, right? So in that part of the area, if we are basically telling the government that see this kind of incident has happened, so basically government of India will be able to take the timely action to save the life of the people. So that's where earlier there was a top to down approach, right, where government was awareing the people. But right now, guys, in the new era of governance, here is the bottom to top approach where people are awareing the government that yes, this is something happening and we have to take that action. So that's how we have to see this. And considering this only, Mizoram has launched a Quarrel app for the disaster response. Now I told you about the landslide wala issue, right? So what happens when such kind of landslide takes place? The person can act as a responder to that particular event by giving the information to the government. So here Mizoram has launched the Quarrel mobile application. This will be helping to providing real-time disaster incident reporting and management, right? The app will improve coordination and information flow during emergencies. It enables citizens to quickly report disaster incidents. Authorities, including State Disaster Management Authority and District Disaster Management Authority, can respond more efficiently during using this particular system. Mizoram is among the first states in the northeast to adopt such a digital solution for disaster management. So my dear friends, I hope things are very much clear to all of you that we are improving the coordination and information flow during the emergencies. That's why this app has been launched. What is the name of the state which has come up with this app? That is Mizoram. What is the name of the app? Quarrel mobile application, right? So it will be helping the State Disaster Management Authority and the District Disaster Management Authority, and they can work in coordination, can respond more efficiently using this system. Clear to everyone? Are you guys able to understand the point from examination point of view? Okay, let's move on to the next article. That is International Labour Day, May Day. My dear friends, you must have seen that every year we celebrate this day on the 1st of May. But now today I will be telling you the reason that why exactly we suffer. See, you know that there are so many people who are working aspirant here. Can anybody tell me who is the working aspirant? See guys, why we have kept the time of 8 to 9? Because normally the working hours of the various organizations are starting from 9, right? So right now you can see that you are working 9 to 5. You are working 9 to 5. Let me tell you, my dear friends, that you are really lucky that you are working 9 to 5. Because there was a time way back, like I would say 100 of years back, there was a time when people used to work every day 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours every day. And that time the humans were not being considered as a human, they were considered as a machine components, right? Considering this, there was a lack of work-life balance in those people's lives. So what they did is one day everybody just thought that right now our patience is just getting over and now there is something required to be done. So basically at one of the chalk, all these people at one of the places, all these people just gathered and they protested against such kind of stringent laws under which they were working for 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours. Right, my dear friends? So basically, as a result of that, during that particular protest only, what happened is that at one of the places, which we called a hay market, right? At that point of time, on that place, violence erupted. And that's where this incident has attracted the attention throughout the world. And my dear friends, as a result, you know what happened is, you must be thankful to all those people for their sacrifices, because of them today you are working in an era where we work 9 to 5, right? We are having the holidays on the Sunday. Earlier time this was not happening. Right now you are having 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of your personal life. So there is a complete balance. So in order to give tribute to all these people who have given a sacrifice, we celebrate International Labour Day. Are you guys able to understand? So International Labour Day is observed on 1st of May to honor the contribution of workers worldwide. It aims to pay tribute to workers' sacrifices in achieving economic and social rights. The right that you are having right now, that yes, I will be working only for 8 hours only, and this right has been given to you by those people, and we basically give them tribute by celebrating International Labour Day. The day is also known as a May Day, and the theme for this year is ensuring a healthy psychosocial environment, psychosocial working environment. Guys, just let's take an example that there is a place where you are going every day and you are not you are not feeling mentally, you are not feeling mentally peaceful there. So basically that area is basically draining your energy, right? And then there is a place where you just go and you just do your work and you just come back. There is a lack of social interactions among the people. They are not just talking to each other. They are there in their own zones. Will you really work? Will you really like working in such kind of area? Answer is no, right? So that is why this year International Labor Day is focusing on these two things. That is psychosocial. Psychosocial. Psycho means your mental well-being. Social means your interactions in your working environment with other people. So ensuring a healthy psychosocial working environment is really, really very important. Now, when it comes to the origin, my dear friends, it traces back to 1886 when laborers in the USA protested for an 8-hour workday, leading to a Haymarket affair in Chicago. And after that only we basically had got the right of working 8 hours per day. In 1889, socialist parties in Europe decided to observe May 1 as an International Labor Day annually. So my dear friends, I hope that this is very much clear to all of you. Now please tell me in the chat box that on which date we celebrate International Labor Day every year. Please tell me in the chat box. In the meantime, Shrishmat is asking, sir, session PDF available? Yes, Shrishmat, session PDF is absolutely available. It is uploaded on the portal on the chapter's website, right? In the description of this particular session, you can see that we have attached the link of the website. You can just go there and you can access the PDF, right? No worries. Your learning is really very important for us. We are providing you the PDF, right? But let me tell you that this PDF will not be provided to you on the Telegram channel for free. No. The learning experience starts here at a very reasonable cost. That is at a cost less than a burger in our country. Just rupees 51 only, and you will be able to access the PDF of all the PDFs of this particular month of May 2026. Clear? Now guys, let's move ahead to the next part. The next news article, that is USTR Special 301 Report 2026 on intellectual property. Okay. So now my dear friends, so Herschel is saying ice cream cost. Good reference, Herschel. Now my dear friends, let's move ahead. See, in order to understand this article, I would like to give you another very, very small example. Let's take an example, my dear friends, that you have written a book. You have written a book. After a research of 3 to 4 years, and after a lot of rewriting and after a lot of editing, you are finally ready with a book. So you have written that book, right? And now there is a person X. This person just photocopies your book and he is selling your book at a minimal price, right? At a minimal price. So basically that person is earning money from your work. Will you really like that? Will you really like that? That you have basically done a lot of hard work for creating that book, right? It is a creation of your mind, and now other person is selling that book by doing the photocopy of the same. So definitely nobody is going to like that, right? Because it was your hard work and effort. Let me tell you, my dear friends, now protecting your right that it was your book and nobody else can sell this book, it is called protecting the intellectual property right, right? Intellectual property right. And let me tell you that there is a US department, that is the United States Trade Representative Department, and this basically monitors and assesses the situations in the different countries with which it is doing the trade, and it is seeing that whether these countries are taking the efforts for protecting the intellectual property rights or not. If they are not working, then it will be definitely putting them in a particular list. Let's take an example, my dear friends. Let's take an example. There is a classroom, right? And teacher is teaching the students, right? And the teacher wants the students to basically work well and perform well in the test. But there are some students who are basically, let's take an example. There was a test of 20 marks, right? And some people, 5 people, my dear friends, got 19 marks. Okay. Then there were 10 people who got 14 marks. Then there were 5 people who got only 5 marks. So what teacher will be doing? It will be creating the 3 categories. One is the intelligent students, that is high performing students. Then there will be students who are average students, that is medium performance. And then the low performing students, or we can say the students who are at the bottom of the category, right? So these will be the 3 categories, right? Similarly, the US Trade Representative this department of the US also creates the three categories. The one category is the watch list, then the next category is priority watch list, and then the one is foreign watch list, right? Priority, foreign, watch list. So my dear friends, in the watch list, these are those countries where basically this intellectual property rights concerns exists, right? Basically they are just existing, not at a very large scale. So this is the countries, such countries are coming into the watch list. Then there is the priority watch list, basically where the country where the intellectual property rights are really very inconsistent nature. They are inconsistent in nature. So these are the priority watch list. Then we are having the priority foreign watch list. So basically these are those countries where the situation is really very worse and we need to take some strict actions across these people. So basically it places the countries in these three lists. Please tell me in the chat box, are you guys able to understand this? Now let's move on to the article. So US State Trade Representative releases a special 301 report 2026, and this report assesses the intellectual property protection and enforcement among the trading partners. It evaluates 100 trading partners and identifies those that don't meet US standards for protecting intellectual property rights. Okay, so they are not meeting the US standards for protecting intellectual property rights, that's why they are under the radar. Placement of a trading partner on a priority watch list or a watch list indicates that particular problem exists in that country with respect to IP protection, enforcement or market access for the US persons relying on the intellectual property. Right? So basically those who are not following the rules as per the standards of the United States and US is doing partnership, is doing trade with you, then definitely you will be under the scanner of the US Trade Representative Department. Clear, and it will be putting you in a particular list. Now here my dear friends, important thing comes that India has been placed on the priority watch list along with the China, Indonesia, Russia and Venezuela. So India is among the 6 countries which has been kept on the priority watch list by the USTR, and it has also noted that India's progress is very inconsistent and it highlights lack of progress on the several long-standing IP concerns. Yes, there are some areas where India has worked in the case of intellectual property, but again, the performance of India is very inconsistent. The IPR rights in the India is very inconsistent, and that is the reason that it has been placed in the priority watch list. Now, my dear friends, let me tell you here that since the last 13 years, we have never seen a single country in the priority foreign country watch list, right? But this year, you can see that Vietnam was identified as a priority foreign country for the first time in 13 years, which indicates more serious concerns are there in the country Vietnam. And that is why USTR will be planning to investigate the issue under the Trade Act of 1974. Clear? Clear to everyone? And there are 19 countries including the European Union, Turkey and Pakistan which are on the watch list, indicating issues in the IP protection, enforcement or the market access. So in the watch list there are 19 countries. In the priority watch list there are 6 countries, and Vietnam the only one in the priority foreign country watch list. Are you guys able to understand? Please tell me the name of the department which launches this particular report. That is USTR. Absolutely right. Now please tell me in which list India is there. India is in the priority watch list. Okay, what is the name of the country which has basically been listed for the very first time in the last 13 years in the priority foreign country, where not a single country was there in the last 13 years? The right answer to that is Vietnam. Absolutely, this is the right answer. So my dear friends, I hope that you are able to understand, and absolutely right. So Kashish, Akshay, Sujit, Madhur, everybody has given the right answer, that yes, USTR is the right answer. Well done. Now my dear friends, we are moving ahead to the last article of the today's session, and that is Sikkim becomes India's first paperless judiciary state. Sikkim has become India's first paperless judiciary state. So Sikkim has been declared as the country's first paperless judiciary state at a conclave held in Gangtok. So my dear friends, the judiciary plays a very, very important role in maintaining the ecosystem of the state, right? And as well as the country. It is a very important pillar. And Sikkim has recently tried to make this system more faster, transparent and technology driven. And how this can happen? By adopting the new technologies, and that is why it has adopted the digital processes such as e-filing and digital case management, and this will be making justice delivery more efficient, accessible and inclusive. That is the right answer. Clear to everyone? So my dear friends, Sikkim has become the India's first paperless judiciary state. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now my dear friends, very quickly I will be asking you some questions to all of you in a way. Now please tell me what is the right answer. When it comes to the self-broadcast system, I want all of you to be ready for this. Consider this as a Drishyam round for the revision, right, of this today's session. Now please tell me, the launch of self-broadcast system, it has been integrated with which platform of the country? It has been integrated with which platform of the country? What is the right answer? The right answer is Sachet platform. What are the different stakeholders for the self-broadcasting system? So Ministry of Broadcasting and Communication, right? Ministry of Communication was basically behind the self-broadcast system, and it has launched this particular system along with the National Disaster Management Authority and the Ministry of Home Affairs. Absolutely right. Next question. Appointment of Chairman of Prasar Bharati. Appointment of Chairman of Prasar Bharati. What is the name of the person? It's Prasoon Joshi. Next question. 63rd Foundation Day of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade was held on which date? It was held on 2nd of May. Yog Mahotsav marks 50-day countdown to International Day of Yoga 2026. Which asana was being performed which created an Asian record? Over 6,000 people attempted that asana, that is Bhujang asana. It was organized by which organization? Morarji Desai, National Institute of Yoga. Absolutely right. Now the appointment of the full-time members of Niti Aayog. Who are the two new members? That is Dr. R. Balsubramaniam and Dr. Joriam Ania. And when we talk about that first woman from the northeast to be appointed as a full-time member of Niti Aayog, that is Joram Ania. Absolutely right. Now please tell me what is the name of the chairman of Niti Aayog? That is Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi ji. Who is the vice chairman? Ashok Lahiri. Who is the CEO? Nidhi Chibba. Absolutely right. Now my dear friends, in which year Planning Commission was replaced by Niti Aayog? 1st January 2015. Absolutely right. Now next part. Mizoram has launched which app for the disaster response? That is Quarel app. Now in which date the International Labour Day has been celebrated? It is 1st of May. Absolutely right. And what is the theme? Ensuring healthy psychosocial working environment. Absolutely right. Now USTR Special 301 Report 2026 on intellectual property. India is under the which list? India is under the priority watch list. What is the name of the country which was there in the priority foreign country list as a part of the USTR 301 Report 2026? Under which the country on which an investigation can be started by US Department? That is Vietnam. Absolutely right. Please tell me the name of the state which became India's first paperless judiciary state. What is the right answer? It is Sikkim. Absolutely right. So my dear friends, please tell me in the chat box, how are you feeling right now after giving all the questions? Answer in the chat box in a correct manner. Are you guys able to retain all the information? Are you guys able to perform well in this very small quick revision recall test that I have taken right now? Just in a matter of 1 minute you are able to revise all the important articles of the today's session. That is what the beauty of these quick revision and quick recall of our sessions. Clear to everyone? Are you guys? Let's start the today's session, and the first article here is related to the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. So my dear friends, Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram 2.0 has been recently released by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which has released the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram 2.0 guidelines at the National Summit on Good Practices and Innovations in the Public Healthcare Service Delivery. So my dear friends, what exactly this Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram is all about? Let me help you to understand this with the help of an example. So my dear friends, see, right now you are preparing for the RBI Grade B officer examination, right? RBI Grade B officer exam, right? Let's take an example that you are directly sitting into the RBI Grade B officer examination, and then you get your scorecard of your quant, reasoning, English and the general awareness, okay? And in the final exam you have appeared and you are getting the scorecard, and now you are asking me, sir, how to improve my score in the GA, how to improve my score in the quant, how to improve my score in the reasoning, how to improve my score in the English. So don't you think it will be very late? Because if you would have done it earlier, then what would have happened? Then definitely you must have cleared the exam. But now you are showing me your final examination scorecard, that okay, now please tell me how to correct this for this year only. But this cannot be done because this year time is already gone, right? If you have already appeared in the final examination. So to avoid this, what we do, we are conducting the daily sessions for all of you. We are providing you the quizzes to solve, so that you can see that okay, what are the areas which are in which you are not good, right? What are the different areas in which you are not good, so that you can identify them. You can analyze your mock test performances, and then you can see that okay, these are XYZ areas on which I need to work, and these are ABC areas which are my strengths, right? On the basis of that, you will be working on these XYZ areas to ensure that these are also converted into the strength. And this analysis along with this approach is really going to help you in covering the examination and also to score good marks in the exam. Do you guys agree with me or not? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if yes, if you guys agree with me that yes, if you are doing all of this analysis at the early stages, then definitely it is going to help you in the final examination. Otherwise it is not going to help you out, right? Similarly, my dear friends, Government of India has come up with the initiative of Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, where basically this says that see, we need to do early intervention, early identification and the detection of the different diseases that children might be having, so that we can work on them in the early stages, so that we can resolve the issue. And the child is basically able to see that okay, child is basically able to develop properly, okay, for the better development of the children, for the betterment of the children. And we are removing all the root causes at the initial, in the early years of their childhood, so that they are having a good life throughout their life. So that's what the objective is with the help of the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. And that is why we are supporting the people. Like you guys are having the eligibility criteria, right? That you can appear in the examination. Let's take an example that you can appear in the examination if you are over 21 and till 30 years. Similarly, there is a eligibility criteria for the children to be the part of the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. And what is that particular age? Till 18 years. Clear, my dear friends? So that's how we have to cover. So good morning, Purushottam, and all of the Jayant and all of the people who have just joined us for the today's session, guys. We are discussing a very, very important topic, that is Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. So that is the reason that we are conducting this. So Government of India came up with this initiative of Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram to ensure that students are living really a good life. What is the aim? To strengthen the child health services in the country, to ensure accessible, equitable and quality healthcare services for every child, with a focus on early intervention, continuity of the care and long-term health outcomes. So my dear friends, see, we are talking about the accessible, equitable healthcare. That means accessible means even the person who is living in the urban areas, or even the person who is living in the rural areas, the last mile person, the last mile child as well, we have to ensure that we are making the healthcare facilities accessible to that person also. Now coming to the equitable, we are not going to discriminate among the people on the basis of caste, gender, right, or the income levels. No, we are going to provide equal care to all the people, all the children, and quality healthcare services for every child, with the focus on early intervention. What is the early intervention? As I told you, you will be giving the test early, right? Not after the examination. The continuity of the care. That means, my dear friends, that it's not like you just came, like in the Anganwadi center, you were being tested, right? And you were being tested and they have identified that okay, you have this issue. That's it. Now you go back to home. Now it's your own headache that how you can prevent it and how you can cure it. No, it's nothing like that. We will be providing the services also. We will be providing the follow-ups also. Okay, you are facing this issue, don't worry about it. See, last month we had done this test. Have you gone through this? Have you done the follow-up test? Have you done the follow-up things? Have you taken the follow-up action? So all these things, like we are right now having, when you are preparing for the examination, you are identifying your issues and we are asking you repeatedly, okay, what are the issues that you are facing? You are facing problem in the statement based question, you are facing problem in retaining the information, you are facing problem in the understanding of the articles. So what are the things, so that you can work on these areas and perform better in the examination. That is why we are making the children perform better in the examination of life. Clear to everyone? So it marks a major advancement in the India's flagship child health screening program, expanding its scope to address emerging child health priorities. So my dear friends, let me tell you that till now what was happening is we were having a 4D approach, right? ठीक है, we were having a 4D approach basically, which was limited to the things which are traditional in nature, which are visible, quite visible. For example, a person is there who is the victim of malnutrition, right? Or there is a defect from the birth. For example, there is a person who is having a defect in his heart, तो उसके हार्ट में कोई डिफेक्ट है by birth. Like it is like something that when you are purchasing a new phone and you are having some defect in that phone, right? So just try to see it like this. I am just giving you this example to make you better understand it. Okay, so the updated framework reinforces and broadens the established 4Ds approach. So पहले 4D approach क्या थी? Defects at the birth, diseases, deficiencies, developmental delays. Defect at the birth, I already told you, right? A person can be like deaf, blind, right, and have some another abnormalities. Then the diseases, my dear friends, then in the later age the person can have some different diseases. Then deficiency, if you are not giving proper sunlight to the plant, it will not grow properly. Similarly, if the child is not having the exposure to all the nutrients which are really important for their life, the person will not grow properly. Then developmental delays. What are the developmental delays? Let's take an example that normally, my dear friends, when it comes to the girls, right, when it comes to the girls, so in a span of 1 to 1.5 years they start walking properly in their initial early ages of their life, right? When it comes to boys, they basically start walking little bit after that time, like in the 2 years, right? But let me tell you, my dear friends, the person is having a kind of deficiency, so the person will not be able to walk. The development that would have taken place right now till now will not be taking place, right? For example, the person would have started talking, but now the person is not talking properly. So basically all these things we will be focusing on across this 4D approach: defect at birth, diseases, deficiency, and developmental delay. Clear? Clear to everyone? The 4D approach is clear. It incorporates the new age health challenges, including non-communicable diseases, mental health conditions, and the behavioral concerns. See guys, with the time what has happened, the types of diseases have got changed. Right now you can see the person even in the 5th class is having a mental stress. Okay, how exactly I will be performing in the next weekly test, right? Even the person at the 10 years of age going for the cricket academy, he is having the problem whether I will become the part of the Indian team or not, right? So basically right now what is happening, we are having new age health challenges. The things are not quite similar like before. Okay, so basically what is happening is we have to focus on all these areas, right? These days the children are having the diabetes, the children are having the different diseases, right? In the early ages they are having not proper mental health condition, they are going through the depression, right? There are some behavioral concerns, some people are having the short temper. So we have to focus on all these areas, we cannot avoid them. Clear? It introduces a comprehensive preventive, promotive, and curative continuum of care. So we have to prevent it, we have to be promotive, that okay, these are the steps the government has taken, you can basically use the steps in order to focus on yourself. And then the curative continuum of care, it's not like we will be just doing the early detection and then we will leave the student. No, we are going to ensure that yes, the student is getting proper child health care. Strengthening the program's existing life cycle based approach covering children birth to 18 years. See guys, 0 to 18 years, like you are having the eligibility criteria for appearing in the RBI Grade B officer exam. Similarly, the child want to be the part of the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram 2.0. For that, the timeline, the age eligibility is 0 to 18 years with increased focus on the digitalization. This shift reflects the India's evolving child health needs and not survival but holistic growth and development. See guys, earlier the things were only about the survival, that okay, this person is having this defect, this person is having this disease, okay, let's try to treat it. But right now it's not about just survival mode, my dear friends, it is about the better growth and development. Growth and development are the major pillars right now on which we are focusing. Clear? It expands the screening scope, covering a wide range of conditions including the developmental disorders, mental health issues, risk factors for the non-communicable diseases. Like I told you, like diabetes is there, hypertension is there. So these are non-communicable diseases, but now we will be focusing on them as well. We will be having a screening services. Now how exactly this will be taken? I told you that we will be having an accessible child health care, right? How this will be made possible by mobile health teams at the Anganwadi centers, schools, community platforms, ensuring universal health outreach and the early identification, right? So we will be going to the mobile health teams will be moving towards the Anganwadi centers, to the school. They will be coming to your school, to the community platforms. They can just try to test you, and then you can definitely see that, okay, that's how your current status is, and these are the things that you have to do, and you can take these things from this particular part of the country. So basically we are providing them the complete solution. Clear? It emphasizes strengthened referral linkages and continuity of care with the clearly defined pathways for community level screening to facility based diagnosis and treatment. So we are not just doing the screening, my dear friends, we are also providing the diagnosis services, and we are also providing the treatment services to the children. Clear? And it introduces digital health cards, real-time data systems, and the integrated platforms for tracking, monitoring, and service delivery. So my dear friends, see, digital health card is very important. For example, right now you are having the portal of team chapters, right? You just log into that portal, you can see your reports, right? Okay, how many quizzes I have given, what is my score across all these areas, what are my weaknesses, what are my strengths, you are able to understand. Similarly, we are having the digital health card for these children. So this health card of the child will basically carry out all the details, like what disease the person is having, at what stage the person is having, what are the actions which have been taken, right? So all this data will be recorded in that particular health card. These digital innovations are expected to enhance program efficiency, accountability, and evidence-based decision making. I hope this is clear to everyone. So my dear friend, that's all from this particular article. I know it was quite longer one, but yes, it is very important from exam point of view. So first of all, the question can be, which organization has come up, has released this Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram? So who will be working for that? See my dear friends, we are focusing on the health of the children. For the health, what is the name of that ministry which works? That is the Minister of Health and Family Welfare. That's all. That's all. And it has launched the national summit. During the national summit on good practices, they have come up with the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. My dear friends, you can see that I have marked star here in this news article. That means this article is very, very important. So wherever I mark the star here, that means that article you cannot even leave, right? You cannot afford to leave it from examination point of view. Clear to everyone? Now what are the 4Ds approach that they have discussed? The 4Ds approach stands for defect at birth, deficiency, disease, and developmental delay. Please remember this, it is very, very important. What is the eligibility criteria? It is 0 to 18 years of age. Clear to everyone? Everybody please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you are able to understand this article in a holistical manner. See my dear friends, for me not just the coverage is important, the importance is also lies regarding the retention and the understanding of the articles, because that is something which is going to help you in the examination, right? If I'm just covering and just reading the article is not going to help you out at all. Okay, so giving me, I can see here that most of the people have given me the right answer to all the questions that we have discussed in this particular article. Absolutely right. Material share, ABC, Kashish, you have given me the right answer to the questions. Now let's move ahead to the next news article. The guidance document on diabetes mellitus in children. The guidance document on diabetes mellitus in children. So my dear friends, let's try to understand this article with the help of an example. See guys, you are right now living in your home, right? You are living in your home, and we say that Jal hi Jeevan hai, right? Additional to the Jeevan. So let me tell you that the Jal, that is the water is useful in so many household activities, right? From starting early in the morning to the night, right? From preparing foods, for household chores, and for so many things, right? So basically my dear friends, let's take an example that in your home there must be a good pipeline of the water, right? Let's take an example that if there is a leakage, in one part of the pipeline, what will happen? The water flow of the complete house will get disturbed. There will be a loss of water, and what will happen? You won't be able to use that water efficiently, and you will be facing the problems, right? So basically you have to refill your water tank again and again and again, and it will keep on leaking. right? So what we have to do is, before this particular problem becomes too large, we have to repair that leakage. We have to repair the leakage. We have to ensure that yes, there is no leakage, and we are resolving this issue as early as possible, right? So that will be the priority of you. So why not this kind of priority is there when our child is having any kind of problem, right? Any kind of health issue. So to detect that issue, to ensure that yes, we are repairing that issue properly, to ensure a good life of the child, that's where this particular article lies. Now let's move on to the article. The article says that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has released the guidance document on diabetes mellitus in children at the National Summit on the Best Practices Public Healthcare Service Delivery. The framework aims to ensure universal screening of all the children from birth to 18 years and to ensure uninterrupted care from the detection to the long-term follow-up. My dear friends, here you can see that what we are trying to screen. We are trying to screen the diabetes in the children. What is the eligibility criteria? Like you are having the criteria for the RBI Grade B officer exam. Similarly, the children are having the criteria of being the part of this program, that is 0 to 18 years. That is 0 to 18 years, right? That is basically the criteria. Clear? So we will be ensuring the uninterrupted care from detection to the long-term follow-up. And this particular initiative promotes the 4T awareness framework. See, in the previous article we were having 4D approach, now we are having 4T. What is the 4T? That is toilet, thirsty, tired and thinner, for early recognition of type 1 diabetes symptoms among the children. So basically the government says that if the child is basically facing any one of them, we cannot ignore it. We have to ensure that we are reporting it. We are getting the child screened, and we are taking the regular steps to ensure that child is basically, we are removing that probability of the diabetes from the child with the proper monitoring, tracking and taking all the regular steps. Now what exactly this 4T approach is all about? Toilet. Basically this ensures that if a child is there and he basically goes to the toilet again and again, that means there is something not good with the child, right? We have to if this is the part in the school or in the home and the parents are basically observing this behavior of the child, then they have to ensure that yes, we have to ensure that yes, we are taking the child to the doctor to get him screened for the type 1 diabetes symptoms. Clear? If the child is getting thirsty, like just before, let's take an example, just 10 minutes before, the child has basically had a glass of water and again he is feeling thirsty, right? And it's not that hot day. That means there is something bad with the body, right? It really requires to be screened. Then tiredness. If the child even having a full tummy with a good food and healthy food, and still the child is getting tired again and again, and if there is a frequent loss of weight in the child, then definitely this shows that something not as good. We have to get the child screened for early recognition of type 1 diabetes symptoms. Clear to everyone? That is what the 4T approach. Toilet, thirsty, tiredness and thinner. I have told you the relevance of all these areas, that what importance they basically carries in our daily life. Clear? The document establishes a structured and standardized national framework for screening, diagnosis, treatment and long-term management of the childhood diabetes. So it's not just about the screening, my dear friends. We are going to diagnose, we are going to treat, and there is a long-term management of the childhood diabetes. So we are tracking, monitoring everything, right? Till the time the child is basically coming to the age of 18 years. The initiative integrates childhood diabetes into the public health system. Early identification of suspected cases will be carried out through community and school-based platforms. The framework provides comprehensive free of cost care package. My dear friends, like we saw at chapters, like we told you at chapters, everybody has a right to education, right? So we are providing you free learning over the YouTube. Similarly, government says that when it comes to this particular framework, right, where we are focusing on the diabetes mellitus in the children, so we are providing free of cost care package. It's not just the screening, we will providing you diagnosis, treatment and the long term management, everything free. at the public health facilities, my dear friends. The package includes screening, diagnostic services, lifelong insulin therapy, glucometers, test strips, and regular follow-up care, because there are so many parents who cannot afford regularly all these things. Like glucometers cannot be afforded regularly. Test strips are required to keep the check of the diabetes level again and again, right? Regular follow-up care is required, so people cannot afford that, who are not having that much income. So for them, this free of cost care package is really very important for these people. Are you guys able to understand it? The next article is also done. The diabetes mellitus in the children, which ministry has come? Again, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has released this guidance document. What is the criteria, guys? I want all of you, not just to see me here, not just to listen me, you are also, your fingertip should be on the keyboard, so that whenever I am asking you the question, you are giving me the answer in the chat box, right? So please tell me quickly, what is the name of the ministry which has come up with this initiative? The name of the ministry is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. What is the disease on which we are focusing on? Diabetes mellitus. What exactly is the criteria? Eligibility criteria, the age should be 0 to 18 years. And please tell me, what is the 40 framework? Please quickly tell me what exactly 40 stands for. So please tell me what exactly 40 stands for. It stands for toilet, thirsty, tired and thinner. Absolutely right. Everybody has given me the right answer, I can see in the chat box. So ABC, Kashish, Material Share, Madhur, Pratyush, Madhur, everybody has given the right answer. Well done, my dear friends. Well done. Let's move on to the next news article. Now, my dear friends, we are focusing on the third article, that is IICT's National AI Skilling Framework for the creative sector. Now, my dear friends, you know that since the digitalization age, and when we have got the accessibility to the camera, mobile phones, so what exactly you have seen? Like right now, at times you can see that you are spending a lot of hours in just watching the shorts, right? People are making shorts, people are making reels, and there are people who are making the educational content, right? So basically different content is being created by the people, for example on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, right? And earlier there was TikTok as well, right? So there are different platforms, right, my dear friends? So basically that means this becomes the part of the creative sector, right, where we are focusing on the content. So let's take an example that there was earlier a video editor, right? The video editor has to basically edit all these things, like their videos, frame by frame, angle by angle, what is the lightening at the different part of the video, right? What is the length of the video, how to shorten it. Some things are quite very fast, we have to basically add a teaser to that video. So there are so many things are there, right? And then came the AI, then people were having a fear like, okay, this AI can replace us, this AI can basically eat up our jobs. But what we want to do as a government, that see, the AI is coming, right? AI has come, but it is not going to replace you, my dear friend. It is going to be your assistant. Make AI your assistant, right? Not the replacement of your job. Clear? So that AI can help you out if you want to edit the video, right? Earlier you were spending up so many hours in making all those particular things, right? But now what you can do, you can just tell the AI that, okay, I want to make a cut during this area, this is a timeline, just do it, and the AI will be doing it on your behalf, right? For example, my dear friends, like I have to take the daily 8 a.m. session, right? I have to take the daily 8 a.m. session, right? And I have to ensure that the thumbnail of the video is basically created, right? So basically what we do, as we are right now a very small in the team, what we do, we take the help of the chat GPT, right? We can take the help of the chat GPT. We can say them that, okay, this is Devanshu sir, and he is going to take an image. Sorry, he is going to take a daily live 8 a.m. session, and today date is 3rd and 4th of May. So the AI will be creating that thumbnail for us, and I will be using that for the YouTube session. Clear? So it is saving my time. But before, my dear friends, I am getting this done with the help of the chat GPT. Before I am getting this done with the help of the Gemini, I need to ensure that I know how to operate chat GPT. I need to ensure that I know how to work on the Gemini, how I can make it my assistant so that it can help me in increasing my productivity and efficiency. Clear, my dear friends? The same thing is with the creative sector. that we want to ensure that people are using the artificial intelligence as their assistant to improve their productivity and efficiency. Now, how exactly we are doing this? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, launched a national AI skilling initiative for the creative sector. For the creative sector, we have come up with this national AI skilling initiative, right? And what are the two institutions? Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and we are focusing on which sector? Creative sector. For them, we are having Indian Institute of Creative Technologies. Like for the technology, we are having IIT. For the management, we are having IIM. Similarly, for creative technology, we are having Indian Institute of Creative Technology, right? Which has collaborated with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting for this creative sector. Now, what is the aim? To build skilled talent pool for India's media and digital sectors by combining the technical and creative skills. So we are combining the technical and creative skills. Like earlier, what was happening is, like I was taking the session of yours, right? I am having those creative skills, but when it comes to those technicalities of creating a thumbnail, now I have used the artificial intelligence to create that thumbnail. So now we have collaborated these two skills with each other, right? The program is being developed in partnership with the Google and the YouTube. So Google and YouTube have come together for this particular initiative. It targets participants from media, entertainment, animation, gaming, and digital storytelling sectors. So what are the sectors, guys? You can see here: media sector, entertainment sector, the people who are into the blogging, the people who are basically into the creation of the videos, right? On the YouTube, they basically come up with the different contents. Then animation, then the gaming. There are so many people who are doing live streaming of their PUBG, right? PUBG match, then digital storytelling sector. So all these areas we are focusing on. The initiative will provide 15,000 AI skill scholarships. My dear friends, how many people will get 15,000 for emerging talent? The program follows a two-phase approach. My dear friend, two-phase structure is there. One is the phase 1, that is foundation. The other one is phase 2, that is the specialization. In the foundation, which is an online course, we will be providing you the different skills, that okay, how you can use the different things. And then in the specialization, we are making you advanced learning. We are providing you advanced learning for that. Able to understand? Now, IICT is designated implementation partner responsible for curriculum development, candidate outreach, and the program execution. The curriculum integrates advanced AI tools, creative workflows, and platform level best practices to provide industry relevant skills. The initiative aligns with the government's vision of strengthening India's creative economy and integrating AI into the mainstream content. So my dear friends, you can see that how exactly we are focusing on the creative economy, as it can also contribute a lot to the India's economy. And that is why we have come up with the initiative. Clear to everyone? So the initiative will be supported through the AI Skill House, guys. AI Skill House. So basically we take the learning, right? For example, Chapters YouTube channel is a learning house for all of you to get all the daily current affairs sessions, for all the daily current affairs, right? Similarly, the AI Skill House platform is a platform which is going to provide learning opportunities in terms of artificial intelligence. It will provide learning tracks on the generative AI applications, workflow automation, decision making tools. Clear to everyone? Are you guys able to understand it? So basically now again I will be asking you the question. Please ensure that you are up to the mark in giving me all the answers. Please tell me the name of the organizations which has come up for this particular initiative. It is Ministry of Information Broadcasting, which has collaborated with the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which has launched a national AI skilling initiative. Clear? What are the name of other two organizations which have come together? That is Google and YouTube. How many scholarships will be provided? 15,000 AI skills scholarships will be provided. What are the, how many phases are there for this learning? 2 phases. Foundation and the specialization, right? Which organization is the implementation partner? It is the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which is the implementation partner. And which organization will be providing this, the learning services? That is the AI Skill House. AI Skill House will be providing learning tracks on generative AI applications. So with this, we are done and dusted with this, all the important information related to this article. My dear friends, see, it's very, very important for you to answer me the questions in the chat box. Why? Because if you are just listening to me and you are coming here just to listen to me, right? And just to see me, then definitely I will request you, please save your time, right? You can just close this YouTube session just right now only. right? Because I want all of you to ensure that when you are coming to this session, you are not just understanding the things, you are retaining the things, right? You are revising the things in the session itself, and that's where your response in the chat box is really the most important thing that I want all of you to do. Clear? So that is something that we have to ensure. Clear, my dear friends? I hope that objective to everybody of you is clear, that what is the objective of these sessions. Okay, now let's move on to the next news article. Now we are focusing on the RBI notifications, my dear friends. RBI notification, a very, very important part. All of you are preparing for the RBI examination, right? So RBI notifications are very important. Now there might be some students who are preparing for NABARD also. They must be like, sir, whether we have to do this or not, whether we can skip it. Answer is yes. See guys, the RBI notifications are not that important for the NABARD examination. But still I will tell you that, see, I don't think that there is something bad in, still attending and understanding these articles. Why so? Because it will enhance your knowledge, right? It will widen your knowledge base. Again, any day it is really, really very good for you. Clear? Rest is your your call. If you are only coming here to prepare for an examination, definitely you can skip this part. Okay? Then moving ahead, my dear friends, again let me tell you that still there are some articles which are little bit important for the NABARD examination, right? So you can at least cover them in a surface level. Clear to everyone? Now let's move on to the first RBI notification of the day. RBI reiterates caution against the unauthorized and misleading campaigns promising loan waivers. My dear friends, I am getting a very beautiful example to make you understand this. Let's take an example that you have taken a loan of rupees, 50,000 from your friend. You have taken rupees 50,000 from your friend, and then see, you are A, your friend is B, right? And now a person C is coming that, hello A, you have taken 50,000 from B, do not worry, I am giving you a certificate. I am giving you a certificate which shows that your loan has been cancelled and your loan has been waived. You are not required to pay back that loan. And you know what you have to do? You have to give me rupees 5,000 rupees. And in those 5,000 rupees, I will be giving you that certificate. So you are no more required to pay back the loan amount to the friend B, right? So guys, what will happen? You will be really happy. Oh my God, man mein laddu futa, hai na? Ki 50,000 I have taken and now I am paying back only rupees 5,000 and everything is sorted. But my dear friend, let me tell you that this is happening right now. What was happening is there were some, people who were making these rumors that there are some organizations which are, providing loan waivers, right? So basically using that channel, you are no more required to pay back the loan that you have taken from the bank. So this was basically impacting the, payback discipline of the people. Like there must be some people who are paying back the loan, then they will be like, okay, why exactly then I am paying back the loan, right? Then there will be people who will not be having so much trust in the banks. They will be converted into the NPAs because basically that person is thinking that, okay, this is basically legal, that okay, my loan has been waived off by the bank as I have received this particular certificate, right, from this XYZ organization, right? But this is not the reality. This is not the reality because this has not been done by the bank, right? There are some unscrupulous elements in the society which are creating these rumors. और इन्हीं से हमें दूर रहना चाहिए, right? We should stay away from such kind of people. So my dear friend, that's what we are trying to discuss here. In the RBI notification, RBI reiterates caution against unauthorized and misleading campaigns, my dear friend. Misleading campaigns which are promising the legal waivers. Let us try to understand the loan waivers. So RBI reiterated its caution to the public regarding false and misleading campaigns promising loan waivers. RBI observed continued circulation of the such campaigns through media channels and direct public outreach by certain individuals and the entities. So there are some people who are directly reaching the people that, okay, see, there are some channels which are basically providing this information that yes, the banks are providing the waivers for the loans, right? So we have to be aware of such companies who are just outreaching through the media channels and direct public outreach by certain individuals and the entities. According to the RBI, these campaigns interfere with the orderly functioning of the country's credit system because this will discourage the people to pay back the loan. This will basically create a kind of confusion among the people whether this is right or wrong, right? So this includes false promises of the waiver of outstanding dues to to the banks and the NBFC. So basically banks or NBFC से जिसने पैसा लिया, so basically they have to pay it back, right? But the people are not doing this. So people won't be doing this because they have got that XYZ certificate from that, fake organization. So basically we have to be aware of such things. Such entities also issue debt waiver certificates, my dear friends. See, going to the Promax level, they are now issuing the debt waiver certificates as well. Right? For example, you see in the Chinese market, you can see even the replica of the iPhone. Everything is there. Even the registration number is there. That secret code is there, which even Apple places it on its products. Right? So you're not even able to understand that. Okay, whether it is basically the original product or it is a copy or whatever it is. Right? So basically the things are going in such a manner. So we have to be very, very vigilant about that. Right? Moving ahead, RBI stated that claims made by such individuals are false and misleading and liable for the legal action. So that is why the attention of the public has been brought forward with the help of this notification by the Reserve Bank of India. Clear to all? Clear to everyone, my dear friends? I hope this is clear. So RBI has reiterated its caution to the public regarding false and misleading campaigns from which organizations, basically promising loan waivers, the loans from which organizations, banks and the NBFCs. That's what you need to remember. Clear? Let's move on to the next news article. So RBI has reviewed the services under the Citizens Charter in the April 2026. So my dear friends, let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Like you go to the restaurant, right? You go to the restaurant. You see that, okay, you see the menu and see that, okay, these are the 120 articles which are listed on the menu, which I can order, right? I'm going to the restaurant. I'm really hungry after taking this daily 8 a.m. class. And I will see first the menu that, okay, what is there available which I can order. Clear? So that thing you can do, right? Which basically gives me the idea that, okay, what exactly is there, okay, what I can order. And it also gives me the clarity. The menu also shows me that, okay, if you are basically ordering aloo paratha, it will be taking 15 to 20 minutes, right, to be served. So it is giving me proper clarity and transparency that how much time. And they have also added the picture of that aloo paratha on the menu card itself. That means what will be the kind of the product that I will be getting, right? Similarly, my dear friends, let me tell you, just like this menu and just like all these details, RBI has a citizen charter. RBI has a citizen charter which provides the citizens the information about the different services that RBI is providing, right? In how many days it will be going to provide this, right? What exactly will be provided, how it will be provided, what not provided, what you can expect. So everything will be clear from the Citizens Charter. So now from the Citizens Charter for April 2026, my dear friends, Reserve Bank of India has basically analyzed the performance under the Citizens Charter and it has come up with this initiative, right? So RBI regularly reviews these services covered under the Citizens Charter, and following this latest review, RBI decided that one new services has been included under the Citizen Charter, and RBI has removed the requirement for approval for 3 services related to the urban cooperative banks and the non-banking financial companies. Just try to see it like this, that this restaurant has basically added a new article on its menu that, okay, we are providing you golgappas also, right? So my dear friends, so that's how RBI has added one new service on the Citizens Charter, and it has removed the requirement for the approval. See, there were 3 services for which NBFCs and UCBs were required to take approval from the RBI, but now RBI has removed that approval. Okay, now you don't need that approval from my end. So that's what RBI has done. So total number of services which are covered under the Citizens Charter now stands at 198. So just try to see, guys, that how many food items are being listed on the menu card. That is 198 on the RBI's Citizen Charter. Are you guys able to understand it? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if yes. Guys, are you liking the way we are conducting the session? See, your feedback and your response is really, really very important for us to ensure that yes, you are learning. See, this learning is for you only, right? If you are not getting the benefit of that, then there is no point in giving this. Okay, so basically if you are not able to understand what I am trying to make you understand, then basically you can tell me that, and I will be working on that area, that okay, this is this area on which I need to work on, right? Similarly, I to tell you everything that, see, when you are attempting the quizzes, this is that area. Your quiz performance will provide you that, okay, this is the area on which you need to work on. So my analysis will only be provided by you only, right? Whether you are understanding the things or not. So how many articles are there on the RBI's Citizen Charter? How many services it is providing? It is 198. 198 is the right answer. Absolutely right. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone? Let's move on to the next news article, my dear friends. So now guys, recently Run for Sun Marathon was being conducted. On which date? The International Sunday 2026. So my dear friends, International Sunday 2026 was being observed, and on that day Run for Sun Marathon was being organized. It was organized, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy organized the Run for Sun Marathon on the 3rd May 2026 on the occasion of International Sunday. So my dear friends, on the occasion of International Sunday, on which date we celebrate? It is celebrated every year on 3rd May. On 3rd May we celebrate International Sunday. On that we have launched Run for Sun. Clear? Run for Sun Marathon was being held in New Delhi, and it highlighted India's solar energy progress. My dear friends, you all know that recently in the past few years, Government of India has launched so many schemes related to the solar, right? Even they are providing solar panels at a subsidized rates, right? We want that yes, people are having enough amount of solar energy, because right now in India we can see that we are having enough ability that we can make the most out of the solar energy. Heat waves are going on, the sunlight is coming, so these are really the most appropriate conditions. So basically, why not make the most out of it? Why not let's create energy from that, right? So Indian government has launched so many schemes, and now we are having some good solar energy progress. So we have on this date, to commemorate, to highlight the India solar energy progress, we have launched the Run for Sun Marathon. Clear everyone? So now what was the key data which has been celebrated? So we have achieved the 1.5 lakh megawatt of installed solar energy capacity in India. What is that amount? 1.5 lakh megawatt of solar energy capacity in India which is installed. This is the milestone that India has achieved. Clear? Now what is the key data, my dear friends? See, one of the very important initiative, please note it down, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. My dear friends, PM Surya Ghar. Surya Ghar means the ghar which is using the solar energy, right? And it is dependent on that only. So Muft Bijli Yojana. So that Bijli is basically Muft. You just need to get install the solar panels on your rooftop, and that's it. So basically we have seen that 30 lakh rooftop solar installations have been completed as a part of this scheme. Record 2.7 lakh rooftop solar installations were completed in April 2026. See guys, in April 2.7 lakh rooftop solar installations were completed. 30 lakh rooftop solar installations have been completed, right? Total, the highest single month achievement under the program, that is 2.7 lakh rooftop solar installations. Rooftop solar installations have benefited more than 45 lakh households across the country. India's cumulative solar capacity reached 150 gigawatt as of 31st March 2026 as compared to 2.82 gigawatt in 2014. My dear friends, see what is the kind of impact this scheme has created. 2014 the number was only 2.82 gigawatt. Now it has reached 150 gigawatt. The last 50 gigawatt were added just in the last 15 months only, my dear friends. The fastest such addition in the India's history. 50% of India's installed electricity capacity now comes from non-fossil fuel sources. See, a very, very important part, guys, as a target of the 2030. So we are ahead of the schedule. See, 50% of the India's electricity, installed electricity capacity are coming from what? It is coming from non-fossil fuel sources. A very, very important point. India is currently ranked 3rd globally in the installed renewable energy capacity. My dear friends, please try to understand this, a very, very important part from examination point of view. Clear? So clear to everyone. International Sunday on which date? 3rd of May. And what exactly is the marathon name? Run for Sun. What exactly is the scheme under which we have seen 30 lakh rooftop solar installation? It is PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. And what is the progress that we are commemorating with the Run for Sun marathon? That is basically what it is. 1.5 lakh megawatt of solar installed electricity generation in our country. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone? So that's all from this particular article. Let's move on to the next article. So my dear friends, the Pan India Fire Safety Week has been celebrated from 4th to 10th of May 2026. So Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has collaborated with the states and UTs, and relevant central ministries departments will observe the first Fire Safety Week. My dear friends, Fire Safety Week has been observed from 4th of May to the 10th of May 2026. Please remember the date, guys, 4th to 10th May. Okay? So my dear friend, just try to see that when there is some place which catches the fire, which place is the fire, right? So it may take 4 to 10 days. It may take 4 to 10 days in order to get exhausted, right? For the fire extinguishing, it takes around 4 to 10 days. So that is the duration of the this particular week as well, 4 to 10th of May, right? So when there is a fire, it may take 4 to 10. May months, May is a month, and 4 to 10 days, right? 4 to 10 is the duration of that fire safety week. Clear to everyone? What is the theme? The theme is safe schools, safe hospitals, and fire safety aware society together for fire prevention. So basically this is the theme. We are focusing on the safe schools, safe hospitals, fire safety aware society, that yes, in our society everybody is basically aware about the fire safety together for fire prevention. It aims to raise awareness about the prevention and mitigation of the fire hazards in healthcare facilities across the country. The nationwide observance was inaugurated with a pledge. So guys, when we have basically come up, when we are celebrating this particular day, we have come up with a pledge. What is the pledge theme? See guys, this is different with the actual theme of the week, right? It is fire safety in health facilities. Okay. So my dear friends, fire safety in health facilities is the right answer. The Minister of Health and Family Welfare has also unveiled national guidelines on fire and life safety in healthcare facilities. It strengthens comprehensive safety frameworks across the healthcare institutions. So guys, it is very, very important that in healthcare institutions, we must have some good, fire safety installments. Why so? Because see, there are patients living there. They cannot move out on their own, right? If there is such kind of, situation of the fire in a kind of hospital or the healthcare institution, that's why we have to ensure that there we are properly installing all the fire safety equipments. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now my dear friends, I am having a question for all of you. That is a homework question. ये homework question आप सभी के लिए. What is the homework question? The homework question is you have to tell me about the National Fire Service Week, on which what is the duration of the National Fire Service Week. You will be telling me that in the chat box after the end of the session. Clear? Clear? That is the homework question for all of you. Now moving ahead to the next part, India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise SINBEX 2 2026 was held. So my dear friends, Indian Army contingent departed for the second edition of the India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise, that is SINBEX. So SINBEX exercise के लिए India is basically, collaborating with Cambodia. You can see guys, CIN. So Cambodia and India. This is an exercise between Cambodia and India, right? And it is hosted by Cambodia this year only. Clear? That's all we have to remember from examination point of view. Moving to the next news article. North Tech Symposium to be held in Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. So my dear friends, recently North Tech Symposium, it is a kind of conference. It was inaugurated in Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. And the theme of it was Raksha Triveni Sangam, where technology, industry and soldiering converge. Raksha Triveni Raksha Triveni Sangam, where technology, industry and soldiering converge. Right? So ये Triveni, ये three pillars कौन से हैं? Technology, industry and soldiering. Right? So all these three pillars are coming together in this particular part. The event is jointly organized by the North Command and the Central Command of the Indian Army, along with the Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers. Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers is also working here. Clear to everyone? That's all from this news article. It is, my dear friend, let me again tell you, it is less important. It is less important from examination point of view. Clear? Moving to the next news article, it is a very, very important one, guys. It is a very important one. I have already marked star here. That is, Galaxy Eye launched Mission Drishti. My dear friend, Mission Drishti. Let's take an example. You are living in a society. You are living in a society. So in your society, you are having a, my dear friend, security guard. In your society, there is a security guard. Right, my dear friends? So that security guard, what exactly you see? He basically monitors, observes whatever the things are happening, right? Whoever is coming in and out of the society, right? And he's also looking at the buildings, whether they are safe or not. Let's take an example that he's just looking at the buildings, right? And he's just seeing that, okay, whether everything is going good or not. So basically in the daytime, my dear friend, in the daytime, the person is having the proper eyesight, right? In the daytime, he's able to see the complete picture of the building, that yes, everything is good. But in the night time, he is struggling to watch. If there is only proper light facilities, then only the person will be able to monitor the details of the buildings, right? Of which the person is safeguarding, right? In the night time. But let us take an example that the person is provided with the night vision glasses. If the person is having the night vision glasses, then again, my dear friends, the person will be able to look after the buildings, but again it will not be a natural view for the person. It won't be a natural view for the person. So now let's take an example of the another security guard, other security guard. The person is having the normal eyesight, right? Now we have provided him the ability to see even in the night. We have provided the ability to the person that he can even see in the night, rain, in the thunderstorms, and every situation, the person will be able to see the buildings properly, right? So basically we are having the normal eyesight as well as the night vision eyesight also with that particular security guard. So you will always prefer the second security guard? Tell me yes or no. You will be preferring first security guard or the second security guard? Second security guard only, right? So that's what we have created as a part of the Drishti. See guys, Galaxy Eye launched Mission Drishti. In the Mission Drishti, you know what was happening is that, see guys, we are having the two different types of technologies, right? We are having the, one is the synthetic aperture radar. One is the synthetic aperture radar, right? So we will be focusing on that. I will be telling you in the upcoming timeline, right? Let's move on to the article. Bengaluru-based space startup Galaxy Eye has launched the Mission Drishti on 3rd May 2026 aboarding a Falcon 9 rocket of SpaceX from Vandenberg, California. California से इसको launch किया गया. The aim is very simple, to address challenges in combining data from the separate optical and SAR satellites, observing different locations at the different times and angles. So my dear friends, you can see what is the optical one. Guys, what is the optical one? The optical is your normal eyesight. The optical is your normal eyesight. That in the optical imaging, you are basically getting the view of everything properly, right? But in the SAR satellite, what is happening? That we are providing that night vision view, night vision capability also to the person. We are providing night vision capability also to the person as a part of the SAR satellite. And right now what was happening is, guys, that optical and SAR were working at the different time zones. Like optical was only working in the daytime and SAR was working in the night time. But now what we have done is we have converged both of them. That, see guys, what can happen that in the cloudy days when there is a lot of rain coming, during that time again that optical imaging will not be working properly. So we need that SAR, right? We need that SAR. Similarly, you know what happens is that the satellite that we are having, right, orbiting the earth, so basically they provide us the data, right, about the particular locations. Earlier what was happening is that the optical imaging was giving the data of the particular location and the SAR was giving a data of the different location. Now what we have tried to do is, see, it was really not possible for us. It was really very difficult to combine both the data. But now what we have done, this is the location, we have two satellites, we have two areas, that is the optical as well as the SAR imaging. So we are having two views at a single point of time. This is going to provide us a big data, a good data, because why? The SAR will help in order to see the location during the rainy days, during the thunderstorms, right? We will be getting the proper images of the location. So that's where it is worked, right? So what is the name of the organization? Galaxy Eye. Mission Drishti is described as the world's first optostar satellite. My dear friends, optostar, optical plus SAR makes optostar. Clear to everyone? The satellite weighs 190 kilograms and it is India's largest privately developed Earth observation satellite. India की largest privately developed Earth observation satellite है. And Drishti combines optical imaging and synthetic aperture radar imaging on the same satellite for simultaneous observation of the same location. The optical imaging provides clear and intuitive images, while SAR imaging enables all the weather and continuous imaging, including during cloudy conditions and the night time. So during all the time we will be getting the proper vision. Mission Drishti is launched as one of the 45 payloads on the CAS 5002 mission from Vandenberg, California. Clear to everyone? So what is the name of the mission? Mission Drishti. Which organization has launched? Galaxy Eye. From where? Vandenberg, California. It was boarding which rocket? Falcon 9 rocket. Of which organization? SpaceX. Right? It is converging which two technologies? Optical and SAR imaging. And what is the technology that we are using, world's first optosar satellite. Clear to everyone? Absolutely right. Now let's move ahead to the next part. So BRO's project Deepak celebrated its 66th raising day. My dear friends, Deepak is a project launched by the Border Road Organization. You know Border Road Organization, my dear friends, are BRO. So basically, BRO is responsible for creation of the roads in the border areas of the country, right? And also, a very important part, guys, the quality of roads that they have created. Seriously, hats off, because I have been to those border areas, right, while doing a riding, and I can see and I have seen that what kind of roads that they have created. All time weather roads are there. Really very good work done by BRO. Hats off to them. So my dear friends, one of the project of the BRO was Project Deepak, which they have done in the Shimla and the Himachal Pradesh, my dear friends. So basically it celebrated its 66th raising day at Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. Now when it comes to the Deepak project of the BRO, so basically its area of responsibility include the districts of Shimla, Kinnaur, Kullu and Lahore Spiti in the Himachal Pradesh. Let me tell you, my dear friend, it's not just the border areas on which it basically focuses on. In the hilly regions, in the mountain regions also BRO is working, right? So Shimla, Kinnaur, Kullu, Lahore Spiti in Himachal Pradesh, in all these areas, it has done really stupendous work under the Project Deepak. So it was raised in 1961 and Project Deepak has celebrated 66th raising day. It is one of the oldest projects of the BRO. So that's all, my dear friends. We are done with all the articles of the today's session, and again please remember the Project Deepak. It is in the Himachal Pradesh. Clear to everyone? I hope this is clear to all. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. Clear? Now let's try to quickly revise the things from the examination point of view. See guys, the very first article, I want all of you to give me the answer quickly in the chat box. Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karam 2.0 launched by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. What is the eligibility criteria? 0 to 18 years. Absolutely right. What was the approach? Approach was 4D approach. Absolutely right. You will be telling me in the chat box what exactly 4D stands for. Now the guidance document on diabetes mellitus in children, again launched by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And what is the timeline? Criteria 0 to 18 years. And what is the approach here? It is 4T. What are the 4Ts? You will be telling me in the chat box. ICT's National AI Skilling Program for the creative sector. What is the name of the ministry which was working there? Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, right? Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Additionally, we had a Indian Institute of Creative Technology. Then we had a Google and YouTube which come together. Then RBI reiterates caution against unauthorized misleading campaigns promising loan waivers. These loans were taken from banks and the NBFCs. RBI reviewed services under the Citizen Charter. How many services are there in the Citizen Charter? 198. Right, one new services was added and 3 services were removed from the approval required by the UCBs and NBFCs, right, for those services. Then Run for Sun Marathon on the International Sunday, which is celebrated on 3rd of May. Pan India Fire Safety Week 4 to 10th May, right? India-Cambodia bilateral exercise Sinbex 2, it is taking place in Cambodia only. Nortex Symposium to be held in Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, right? It were having 3 pillars. What were the 3 pillars? You will be telling me in the chat box. It was Triveni Sangam, right? Technology, industry and soldiering coverage. Then we are having Galaxy launch Mission Drishti. Mission Drishti world's first. Which satellite? It's Optostar. It is converging the 2 different technologies, optical imaging and the SAR imaging. Right? What is the full form of SAR? Please tell me in the chat box. Then BRO's project Deepak. Deepak celebrated 66th raising day. So it is basically in which area? It is in Himachal Pradesh, Shimla, Kullu, Lahore Spiti and all these areas. And I can see in the chat box. So I can see in the chat box all the people have given me the right answer. Everyone, let's start with the today's session with the very first topic. That is, the cabinet has approved Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, ECLGS 5.0. My dear friends, let's try to understand the term first of all in order to understand the article in a comprehensive manner. First term is the emergency. What exactly the emergency is? Emergency is basically an unfortunate situation which is quite opposite to the normal situation. For example, you can see the West Asia crisis. West Asia crisis which is going on, right? So basically it is impacting so many people. For example, when it comes to the businesses, what is happening there? There is a shortage of supply of raw materials, shortage of the customers, also the people who were earlier purchasing the things, now they are basically praying for their existence levels. Additionally, my dear friends, we also see that the businesses are basically short of money to run the business. Why? Because they are not having much of the customers, they are not having much of the raw materials, right? And somewhere they are losing the business day by day because of the lack of money. Clear? So basically these are the situations which are the emergency situations. So good morning, being TCC, ABC, Madhur, Kashish, Upasna and all the people who have joined us little bit late in the session. So guys, we are basically focusing on the 5th May current affairs, right? And you can see that these are the different situations, and right now you can see in the West Asia there is an emergency crisis going on. So during the emergency time, what happens is the market suffers, businesses suffers, and at that point of time when the businesses need money and when they go to the bank to ask for the money, bank says that clearly, see, I can see the crisis is taking place, how exactly you will be repaying that money back to me, right? So that's where government says to the bank that okay, hey government, hey bank, don't worry, if this X person is not repaying the amount, then I will be paying the amount on his behalf, right? So I will be paying that amount on his behalf. So that is basically called the guarantee. That is called the guarantee. The credit line is basically the amount which will be given by bank to that particular business. In this scenario, let's take an example, my dear friends, that there is a local market in your nearby your house, right? And your friend is having a market, your friend is having a shop there, and he is facing the money crunch. So he goes to the bank, and bank says that okay, the market is already going down, last week we have seen a fire was there, so how exactly you will be able to recover this amount that you are taking from me? So in that particular scenario, you can go to the bank and say that hey bank, don't worry, if this person is not able to give the money back, then I will be paying back, right? So I am giving you the guarantee, I am giving you the assurance. So this is basically called emergency credit line guarantee scheme. During the emergency situation, when we provide the credit line and we provide guarantee for that credit line, that is called emergency credit line guarantee scheme. Understood, my dear friends? So the Union Cabinet has approved the Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme ECLGS 5.0, which aims to provide additional credit support to the eligible business owners affected by the West Asia situation. You all know that war situation is going on, right? War is going on, and basically amid that part, the businesses are losing a lot. So that is why, to support these businesses so that they can run their businesses properly, right? So we are providing them additional credit support through the banks on the assurance of the government. It helps businesses manage short-term liquidity mismatches arising from the West Asia crisis. Now guys, under the scheme, what will happen? Who will be providing this credit guarantee coverage to the member lending institutions, that is the banks? So this is the National Credit Guarantee Trustee Company. So National Credit Guarantee Trustee Company Limited will be providing the credit guarantee coverage to the member lending institutions. And my dear friends, when you told the bank that I will be paying on my friend's behalf if he is unable to pay the amount, then basically at that point of time, neither bank is required to pay any additional amount, neither your friend is required to pay any additional amount to you, that as you are providing the guarantee, so we are providing you some kind of premium. No, answer is no. There is nothing such like that, right? Only NCGTC will provide credit guarantee to the member lending institution. That's it. It provides 100% guarantee coverage for the MSMEs. Now guys, let me tell you that we have set some different rules for the different players. Like for the MSMEs, we have said that we will be providing 100% credit guarantee coverage. 100%. When it comes to the non-MSMEs, it will be 90% coverage. And the airline sector, for the non-MSMEs and airline sector, the coverage will be 90%, and for the MSMEs it will be 100%. For example, my friend borrowed 100 rupees from the bank, right? So I am providing the guarantee of only of 100 rupees if that particular person is the MSME. But if that person is a non-MSME, then I will only be providing the guarantee of 90 rupees, that okay, if this person defaults, I will be paying you 90 back, right? So this is a 90% coverage. The guarantee coverage will apply to the amount in default under the additional credit facility extended to the eligible borrower. See, this is only related to this additional credit facilities which has been extended as a part of this scheme, right? It's not like that ki if there is a previous loan which was going on, I will be paying on that behalf also. No, answer is no. Only the loan which has been given under this scheme will be eligible for this. And for this, the total additional credit flow will be 2,55,000 crores, which includes 5,000 crore for the airline sector. My dear friends, we have set aside 5,000 crore for the airline sector. See, the additional total credit flow of rupees 2,55,000 crore has been kept aside, in which 5,000 crore for the airline sector. Clear? Because you know airlines are also been impacted very badly. So there must be some airlines which were which were having providing the connectivity to those particular countries which are basically impacted, right? So right now they are on the losing end on that routes. So that is why this was really required. Now let's move ahead to the salient features of the scheme. So the eligible borrowers, MSMEs and the non-MSMEs with existing working capital limits and the scheduled passenger airlines have outstanding credit facilities as of 31st March 2026, provided their accounts are standard. They should not be NPA. Guys, when exactly a account becomes NPA? When the business stops repaying the principal and the interest as per the schedule, right? As per the schedule of the loan repayment part. So basically that time it becomes the NPA. So the scheme says the eligible borrowers are the MSMEs and the non-MSMEs with existing working capital limits and scheduled passenger airlines who are having outstanding credit facilities as of 31st March 2026. But we have to make sure that they are not standard. They are only standard, right? They are not NPA. Now what will be the guarantee coverage? 100% for MSMEs and 90% for non-MSMEs, that we have already covered. Yes, Upasna, you are right. Now what will be the guarantee fee? There will be no guarantee fee. Like the bank, neither the bank is required to pay me any amount of money as I am providing the guarantee. No, nothing like that. Now what will be the quantum of support? Additional credit up to 20% of the peak working capital utilized during quarter 4 of the fiscal year 26. Let's take an example that my friend was having the capital of rupees 100, right? So additional credit up to 20% of the peak working capital. That means in the quarter 4 last year, my friend was having the working capital of 100 rupees. So I can give 20 rupees, right? So bank can credit 20 rupees to my friend. So that is the rule that we are basically seeing. So up to 20 rupees. They can get 10 rupees, 15 rupees, 20 rupees. But the maximum limit will be 20 rupees. Okay. For airlines, up to 100% capped at rupees 1500 crore per borrower subject to satisfying certain specific conditions. If my friend was having an airline, right, and he was having the 100 rupees capital, then at that point of time, guys, the bank can give total 100 rupees. Clear? Because 100% is there for the airlines. But the maximum limit is rupees 1500 crores. So basically, let's take an example. If my friend airline was having rupees 2000 crore in the quarter 4, right, as a working capital. So basically, again, although under the scheme it is 100% which the friend should get, right, but the maximum limit is only 1500 crore. So he can get only 1500 crore. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone? So let me tell you guys that in the last year RBI Grade B officer mains exam, there was a question related to a scheme where they gave such kind of scenarios and you are required to answer that whether this person will be eligible or not. So that is why I am giving you these examples to make you understand better, because such kind of examples can be the part of your questions in the upcoming examination, right? And I am not preparing you only for the phase 1 examination. I am taking this session keeping in mind that you are not just preparing for phase 1, you are preparing for both phase 1 and phase 2 exam. Clear? Moving ahead, what will be the tenure of the loan? So for MSMEs and non-MSMEs, it will be 5 years from the date of first disbursement, including the moratorium of 1 year. What is a moratorium, my dear friends? So it is basically a breathing period. For example, a student has taken a educational loan, right? A student has taken an educational loan, and right now the student is only in the education. It is already in his course, right? So he should not repay the loan right now. He will be repaying the loan after the graduation. So that amount of that time when the government is provided the credit and the time after which he has to start repaying that amount, that is called the moratorium period. Clear, my dear friends? So for the airline sector, such time period is 7 years from the date of the first disbursement, including the moratorium of 2 years. For airlines, 7 years is the tenure, where moratorium period is of 2 years. For MSMEs and the non-MSMEs, it is 5 years, and the moratorium is 1 year. Clear, my dear friends? What is the tenure of the guarantee cover? Maximum period of the guarantee cover shall be coterminous with the tenure of the loan. Duration of the scheme. The scheme would be applicable to all loans sanctioned during the period from the date of issue of these guidelines by NCGTC up to 31st March 2027. So basically these businesses can take the loans till 31st March 2027. That's it. Not after that. This particular loan is basically only starting from the month of May, when this scheme was been launched, and till 31st March 2027. That is the right answer. Clear, my dear friends? I hope that everybody is able to understand this news article. By providing the timely liquidity, the scheme will sustain the business and prevent job losses. Absolutely right. We want to prevent the job losses. That is why we are conducting and taking these steps. So emergency credit line scheme 5.0 has been launched for the emergency period. And what will be the beneficiaries of the scheme? That is the MSMEs and the non-MSMEs, including the airlines, right? Who will be providing the guarantee? Please quickly tell me in the chat box, guys. I am asking you the questions. Please start giving me the answers in the chat box. The right answer will be NCGTC, which will be providing credit guarantee to the member lending institutions. How much for the MSME? 100%. How much for the non-MSME? 90%. What is the total additional credit flow? 2,55,000 crores. What is the amount for the airline? 5,000 crores. When it comes to the date, it is 31st March 2026, right? And what is the guarantee coverage? It is 100% for MSMEs, 90% for non-MSMEs. Clear? What amount will be provided to the guarantor as a guarantee fee? That is basically 0 rupees, null. And what is the additional credit that can be provided as a part of the scheme? That is 20% of the peak working capital of the last quarter. Additionally, it is capped at rupees 100 crore, and for the airlines it is capped at rupees, it is 100%, although it is capped at rupees 1500 crores. And now what will be the tenure? 5 years for the MSMEs and non-MSMEs, 7 years for the airline sector. That's all, my dear friends. We are done and dusted with the very first article. The scheme was very, very important from examination point of view. I believe that I am able to make you understand the scheme in the easiest of the language, to understand that okay, how exactly the scheme is going to work, how exactly people are going to take the loan, how exactly we are basically preventing the job losses with the help of this particular scheme launched by the government of India. Clear to everyone? Upasna, Kashish, Madhur, Material Chair, Harshal, ABC, Pratyush, Ikigai, everybody. Is this clear to everyone? Okay, so everybody is saying that yes, this is clear. Let's move on to the next news article now. My dear friends, next news article. So in the recent times now, I have heard so many times that sir, these sessions are only for RBI, these are not for the NABARD examination, guys. Again, I am repeating that these are the sessions which are commonly for RBI and NABARD, right? It is going to help in both the examinations. And you can see that we are also covering some agriculture related news articles here. And the news article here today is fair and remunerative price of rupees 365 per quintal for sugarcane farmers for the season 26-27. Now, my dear friends, before starting this particular article, we need to understand what is the FRP, fair and remunerative price. See guys, can you guys tell me what is the price that government sets for the other crops, that all the procurement can be done not below than this price? What is that price called for a crop? It is a minimum support price, right? It is a minimum support price. Similarly, my dear friends, when the sugar mills purchases the sugar cane from the sugarcane farmers, the minimum amount of money that they have to provide to these sugarcane farmers is that FRP, fair and remunerative price. That means the price should be fair, reasonable, right? And what is the remunerative? Basically, we are basically ensuring that yes, these prices are providing, enough amount of the money as per the production which are being done by the farmers, the sugarcane farmers, for their produces of the sugarcane, right? That is why it is called fair remunerative prices. Clear? FRP. So my dear friends, here for this time, for this season 26-27, the FRP has been set at rupees 365 per quintal, right? Now you can see the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved the FRP of sugarcane for sugar season 26-27 at rupees 365 per quintal for basic recovery rate of 10.25%. It provides the premium for rupees 3.56 quintal for each 0.1% increase in the recovery over and above 10.25% and reduction in FRP by 3.56 per quintal for each 0.1% decrease in the recovery. Now you must be having one question in your mind, okay, sir, what is the recovery? What exactly is this, all the fuss about the recovery, right? Why we are talking about the recovery? What exactly we are recovering? Let's take an example, guys, that right now hot days are going on. Right now hot days are going on in the North India, right? And this is the mango season. You must be loving mangoes, right? Let's take an example that you have purchased 1 kg mango, right? And you peeled off the mango and you removed that seed, right? So now what exactly is left? Only the pulp. Let's take an example. The pulp, the weight of the pulp was only 600 grams. The weight of the pulp is only 600 grams. So basically this is the recovery. That 600 gram is the recovery from that 1 kg of the mango. Clear to everyone? This is called the recovery. So when the sugar mills are purchasing the sugar cane from the sugarcane farmers, so basically there is a particular percentage of the recovery that we can get. That means from that 1 kg of the sugar, how much amount of sugar we will be able to extract. For example, 100 kg sugar cane was being purchased by the sugar mill from the sugarcane farmer, and from that only 10.25 kg sugar can be extracted. So this is 10.25 is the recovery rate. So that's what we are talking about. It provides the premium. You can see here that 3.65 per quintal for a basic recovery rate of 10.25%. Now my dear friends, let me tell you that, see, there in a classroom there are some students who are quite very smart, there are some slow learners, right? But everybody is doing all their best. The person who is smart is giving his best, the person who is even slow in learning process, but still the person is giving his best. So as a teacher, we cannot punish the student that, okay, you are a slow learner. No, we cannot do that. That is why, my dear friends, let me tell you that as we are having the 10.25% of the recovery rate, sometimes the recovery rate can be high, sometimes the recovery rate can be low. So we will be deducing some marks to the slow learners, right? But only up to a certain extent, because there are some areas where exactly we see that the recovery rate of the sugar from that sugar cane in that region is basically low due to the climatic conditions, due to the geographical conditions, right, my dear friends? That is why we have said that if the recovery rate is more than 0.1%, for example, it was 10.35%, right? From 10.25% it increased to 10.35%. So we will be providing 3.56 per quintal. That means the earlier the rate was 365, then the rate will be 368.56. But if there is the reduction of the 0.1%, then we will be reducing that 3.56, right? The amount will be now rupees 333 around, if the total recovery rate is only 10.15%. Clear to everyone? But here we have set a standard that there shall not be any deduction in the case of sugar mills where recovery is below 9.5%. My dear friends, the recovery is below 9.5%. Agar recovery 9.5% se kam hogi, then again there will be no further reduction. So that will be the minimum amount. Clear to everyone? Recovery rate concept is clear to all the people, even they are preparing for the NABARD examination. See guys, we are catering all the people, right? And for me in this session, it's not just about the coverage of the news article. For me, understanding is the most important part. Clear? Now the such farmers will get rupees 338.3 quintal for sugarcane in ensuing sugar season 26-27. So the cost of production of the sugarcane for the sugar season is rupees 182 per quintal. Now guys, comes a very important part. See, we are providing how much amount? 365, right? What was the cost of production for the farmer? 182. He is getting 100% more than what he has produced. He only spent 182 rupees, but he is getting 365 rupees. Now my dear friends, you can definitely see here that this is the 100% profit for the sugarcane farmer when he is selling the sugarcane to the sugar mills as a part of this particular FRP. Clear to everyone? So which is a higher 100.5% over the production cost. The FRP for the sugar season 26-27 is 2.81% higher than the current sugar season 25-26. The FRP approved shall be applicable for the purchase of sugarcane from the farmers in the sugar season 26-27 with effect from October 1, 2026. तो 1st October 2026 से के बाद से जो भी procurement होगी by the sugar mills, जो भी purchase होगी by the sugar mills from the sugarcane farmers, it will be done as per this FRP only. And it is been determined on the basis of the recommendations of Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices and after consultation with the state governments and the other stakeholders. Decision will benefit 5 crore sugarcane farmers as well as the 5 lakh workers employed in the sugar mills and related ancillary activities. So my dear friends, please tell me in the chat box, are you guys able to understand this? Are you guys able to understand this article in a comprehensive manner? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box, so that we can move on to the next part. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. So are we making our learning process easy with these sessions? See, these are only to provide you better understanding, right? And with better understanding comes more retention. For example, if now I will be asking you that what will be the FRP for the sugarcane farmers this year for the sugar season 26-27, what exactly it is? 365 per quintal. Absolutely right. Now if I ask you that what exactly is that recovery rate, you will be very spot on giving me the answer that sir, it is 10.25%, right? We are not even going to forget this amount because the way we have discussed this in the today's session, right? And on what percentage increase there will be additional premium will be provided to the farmers, that is 0.1%. That is 0.1%. Absolutely right. So my dear friends, and how much profit the farmers are going to make with this? The profit that they are going to make with this is 100.5%. Absolutely right. So I'm really glad to see everybody giving me the answer spot on in a fraction of a second, and that really shows the level of commitment that you are showing by attending these sessions today, my dear friends. Now let's move on to the next article. So Central Prabhari portal, Central Prabhari Officer portal has been launched. My dear friends, Central Prabhari Officer portal has been launched. See guys, let's take an example to understand this particular article. See, let's take an example. A school is there, right? And there is an education officer. Who visited the school. Okay, so he saw that okay, some classes. So there are some classes. Just give me a second. Let us construct a school again. Okay. So basically, my dear friends, you can see that he saw that the classes are not that clean. Sanitation facilities are not proper. The fans are not working there. The classrooms are not having the proper blackboards. The benches are not maintained. The teachers are missing. The attendance of the teachers is not regular. So these are the different areas. These are the different issues which are there in the school. So basically what the education officer will do, he will take a piece of paper, list down all these details, and then he will keep it in his pocket or in his bag, right? Then he will be moving on to the next school. Then again he will be doing that. Then next school, then again he will be doing that. Now what will happen? He is only keeping all these findings in the pocket only. Now after some time, if he do not forget, he will be sending this paper to the authorities, and then the authorities, if they are also proactive, they will be taking some action against these schools that okay, see, these are the things that you have to maintain, right? So what will happen? It will take a lot of time to improve all these parameters in the school. That means, my dear friends, it's not like always that there is a lack of program, there is a lack of scheme from the government of the India. No. Sometimes the lack of governance, lack of timely action is responsible for the delayed effort and the delayed action from the government's end. That is one of the major reasons. And that's where, my dear friends, if I give you the next example, that when the education officer has visited the school, he is having a mobile app, right? He saw that okay, the classroom is not clean. He just clicked the picture, uploaded it from the mobile app, right? And this mobile app is accessing his location. So the mobile app already knows that in which school the teacher is there, right? So everything is done in the real time manner. So when he will be uploading even a single picture, what will happen? The local authorities, the educational authorities, the board, everyone, every important stakeholder will be able to see that okay, this is the scenario and we need to work on that. They can really take the timely action because all of them are now under the radar, because the school under that area, right, under whom these authorities, that school is coming, now they are under the radar. So they will be taking a timely action because now they have also got the information on a timely basis. So that is what we are going to do in the Central Prabhari Officer portal, my dear friends. What exactly we need to cover here? See guys, Niti Aayog has launched the Central Prabhari Officer portal, which aims to strengthen the real-time governance, improving coordination among the stakeholders and accelerating last mile delivery under the aspirational districts and block program. Guys, aspirational district and block program, you all know that aspirational district, we are basically focusing on those underdeveloped districts, and we are working on the various areas like education, health, sanitation, infrastructure in that particular area, right? And when we are taking these steps or the block, this is a part of the aspirational block program. So now there are the Central Prabhari officers who used to visit these blocks and the districts, and they used to identify these observations, and then they used to note it down, made a report, detailed report on that, and then they used to keep that in their pockets. So what was happening? No action was taking place on time, right? If that action was taking place after a month, which is not at all that much good. That is why, my dear friends, what they have done right now is that they have come up with a Central Prabhari Officer portal. This is an application which can be used by the Central Prabhari Officer, and he will be able to update all the information in a real-time manner to all the authorities, to all the stakeholders, that okay, this is going on, this is happening, kindly jump in and take the required action. It is required from your end to do this. Like right now, it is required from your end to study well, to attend the sessions, to solve the MCQs, to revise the PDFs. Similarly, at your end, it is required to take the timely action to basically see that okay, in this area of this district or the block, this is the something which is not going in the right direction, right? So it is designed as an advanced digital platform to capture real-time observations, streamline the communication, enable faster administrative response across all levels of governance. Now through this portal, what can be done? They will be submitting their observations and recommendations via the mobile. The data goes live. Districts can view the suggestions, what the Central Prabhari Officer has given. They take appropriate action. Accordingly, submit their responses. State planning secretaries would gain a bird's eye view. My dear friends, let's take an example. Right now, you are standing on a road, right? What exactly you will be able to see? Just a road and some few buildings which are in front of you. But let's take an example that these are the buildings. These are the buildings, and right now you are here in the helicopter. Now you will be having the bird's eye view, right? You will be having the view of the entire city. Similarly, my dear friends, from such kind of area, the state planning secretaries will be having the bird eye view about what is happening and how exactly the different stakeholders are performing on the basis of the information that has been given and the suggestions which are being suggested by the CPO. So that's where the coordination across the departments will be seen by state planning secretaries, and they can also take the action in case of inaction from these entities. Clear? That is something that we need to understand. Now simultaneously, officers at the Niti Aayog and the line ministries and the departments would be able to monitor these inputs. See guys, tracking will be there, monitoring will be there, and that's how there will be a timely action. There will be a timely action, right? So this is something that we need to understand about the CPO portal, which will be serving as the unified digital interface that bridges the gap between the field observation and the administrative actions. By enabling the instant visibility, structured monitoring and accountability, the platform is expected to significantly improve implementation, efficiency and responsiveness. So my dear friends, please quickly tell me what is the name of the portal which has been launched by the Niti Aayog. For the aspirational district program and aspirational block program, what is it? It is the Central Prabhari Officer Portal. Absolutely right. It is the unified digital platform which will be providing the information related to the suggestions and the observations made by the CPO, and this will be communicated on a timely basis in a streamlined manner to all the relevant stakeholders, with the help of which the state planning secretaries will be having the bird's eye view on the coordination of the stakeholders as well as what is happening in the city. Clear to everyone? Clear everyone? Everybody able to understand it? Okay, now my dear friends, let's try to move on to the next news article. We are done with the next article. Let's move on to the next article. Viability Plan 2.0 for the regional rural banks. Now, what is the viability plan? Viability. Guys, viability stands for, viability means the ability to sustain. Ability to sustain. Now, such kind of plan has been launched for the regional rural banks. Guys, what are the regional rural banks? The regional rural banks are the financial organizations which have been set up to undertake banking activities in the rural areas. Can anybody tell me what is the ownership pattern of the RRBs? What is the ownership pattern in the RRBs? Can anybody tell me that? So let me tell you that there is a certain proportion between the government of India, state sponsored, and the sponsored bank. You have to tell me that what exactly it is. Absolutely right. It is 50:15:35. Absolutely right. Well done, my dear friends. You have given me the right answer. That's what I was expecting from all of you. Thank you for fulfilling my expectations as well. Now, my dear friends, moving ahead to the Viability Plan 2.0 for the regional rural banks. See guys, let's take an example that there is a shop in our nearby area, right? In that particular shop, the shopkeeper is doing all the good activities, right? He is basically selling the products to the villagers, right? And sometimes even at the losses. And you know what is happening is sometimes the villagers are not repaying the loan. Villagers are not repaying the loan amount back. Clear? But this shop, my dear friends, it basically sells all the kind of article that the villagers need. And it is a very, very important one, just like the regional rural banks. But this shop sometimes do not open on the time. It do not maintain the records. Do not, large number of people are employed there, right? There is a disguised unemployment there. Because only 7 people are required, then there are 12 people who are working in that particular shop, right? There are no management of the funds, and even at times that the shopkeeper is basically giving the products on credit to the people, right? And at times the people are not paying back the loan. So what will happen? This shop will shut down very soon. Do you guys agree with me? Please answer me yes or no. Will this shop shut down very soon? Will this shop shut down very soon? Answer is yes, right? Similar is the case with the regional rural banks, my dear friends. There are so many banks which are not performing well, right? There are so many banks which are not able to recover the amount that they have already given as a credit. The operational excellence is not there. The RRBs are not opening on time. They are not following all the procedure. They are not following all the standards. That is why the Viability Plan 2.0 has been launched for the regional rural banks, so that we can save these important shops for the villagers. So Department of Financial Services has approved a Viability Plan 2.0 for the regional rural banks in view of emerging financial sector challenges and the need for the continued oversight. The Viability Plan 2.0 aims to enhance financial sustainability and long-term competitiveness for the regional rural banks. So my dear friends, for the regional rural banks, my dear friends, we are having this, right? For the regional rural banks, to enhance the financial sustainability and the long-term competitiveness of the RRBs, we have come up with this Viability Plan 2.0. The revised framework will be implemented for a period of 3 years from 2025-26 to 27-28. So what is the timeline for this plan? 2025-26 to 27-28, right? For a period of 3 years, we will be having this Viability Plan 2.0. Earlier, we had a viability plan which covered 2021-22 to 24-25, and it focused on improving the financial performance and strengthening monitoring mechanisms across the regional rural banks. Right? So the framework, my dear friends, here includes 30 performance parameters based on the 4 key pillars. Now what are the 4 key pillars here? The framework basically includes 30 performance parameters, and now we have divided them into the 4 pillars. That means the 4 pillars will be covering all the 30 parameters, which includes operational excellence. I told you that the shop is not opening on time, right? They are not handling the customers in a very well organized manner. The asset quality is not good. When the asset quality is not good, let's take an example. The bank has given a loan to the villager, right? And the villager has not paid it back because it becomes the NPA. So the asset quality is not good. The asset quality is good when we have credited the amount to the villager and he had repaid the amount on time. Then the profitability, my dear friends. We are also maintaining the profitability of the shop. It's not like that we are running at the losses. We have to ensure that whatever the deposit that we are having, we are giving it as a credit to the people, so that we can earn some profit, so that we can sustain ourselves. Then, my dear friends, growth. We have to expand. We have to expand the area. We have to expand the activities under the RRB. So these are the 4 pillars: operational excellence, asset quality, profitability, and growth. These are the 4 key pillars. Now it aligns the RRBs with the national priorities such as rural credit expansion, digital inclusion, and the financial outreach. So these aligned RRBs with the national priorities such as rural credit expansion, digital inclusion, and the financial outreach. Yes, my dear friends, I hope this is clear. Now the key metrics include the CRAR. What is the CRAR? The CRAR is a cushion that the bank is having in order to meet the timely losses. If the bank is basically having some losses, whether the bank is able to make sure that yes, we are able to bear that losses or not. Then the credit to deposit ratio. For example, my dear friends, 100 rupees has been deposited in the bank and it has credited 70 rupees to the villagers. So what will be the credit deposit ratio? That is the 7%. That is 70 by 100 is 7%. So 7% is basically the credit deposit ratio. Right? That is 0.7%, sorry. Then we are 7%. So now the digital adoption, NPA levels, recovery performance. Now the digital adoption, digital banking, internet banking services have been provided to the banker, to the villagers or not. Profitability ratios, performance and the implementation of the Government of India schemes. Initiative is expected to improve financial stability and operational efficiency across all 28 RRBs. So my dear friend, the Viability Plan 2.0 will be run across all the 28 RRBs, and we want to operationalize efficiency. We need to ensure that they are financially stable, they are operationally efficient. Now if I ask you the question, my dear friends, please tell me, what is the timeline for which the Viability Plan 2.0 has been launched? The Viability Plan 2.0 has been launched for a period of 3 years. What is the timeline? 2025, 26 to 27, 28. It has been launched for the regional rural banks. What is the ownership pattern of the regional rural banks? 50 is to 15 is to 35 for the Government of India, state sponsored and the sponsored bank. Absolutely right. What are the 4 key pillars? The 4 key pillars are operational excellence, asset quality, profitability, and growth. These are the 4 operational pillars, right, which are divided into further 30 performance parameters. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you guys are able to understand this news article, my dear friends. So very important article. You are preparing for the, whether you are preparing for the RBI or the NABARD, guys. For the NABARD examination, agriculture and rural development, mein RRB plays a very important role. And in the RBI, see, RRB is really very important. So this is important for both of you. Okay. So getting it, and I can see in the chat box everybody is able to understand all the articles. Well done, my dear friends. Now moving ahead to the next article. So Cabinet has approved 2 semiconductor manufacturing units under the India Semiconductor Mission. So guys, you all know that India launched the India Semiconductor Mission recently, and now Cabinet has approved 2 semiconductor projects. The 2 semiconductor projects includes, the approved projects includes India's first commercial mini micro LED display facility. Guys, you all know Semiconductor Mission, we are basically focusing on the creation of the semiconductors and making India a semiconductor hub, right? And that is why for making the 2 semiconductor projects, it is really a excellence for the Government of India. So they have decided to set up India's first commercial mini micro LED display facility, which is based on gallium nitride technology and a semiconductor packaging facility. So 2 facilities are there. One is for the manufacturing and one is for the packaging, right? The 2 projects will be established in Gujarat with a cumulative investment of around rupees 3936 crore. See guys, around 4000 crore rupees has been set up for these projects, and they will be set up in which state? They will be set up in Gujarat. Now the two projects are as follows. One is the Crystal Matrix Limited. It will be establishing an integrated facility for compound semiconductor fabrication and assembly, testing, marketing and packaging in Dholera, Gujarat. So Dholera, Gujarat के अंदर इसको सेटअप किया जाएगा. It will manufacture mini micro LED display modules. It will be used in TVs, commercial display, tablets, smartphones, in the car, displays, XR glasses and all. So in सभी areas के अंदर we will be using these micro or mini LED displays which will be created by the Crystal Matrix Limited in Dholera, Gujarat. Now the next entity is in the Surat, Gujarat, which is the Suchi Semicon Private Limited. Suchi Semicon Private Limited. It will be establishing an outsourced semiconductor assembly and test facility. The facility will manufacture discrete semiconductors with a proposed production capacity of 1033.2 million chips per annum. The products will support applications in the power electronics, analog ICs and industrial systems. So my dear friend, these are the two setups that we have basically approved. One is basically the Crystal Matrix Limited in Dholera, Gujarat. The other one is Suchi Semicon, which is in Surat, Gujarat. Surat, Gujarat, absolutely right. Now let's try to understand about the India Semiconductor Mission. My dear friends, it was approved in December 2021 by the Government of India, right? It is supported by an incentive framework of 76,000 crores, which offers financial support up to 50% for the silicon fabs, compound semiconductor facilities, assembly and testing units, and the chip design. So you all know, guys, semiconductor is really future, right? And we were importing the semiconductors from outside India. Now we just decided that why not we create semiconductors in our own country, and that's where India Semiconductor Mission was been launched in 2021 with the outlay of 76,000 crore rupees, where we are providing fiscal support up to 50%. Aim was quite simple, to build strong semiconductor and display ecosystem, positioning India as a global hub for electronics manufacturing and design. The vision of the India Semiconductor Mission is to build a strong semiconductor and display design and innovation ecosystem to support India's emergence as a global hub. So my dear friends, please quickly tell me in the chat box in which year the India Semiconductor Mission was been launched. It was launched in year 2001. 2021, my dear friends, right? And what was the outlay? 76,000 crore rupees. What are the two units which have been set up recently? What are the two units which have been set up recently, which has been approved by the Union Cabinet? That is Crystal Matrix Limited in Dholera, Gujarat, and Suchi Semicon Limited in Surat, Gujarat. Absolutely right. This is the right answer. Clear everyone? Clear to everyone? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. Okay, ji, let's move on to the next part, guys. A very, very important part, mission for cotton productivity. I have marked star here because this part is very, very important. Mission for cotton productivity, guys. You all know that cotton, India is having a really rich cotton industry, and we want to ensure that we are generating more and more cotton from that particular area. Let's take an example that there are students who are coming to a coaching institute for studying the different sections which are being asked in the examination, right, my dear friends? So basically we are focusing on the knowledge base of the students. We are focusing on the efficiency, on the productivity, that in the less amount of time they are answering maximum number of questions, so that in the examination they can maximize their performance, right? Similarly, we want to maximize the performance of the cotton industry of the country. So Union Cabinet has approved 5659.22 crore for the mission for cotton productivity, and this will be having the tenure from 26-27 to 2030-31. So we are having the tenure of 4 years, 26-27 to 2030-31, right? We want to address the bottlenecks, declining growth and quality concerns. What can be the bottlenecks, my dear friends? Poor seed quality, right? Poor management of the farms by the farmers, poor usage of pesticides and fertilizers, right? Quality concerns in India's cotton sector, and to boost farmers' income, production quality. So basically, to ensure all these things, we are basically coming up with a mission for cotton productivity. It aligns with the 5F vision of the Government of India, guys. What is the 5F vision? The 5F vision stands for farm to fiber, fiber to factory, factory to fashion, fashion to foreign. You can see here, guys, that cotton is basically produced in farm, right? After that, it is converted to fiber. Then fiber, it basically comes to the factory and it basically converted into cloth. Now from cloth, it is basically displayed on the, in the malls, on those silent statues, right? So basically this is called the fashion. Now the people are wearing them, and now as the foreign people are attracted towards the fashion of the Indian people, so they are now purchasing the same clothes. Now this becomes foreign. So that's how it becomes farm to fiber to fashion to foreign. Absolutely right, this is the right part. So the banking crucible has asked me a question. So basically I will be asking your answer. I will be giving your answer at the end of the session, banking crucible. Okay, right now, only try to see and focus on the session, right? Let's try to focus on the session. So my dear friends, I hope that the 5F vision is very much clear to all of you. So it will be implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and the Ministry of Textiles, involving 10 institutes of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, 1 CSIR, 10 Center of All India Coordinated Research Projects. So these are basically implemented by Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Ministry of Textile. Along with that, some other stakeholders are also there, like 10 institutes of ICAR is there, 1 CSIR, 10 centers of AICRPs are there on cotton operating in the different state agricultural universities of major cotton growing states. Now my dear friends, initially 140 districts covering nearly 24 lakh hectares, focusing on 15 states through State Department of Agriculture and ICAR for upscaling the technologies, and 2000 ginning processing factories. My dear friends, I told you, there was a recovery rate in the sugar cane, like how much sugar we can extract from the sugar cane, right? Similarly, there is a process which is called ginning. In the ginning process, basically it is what is the actual amount that of fiber we are able to create from that cotton, right? It comes as a part of the ginning process. So initially 140 districts, which covers 24 lakh hectares, focusing in the 14 states through the State Department of Agriculture and ICAR for upscaling the technologies, and 2000 ginning processing factories. So it will be supporting them in a phased manner, right? Now the development of high yielding climate resistant and pest resistant seeds, deploy modern farming technologies, farmer training, quality improvement. Guys, I told you we are going to focus on the productivity as well. So now we are focusing on high yielding climate resistant and pest resistant seeds. We will be deploying modern farming technologies, farmer training, quality improvement, traceability, strengthening infrastructure by promoting sustainable fibers, and innovation across the cotton value chain. So we will be focusing on the productivity in this manner. Now my dear friends, let me tell you that as a part of this particular mission, we are having the two components. The first major component focuses on improving the cotton productivity. See, first of all, we will be focusing on the productivity of the students and the production through research and extension activities, right? That how much productive these students are when they are studying for this examination. So we are first of all focusing on the productivity of the farmers and the farms. The component will be implemented by DAFW, that is Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. See guys, now it will be having two components, right? First is the under the Department of Agriculture, Research and Education. Here we have given 555 crore. It will be spent on research driven intervention. To improve cotton productivity and production. And we will be developing 24 new high yielding and climate resilient cotton varieties and hybrids in our country. Clear? 24 high yielding and climate resilient cotton varieties and hybrids. Now my dear friends, the other component is under the Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, for which we have given 3804.17 crores. It will be utilized for large scale extension of advanced crop production technologies. So it will be having the large scale extension of advanced crop production, my dear friends, right? Large scale extension. Now we are seeing that how we can basically make it more large and advanced crop production technologies. The interventions include demonstration based promotion of high density planting systems, narrow spacing planting systems, extra long staple varieties. So we will be focusing on them. So these are the two components. One component is under DARE and one is under DAFNW. So under the DARE, it is Department of Agriculture and Rural Agricultural Research and Education, which is having the amount of 555 crores, And then we are having the Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, which is having the component of 3804 crores. Clear to everyone? Till now the picture is clear to everyone. We have covered all the important details. Now let's move on to the focus areas. Now we will be enhancing the cotton productivity through the development of high yielding variety seeds, resistant to disease and pests, scaling up of existing and latest crop production technologies through state governments, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, state agricultural universities, through large scale promotion and adoption of latest crop production technologies. We will ensure least contaminant cotton supply to the industry. We will promote high quality cotton exports by developing high yielding climate resilient pest resistant seeds, upscaling improved cotton production, augmenting the quality of cotton. So these are the different areas on which we will be focusing as a part of the mission cotton. Right, my dear friends? Are you guys able to understand the mission for cotton productivity, which is having the total outlay of 5,659 crores? The tenure is of 4 years, 26, 27 to 2030, 31. The aim is quite simple, that we want to address the bottlenecks, declining growth and quality concerns in India's cotton sector. We work on the 5F vision of farm to fiber to factory to fashion to foreign, right? It will be under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and the Ministry of Textile. Then we are having the two components here, that is one under the Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, one under the Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. So my dear friends, these are some other focus areas that include strengthening cotton testing infrastructure, robust branding, empowering farmers, promotion of cotton waste, diversification of India's, promotion of cotton waste, recycling and circular economy, and the diversification of India's fiber base by including the natural fibers. Right? Additionally, my dear friends, here we are focusing on the Kasturi Cotton Bharat brand to position it as a premium sustainable brand. So please remember this name, the name is very important. Clear to you? Now guys, what are the targets? Now there are some targets that we want to achieve as a part of the cotton sector increasing productivity. Now what are the targets we envisage is to accomplish the production of 498 lakh bales. My dear friends, one bale of cotton is having 170 kg lint each, right? So basically right now the production is 297 lakh bales. We want to increase it to 498. That is an increment of 201, right? And we will be enhancing the lint productivity also. Right now the lint productivity is 440 kilogram per hectare. That means right now when we talk about the lint productivity, we are able to produce 440 kg of cotton lint per hectare, but we want to increase it to 755 kg of cotton lint per hectare. Let's take an example that there are two farmers, farmer A and farmer B. Farmer A is basically producing 440 kg. Farmer B is producing 755 kg. So definitely you will go with which farmer? Farmer B, right? So we want to ensure that the farmer A is also coming to the level of farmer B. So that's how we are going to increase the lint productivity. 32 lakh farmers will be benefited, leading to a self-reliance. Promotion of Kasturi Cotton Bharat for traceability. Targeting trash reduction. My dear friend, trash reduction at less than 2% and promotion of natural fibers like flax, remi, sisal, milkweed, bamboo and banana. Clear to everyone? So please remember the targets are also very important from examination point of view, because cotton is really very important. India accounts for more than 21% of the global cotton production, and that cotton cultivation is spread across more than 11.447 million hectares. So what is the India's contribution to the global cotton production? That is 21%. Clear to all of you? So my dear friends, with this we are done with the mission for cotton productivity which we have launched. We have covered the timeline, implementation, the ministries involved, the organizations involved, the components, the amounts which are involved, the targets, the focus areas. We have done everything, right? तो धागा धागा हमने खोल दिया दोस्तों इस मिशन का. I believe that you will be able to understand and you are able to retain the important facts from this particular news article. Clear? Clear, my dear friends? Now let's move on to the next article. The MSP procurement measures for sunflower in Karnataka and gram in Maharashtra. So my dear friends, we already discussed about the FRP. Now we also discussed the MSP, right? The minimum support price, the minimum price that farmer is assured that you will be getting this price at least for your produces, right? When we will be procuring the crop from you. So basically guys, the government has approved the procurement of 9,023 metric tons of sunflower at minimum support price in Karnataka for this Rabi season, and the government has increased the maximum procurement limit of gram in Maharashtra to 8,19,882 metric tons for Rabi 25-26 season. So 9,023 metric tons for sunflower in Karnataka and 8.19 lakh metric tons of gram in Maharashtra. So this has been ensured that we will be procuring at our MSP. So MSP is also been given, like total MSP for sunflower procurement is 69.66 crores, and the total MSP value of gram procurement exceeds 4816.80 crores. That's all, my dear friends. We are not required to get into much of the details to that particular part. Now let's move ahead to the next article, my dear friends. Scheduled commercial banks record robust credit growth of 15.9% in the fiscal year 25-26. Again, a very, very important article or data across which a question can be asked in the exam, because this data has been released by Finance Ministry. The Finance Ministry has announced that scheduled commercial banks recorded robust credit growth of 15.9% in fiscal year 25-26, reflecting strong economic activity and credit demand. Let's take an example of a school, my dear friends, right? The teacher is daily coming to the class, providing quality content, providing quality teaching. Students are also coming, students are also doing their homeworks, parents are ensuring that the students are doing their homeworks. So what will happen? The students will perform better, right? The students will perform better. Similarly, let me tell you here a very, very important part, that when in a society banks are performing well, then when the banks will perform well, that means the people will be able to borrow from the bank. When they will be able to borrow from the bank, they will be able to invest that amount in the businesses. When the businesses will be doing good, then what will happen? There will be growth, their purchasing power will increase, then again there will be a flow of money in the economy, right? Good flow of money in the economy. So that means that every aspect will be working properly if banking sector will be working properly. Similarly, my dear friends, that's where this particular data of the Finance Ministry states that the scheduled commercial banks has recorded robust credit growth. That means there was a good credit growth of 15.9% in the fiscal year 25-26, reflecting the strong economic activity and credit demand. So that means economic activity is अच्छी थी, credit demand अच्छा था, and we are able to take it that. Now, my dear friends, the key data announced. So the non-food credit growth in the fiscal year 25-26 stood at 15.9% year on year, compared to 10.9% in the corresponding period of 2025. So the non-food credit growth, basically we are talking about those sectors which are not related to the food procurement, and in that part we have basically showed a credit growth of 15.9% year on year, which was earlier 10.9% in the corresponding period of 2025. The aggregate credit outstanding reached 212.9 lakh crores in the March 2026, which is an increase of 29.2 lakh crore over the previous year. Aggregate credit outstanding कितना था? 212.9 lakh crores. Credit growth was supported by a low interest rate environment, government supported capital expenditure cycle, structural reforms, and rising private investment. Now, as per the report, why exactly this has improved? The increment is basically because of the credit growth, right? That there was a low interest rate environment. The interest rate on the loan is basically less. So when the interest rate will be low, what will happen? More and more people will be able to afford taking the loan, and they will be investing that amount in their businesses, and they will be on profits, and it will again going to bring economic activities in the society. And what will happen? The society will grow, the economy of the society will grow. Now is the credit expansion in the fiscal year 25-26 was broad based and led by the services sector, followed by personal loans, agriculture and allied activities, and industry. The credit growth in the agriculture and allied activities accelerated to 15.7% compared to 10.4% in the previous year. When you talk about the credit growth in the agriculture and allied sectors, it was 15.7%, my dear friends. So 15.7% in the agriculture allied sectors, right? Overall अगर हम बात करेंगे तो it was 15.9% in the non-food credit growth. Now the credit deployment to the industrial sector was 15%. Credit to MS, micro and small industries was 33.1%. Major drivers include infrastructure, basic metal products. Services sector credited contributing 28% of the overall credit. Growth is mainly driven by demand from the NBFCs, trade and commercial real estate segments. Personal loans have also performed better, accounting for 33% of the overall credit. Housing loans maintained steady growth. Banking sector was described as a well capitalized. See guys, you have seen here that we have talked about the personal loans, services sector, industrial sector, non-food credit growth. So all these sectors we have seen. So guys, when the money will be provided to all these sectors, these all sectors will basically boom, right? They will be really working very hard and they will be getting better results, and that's how it is going to impact the economy. Let me again explain you the analogy with the help of a very easy example, guys. Let's take an example, your blood, right? When your blood is being circulated to all the organs of a body, your body is really going to perform well, right? Do you guys agree with me or not? Similarly, here take the example that the blood is basically the money, and these different organs of the body are the different important sectors of the economy. And when the blood circulation is really good, the economy is really going to reflect the results. Clear, everybody? Are you guys able to understand it? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if yes. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if yes, you are able to understand all the things. So my dear friend, let me tell you that we are still required to do some more articles, right? So don't you plan to leave the session in the middle. Very important articles are coming up, and you know we are into the month of May, right? I'm not even looking at the watch at how much exactly time we are taking for these videos, because I am quite sure that we are providing you the quality teaching and the quality content, right? So that is my responsibility to provide you, and to attend the session is your responsibility. Clear? So nobody will be looking at the watch. Just ensure that you are focusing on the session itself, right? So whatever it takes, we will be doing that to become the next RBI Grade B officer. Now, as we are focusing on the RBI, so now let's move on to the RBI notifications. And the RBI notifications, we have seen that prudential norms on the specified non-financial assets directions has been launched. The prudential norms on the specified non-financial asset directions. See guys, what are these specified non-financial assets directions? So basically, let's take an example that you have given a loan. You have given a loan of 11 lakh rupees to your friend. Let's take an example to your friend, right? So basically, you paid a loan, you gave a loan of that for a period of 2 months, and your friend basically, after the 2 months, you gave the proper, you gave the proper intimation, reminder. You had a discussion with your friend, and still you have not got the loan amount. You have not got the loan amount back. So what will happen, my dear friends? Now this loan will be becoming a kind of NPA for you. It will be a bad quality asset for you, because you were expecting that, okay, I will be at least earning some interest from my friend, right? So now what happens is that your friend says, or you say that, okay, if you are not able to give that loan of rupees 11 lakh, you are not able to repay that loan amount. So okay, you are having a shop, right? I am taking your shop, right? So basically that shop that I have taken, and this shop has also been taken, in discussion with the friend, right? Okay, as you are not able to pay back the loan, so I am taking your shop, and your friend is also allowing you to do that, because now you are recovering the amount, right? And your friend is also embarrassed that he is not able to pay back the loan. So he said that, okay, my dear, you can please take my shop, and you can recover the loan from that shop, right? Don't worry, I am quite happy with that you helped me in the bad times, and right now, as I am not able to pay back the loan, you can take my shop as a recovery asset. Clear? Clear, my dear friends? So how exactly I can use this shop? How exactly, what are the different things I need to see when I was acquiring that shop as a recovery part of the loan? That is what are the prudential norms on the specified non-financial asset directions which have been released by the Reserve Bank, right? What happens is that bank gives loan to the people, right? And they are not able to pay back. So basically bank recover that loan. When the loan became NPA, so bank tried to recover that loan. It basically recovers some immovable assets. it acquires some immovable assets of that particular person in order to recover the loan. So when we are doing this, we have to ensure that, for example, there is a a plot, a empty plot is there, a plot of land, a piece of land is there with that particular person, right? And that piece of land was in the one piece of land was in the high residential area, and one was in the area where the government is already dumping the wastage of the city. So which plot you will be focusing on, which is the high residential plot, which will give you better returns, right? And you will be able to recover the loan better. So basically you have to analyze that what is the price of the land that you are getting and recovering from that particular loan. Clear? So you will be focusing on that part of the asset which is really going to recover you the amount that you have paid to the person. So that's how we have to see, we have to look after everything, every such thing. And these are the assets, these are called non-financial assets. Financial assets would have been like if my friend was having the bonds, having some stocks or some other instruments with him. So these are the financial assets which I could have taken over, right? But now I am taking the immovable asset of my friend in order to recover the loan amount. Clear, my dear friends? So let me tell you here that first of all, RBI now says that, see, you can only do this recovery part, you can only acquire the immovable asset only after all the other options you have explored. When you are done exploring all the other options, then only you can basically move on to the acquisition of the non-movable asset of the person, right? For the recovery of non-performing exposures. And we have to ensure that, see guys, let's take an example that 100 rupees loan was being given by me to my friend, right? And now I am able to recover 100. That means 100% extinguishable, fully extinguishable loan. Now when we talk about the partial extinguishable, that means 100 rupees loan was being given, I took the land, sorry, just give me a second. Okay, so I took the land and I am only able to collect rupees 60 from there. That means 40 rupees is still due. So that is basically partial extinguishable. So guys, these are the terminologies which you will be seeing in this particular news article. Now let me tell you that I won't be discussing the article after this. Why so? Because this is a draft. This is the draft direction. Let me tell you guys that draft directions, circulars are not at all important. In the examination, they are not that much relevant from exam point of view. This was there in the news so that you can cover the basics of that. I have basically covered it in a comprehensive manner here. But I won't be discussing it with you for now. Clear? I have already given you the whole context, the terminologies, the technicalities about this particular article. This is your homework. You have to read it on your own from the portal PDF. Clear everyone? Is this clear to everyone? I hope that you guys are able to understand. Now let's move ahead to the next article. Now we are focusing on the phase 1 articles. Guys, phase 1 articles are also very important from examination point of view. So the cabinet has approved the development of the ship repair facility at Vadinar, Gujarat. So guys, the ship repair facility has been approved by the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. It will be set up in Vadinar, Gujarat. It will be reducing the dependency on the foreign shipyards and curb foreign exchange outflow. The project will jointly implemented by Deen Dayal Port Authority and Cochin Shipyard Limited, which involves a combined investment of rupees 1570 crores. The combined investment will be of 1570 crores, right? It will be planned as a brownfield project with a 650 meters jetty, 2 large floating dry docks, workshops, associated marine infrastructure. So guys, in a nutshell, the question will be, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved the development of the state-of-the-art ship repair facility at which of the following locations? The right answer will be Vadinar, Gujarat. That is the right answer. Now moving on to the next article, India's defense production and exports. So India's defense production has reached 1.5 lakh crore, recording a 174% increase in the one decade. So India का जो defense production है guys, it has reached a milestone of 1.54 lakh crores. Defense exports increased 23,622 crore, recording 34 times rise in one decade. So India's defense production has reached 1.54 lakh crore, reaching a 174% rise. And this year, 26-27, the union budget has already earmarked 6,81,000 crore for the defense expenditure. which is 9.5% higher than the previous year. So from the last year, we have seen that there is a 9.5% increase in the allocation for the defense sector, that is 6.81 lakh crores. Please remember guys, these points are important because whenever a milestone is there, we need to cover that. Now moving ahead, Cabinet has approved the 3 railway multi-tracking projects across the 6 states. So guys, 3 railway tracks are being, railway multi-tracking projects have been announced by the Cabinet and it has been approved by the Cabinet under the Ministry of Railways with a total estimated cost of 23,437 crores. And these approved projects are Nagda, Mathura, Guntakal Wadi and Budwal, Sitapur. So these are the 3 multi-tracking projects. Right, the projects will be completed by 2030-31. How much amount we have allocated? 23,437 crores. Absolutely right. Next news article, Cabinet has approved the proposal to increase Supreme Court judge strength to 37. My dear friends, Supreme Court judge strength has been increased now. Please remember, this question can be a probable question in the examination. Right. So the introduction of the Supreme Court number of judges amendment bill 26 in the parliament was introduced and has been approved by the Union Cabinet. The bill seeks to amend the Supreme Court number of judges Act 1956. So ये जो original act था 1956 वाला, उसको हमने amend किया है, उसको modify किया है, and now we have decided that the number of judges in the Supreme Court will now increase as per the requirement. See guys, now what was the earlier number? Earlier number was 33. Now we are increasing it to 37. So there is an increment of 4 judges. Excluding the Chief Justice of India. We are not including the Chief Justice of India here. We are excluding the Chief Justice of India. Clear? The aim is very simple. We want to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the Supreme Court. That's why. So now, my dear friends, I would like to ask you, please quickly tell me in the chat box that what is the new number of Supreme Court judges excluding the Chief Justice of India as per the recent amendment to the Act. What is the number? 37. What is the increment of 4? Earlier the number was 33. Absolutely right. Now guys, IIMC released the special issue of Sanchar Madhyam. So the Indian Institute of Mass Communication has released a special commemorative issue of its flagship research journal, that is Sanchar Madhyam. The special issue marks the 200-year journey of the Hindu journalism in India. So special commemorative issue has been launched by Indian Institute of Mass Communication. The name is Sanchar Madhyam. The publication highlighted the evolution of Hindi journalism and India's knowledge traditions. It is also referred to as Udant Martand, the first Hindi newspaper published from Calcutta in 1826. So 1826 में इंडिया का पहला हिंदी न्यूज़पेपर पब्लिश किया गया था. What was the name? Udant Martand. Clear guys? We are done with this news article also. Let's move on to the next article. The National Conference on Rare Diseases in New Delhi. So National Conference on Rare Diseases in New Delhi was being organized by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in New Delhi. The aim was very simple. We want to strengthen the India's response to the challenges which are related to the rare diseases. Guys, so many rare diseases are there and there are stakeholders which are impacted with it. So we are basically coming up with the ways. We are going to discuss the ways which can be used in order to understand the challenges which are faced by the stakeholders and we can resolve them. And under this, my dear friends, Umeed initiative, that is the unique method for management of the inherited disorders initiative, Nidan Kendras are becoming operational and genetic counseling services are being strengthened. So please quickly tell me here in the chat box that what is the name of the place where this summit was taken place, National Conference on Rare Diseases. It was held in New Delhi. Absolutely right. Moving ahead, UIDAI and NFSU has signed collaboration for cyber security and digital forensics. For the cyber security and digital forensics, we are having an MOU between the UIDAI and NFSU. So guys, Unique Identification Authority of India. Everybody is having the Aadhaar card who are the part of the session. Guys, please tell me. So this has been issued by the UIDAI. We are talking about that organization only which issues the Aadhaar card. So UIDAI and the National Forensic Science University has entered into a 5-year collaboration in the digital forensics, cyber security and advanced technology research. The aim is quite simple. We want to strengthen the cyber resilience across UIDAI's digital infrastructure supporting India's digital identity ecosystem. So we want to strengthen the cyber resilience of the UIDAI digital infrastructure because see guys, your identity is very, very important. Your identities are very, very important. Your Aadhaar number, your biometrics are very important because they can be misused. So for that, we have to strengthen the cyber resilience in the UIDAI's digital infrastructure. That is why this MOU has been signed. in order to protect your biometrics which are associated with your Aadhaar IDs. For that we have taken up this step. Clear everyone? Moving on to the next part, the IIT Madras has inaugurated the first technology summit in New Delhi. So first technology summit of IIT Madras was held in New Delhi with the theme from IIT Madras for Bharat Building Together. From IITM for Bharat Building Together, it aims to create collaborative framework for industry, academia, government partnerships. तो इंडस्ट्री अकेडमिया गवर्नमेंट पार्टनरशिप को फोकस करने के लिए, उनका कोलैबोरेटिव फ्रेमवर्क को सेटअप करने के लिए ये समिट को लॉन्च किया गया. दिस इज द फर्स्ट टेक्नोलॉजी समिट इन न्यू दिल्ली. क्लियर गाइज? नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पार्ट. भारत इनोवेट्स 26 प्री इवेंट रोड शो इन पेरिस. सो गाइज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन ने एक रोड शो निकाला पेरिस के अंदर टू शोकेस द भारत इनोवेट्स 2026. तो भारत इनोवेट एक काइंड ऑफ प्रोग्राम है विच वी आर गोइंग टू कंडक्ट इन द अपकमिंग टाइमलाइन in the month of June 2026. But as a countdown to that particular event, as a pre-event, so basically we had a dedicated road show in the Paris to showcase the Bharat Innovates 2026. It will be briefing the potential investors and partners about the scope, objectives, investment opportunities which are linked to Bharat Innovate 2026, so that we can attract them to come and invest in the Bharat Innovates. Clear? So Bharat Innovate 2026 will be held from 14 to 16 June 2026 in France. Now moving ahead, my dear friends, on the 22nd article, Ministry of Defence has signed a contract with the Bharat Electronics Limited. So Bharat Electronics Limited has signed a MOU with the Ministry of Defence, signing 1476 crore contract for procurement of the 5 ground-based mobile electronic systems for the Indian Army. The procurement will have a minimum 72% of the indigenous content. Clear? Clear everyone? Ministry of Defence has signed an MOU with the which organization? Bharat Electronics Limited. What is the amount? 1476 crore. The procurement will have a minimum what percentage of the indigenous content? That is 72%. Absolutely right. Done and dusted. Now the next question. Now the next article. Conference on the brain-computer interface and strategic implications. Conference on brain-computer interface and strategic implications. The conference on the brain-computer interface, expanding neural frontiers and its strategic implications was held in New Delhi, was organized by Headquarter Integrated Defence Staff and the Center for Joint Warfare Studies. The conference focused on the emerging field of a brain-computer interface technology and its strategic implications. Clear? So the conference is focused on the emerging field of brain-computer interface technology. So guys, the conference on brain-computer interface and strategic implication was held in New Delhi, organized by Headquarter Integrated Defence Staff, and focuses on emerging field of brain-computer interface technology and its strategic implications. So my dear friends, with this article we are done with the important articles of 5th of May. And let me tell you, not just the important articles, but I would say all the articles of that particular day we have covered in this particular session. Let's move ahead to start the session with the very first article of the day, that is Swasth Bharat portal. So my dear friends, recently the Swasth Bharat portal was being launched during the 10th National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity, Best Practices Shaping India's Health Future to strengthen India's digital public health architecture. So my dear friends, the portal was launched by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and it aims to create an integrated, efficient and scalable digital public health architecture. So now, in order to make you understand this better, let's try to go ahead with the help of an example, right? Let's take an example, my dear friends. Let's again go back to the school days. Right? You all know that when our class teacher was there, she used to basically maintain a separate register for our attendance. Then basically there was a librarian who used to maintain a separate register, like how many books Devanshu has basically issued from the library. Then the sports teacher was having a separate register where he was recording all the activities that Devanshu was doing regarding to the sports, right? But when my principal wanted to assess my whole performance, so he has to basically look after the different registers, right? Some 5 to 6 registers are there for him to understand that, okay, that's how Devanshu is basically performing in this particular area, right? And sometimes what was happening is Some teacher was naming me as Devanshu, some was naming me as Divyanshu, some was naming me as Divanshu, right? So basically there was a lot of confusion among the principal mind as well, that basically this person is same or these are 3 or 4 different people, right? So let me tell you that this confusion is also there when there are people who are working in the health departments of the country, because you can see that there are so many different programs which are being run by the government of India. There are so many applications which are being there, but every time the person who is working on the program or the application, he has to go to the different applications. Like my principal was confused by going through the different registers, right? That is why government of India decided to come up with the one unified portal, that is the Swasth Bharat portal, which will be integrating all these different programs together into a single layer. Let's take an example, my dear friends, that you want to purchase clothes, you want to purchase furniture, you want to purchase, the stationery, you want to purchase shoes, you want to purchase books, right? Now you have to go to the different stores to do that. Let's take an example that why not I just create one single mall, and in that mall all these different shops are there. So it will be very easy for you to navigate, right? And that's how we have created the Swasth Bharat portal, right? This was launched during the 10th National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity. The portal was launched by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It aims to create more integrated, efficient and scalable digital public health architecture. It reduces the administrative burden on healthcare providers and improve efficiency at all levels. So at all the levels, the efficiency of the people who are working at the ground level, it will be improved. It will provide data visualization tools and supports local level monitoring and evidence-based planning. It is the ABDM compliant and supports integration with the ABHA. See my dear friends, India is having really a very important program, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, right? Which basically digitizes the medical health records of the people, right? So we have integrated the medical health facilities with the digitalization, and we are having a ABHA, that is Ayushman Bharat Health Account. What is that? For example, guys, you are having a Aadhaar card, right? Whenever I see your Aadhaar card, I can see your biometrics as well. Your fingerprints are there, your iris scan is there, your picture is there, your signature is there, right? Everything is there. Similarly, we are having a Ayushman Bharat Health Account. This is basically the digital health ID. Digital health ID of a person who is visiting the different mohalla clinics or the healthcare facilities. So basically, if one doctor wants to see the proper health record of this person, so he just need to access that digital Ayushman Bharat Health Account ID of the person, and he will be able to see that okay, these are the different diseases that the person is having, and I have to be very cautious while prescribing the different medicines to the person, considering his whole medical record, right? So that's how we are basically working it, right? So it is ABDM compliant and supports integration with the ABHA Ayushman Bharat Health Account. It enables secure and seamless exchange of the patient health records. It is designed to evolve into a comprehensive interoperable digital health ecosystem. My dear friends, let me tell you that right now, with the help of the Swasth Bharat portal, as these people who are working at the ground level, they were really required to move on to the different programs and the applications to enter the same data, to identify the same data of that particular person, right? Now what will be there? We will be having the one single platform which will be integrating all these different applications together, and that's how we will be having just one single platform only, increasing the productivity, the efficiency of the people who are working at the ground level for providing the healthcare facilities. Clear? So what exactly was happening earlier? What was the requirement of the Swasth Bharat portal? The requirement was, earlier multiple digital applications were developed under the national health programs, and they were basically operating separately, which resulted in the duplication of efforts, fragmented data sets and inefficient resource utilization. So my dear friends, basically it is the same way I told you the example of the principal, right, who was looking at the 5 different registers. Why not we are having a one school data management system, where when the principal will be entering my name, he will be getting all the details related to the Devanshu, how is performing in the sports, library and all the things. Similarly, we are having the Swasth Bharat portal, where there is no duplication of the effort, right? everybody is only required to just enter the detail only once, and he will be getting all the records. He will be able to update all the records as well. So Swasth Bharat portal has been designed as an aggregator platform. That's why we are calling it as an aggregator platform, which is basically aggregating all the different applications in a single layer through an API based federated architecture. My dear friends, what exactly it means? You must be thinking that, sir, it is really quite a very technical word, API based federated architecture. Let me make it very easy for you to understand. See, my dear friends, you basically order food from online, right? For example, Swiggy, right? For example, Swiggy. So when you open the Swiggy app, it basically gives you the option to choose the restaurant, and from that restaurant to choose a particular food product, right, particular food item. Then he shows you the map as well, that where exactly it is located, the restaurant is located, where exactly the carrier is there, and where exactly he has reached and how much time he will be reaching to your place. Then the payment option is also been visible. So basically how we are able to do that, this is the federated architecture, where we are having the application of API, where we are basically combining the services of the different applications together. Like we are having the app, we are having the payment option, we are having the listed menu of that particular restaurant. So all these things are working together. So that is the same part which works in the API based federated architecture. It enables interoperability and convergence by creating a unified digital layer across the national health programs. It functions as a one-stop integrated platform which removes the need for multiple logins and repetitive data entry. So they are no more required to repeatedly entering the same amount of data, the same type of data. They are no more required to do multiple logins here. Clear, my dear friends? So silos means working in separation, working in the different modes, right? Now they are working together on a single unified platform. Clear, Madhur? I hope this is clear. Now the platform is intended to support frontline health workers, including accredited social health activists, that is the ASHA workers, who connect the households with the healthcare facilities, right? Then auxiliary nurse midwife, who are basically responsible for the maternal care, child care. Then community health officers, who are working in the healthcare facilities, medical officers, right? So all of these will be supported by the Swasth Bharat portal. They will be further integrating the national registries, which includes healthcare professional registry. What is the healthcare professional registry? It is a registry which is basically having all the records of all the doctors, nurses, and the people who are working in the medical sector. Then health facility registry. Basically it includes it is a directory of all the hospitals, labs, clinics. So these are also integrated with these two national registries as well. Clear, my dear friends? It is integrated with the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, integrated with the ABHA Health IDs, integrating all the different platforms which are working there under the National Health Program. Then it is basically providing support to all the ground level workers like ASHA workers, auxiliary nurse midwife, community health officers, medical officers. Then it is integrating the different registries as well. So it is basically integrating all of them together. And my dear friends, what will be the result of this? The Swasth Bharat portal envisages reduced infrastructure duplication. There is no more infrastructure duplication. Only one single app is there. It is having the different apps again. So hosting, storage and compute resources are maintained across the programs. It will lead to direct reduction of 20 to 30% of the resources. Then reduce the repetitive data entry. It is going to save time. 20 to 40% of the time will be saved for these people. Unified HR deployment. Separate development was there earlier. Maintenance teams were required to maintain all the programs, but now only one platform is required to be maintained, that is Swasth Bharat portal, leading to 20 to 40% reduction in the HR burden. Then increased interoperability has been increased, and that's how we are going to save both for the government as well as the people who are working at the ground level providing the different healthcare facilities. Clear, everyone? So please quickly tell me in the chat box. Now it's your time to give me the answers in the chat box. Please tell me what is the name of the portal, which is the unified aggregator of all the different platforms which were earlier working under the National Health Program. What is the name of that portal? It is Swasth Bharat portal. It is integrating which important mission of the country? Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. Is it really having the integration with ABHA? Yes or no? Yes. What is the full form of ABHA? Ayushman Bharat Health Account. And additionally, it is basically, integrating what are the different services which it is integrating. What are the different services, like it is integrating the different registries: healthcare professional registry, healthcare facilitation registry. It is also supporting who are the pillars who will be supported as a part of the Swasth Bharat portal, that is ASHA workers, CHOs, medical officers, auxiliary nurse midwives. So that's all, my dear friend, that's all we are required to cover from this particular news article. Are you guys able to understand it? I can see here Madhur, Kashish, Pratyush, material share, all the people have given me the right answer to all the questions that I have asked. That's really great. Now let's move on to the next article, that is Mizoram and Ladakh have signed reform linked MOUs under the Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. My dear friends, you all know that under the Jal Jeevan Mission, Government of India was having the target of providing tap water connections to all the rural households. But in the extended Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0, which we have already discussed earlier sessions, so basically under the Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0, we are working on the governance framework, right? Earlier, what exactly we were doing is that, okay, there is basically a person who is responsible for all the pipelines across the country, just providing the tap water connection to all the households. But now we will be working on across the different areas, like whether the water is coming properly in those taps, whether we are having the regular supply of water, whether the adequate quality of water is coming, whether the water quantity which is coming is adequate or not, whether it is working, it is basically coming in all the taps or not. It's not like that 50% of the taps are with water, 50% of the taps are not with water, right? So basically, my dear friends, we need to understand this, that right now we will be working on these areas. If there is a problem with the water supply, who will be responsible for that? If there is a problem in the quality of water, who will be responsible for that? So we will be creating the rules, and all these entities which are signing an MOU as a part of this particular aim, they have to follow these rules. That's why it is called reform linked MOUs. My dear friend, this is not kind of a routine MOU. No, it is a reform. That means a particular reform framework will be implemented, and everybody who is signing it has to follow that particular reform. So my dear friends, reform linked MOU under Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0 has been signed with Mizoram and Ladakh, marking with the implementation of the mission's extended phase. So yes, I can see here that ABC is saying that earlier with Karnataka, Uttarakhand, Tripura, absolutely right. And there are so many other states also with which this MOU has been signed. We will be covering them in the March 2026 current affairs and the February 2026 current affairs, right? So when it comes to this, it commits to structured reform framework for sustainable, transparent and community-led rural drinking water service delivery. So we are going to ensure that there is a proper service delivery in all the rural households. It should be sustainable, it should be transparent, it should be community-led, right? It's not just the responsibility of the parliament to ensure that yes, water tap connections are having the water. No. Now it is also the responsibility of the different stakeholders, the community, the people, the Gram Panchayat, the people who are working at the different levels. That's why it seeks to ensure that every rural household has access to the drinking water supply in adequate quantity and prescribed quality on a regular basis. It mandates a Gram Panchayat-led service-based and community-centered model of rural water governance aligned with the objectives of Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. There is a provision to operationalize the decision support system. Now this platform will be developed by the DDWS for digital planning as district and Gram Panchayat levels, integrated with the Sujalam Bharat and national water datasets. Right, my dear friends? Yes, Pratyush, let me tell you that it has not till now been signed by all the states. Only some states have signed, right? And the number is above 10 now. Clear, everyone? So that is the reason that why exactly the Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0 reform linked MOU has been signed with Mizoram and Ladakh, and they are now required to focus on all these reforms, all these areas as a part of this MOU under the Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. Clear, everyone? Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0 we have already discussed in the previous sessions, right? So I won't be repeating it again, right? So its target has been extended till December 2028 to achieve 100% tap water coverage and sanitation across the country. That is why it has been launched. Clear everyone? The new timeline is clear. The name of the state is clear. What exactly we are going to cover as a part is also clear. Please tell me the name of the two states which has recently have signed a reform linked MOU with under the Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. What is the right answer? It is Mizoram and Ladakh. Absolutely right. Well done. Now let's move on to the next part. Now the next article is India and European Union launched 169 crore rupees joint initiative. Now why exactly this joint initiative is all about? My dear friends, let me tell you that there are two types of economies, right? And before that, I would like to tell you a very, very beautiful example to explain this whole news article. You will be able to, understand the complete article with the help of this example. Let's take an example. Let's again go back, and right now you guys are preparing for the examination for RBI, right? So you must be having some notebooks with you. Where you are noting down the details, where you are practicing the quants question, reasoning question, where you are marking your answers for the English mock test, right? There must be some notebook that will be prepared by you. Now my dear friends, please tell me what happens that when this notebook is basically over, right? You have exhausted all the different pages of the notebooks. What will happen? You will then shift to the new notebook. You will be shifting to the new notebook then, right? And you will be throwing away the old notebook, or some people will be keeping it for the reference, but they will not be reusing that notebook. Am I right or wrong? Please tell me. Everybody saying that right. Okay, yes, this is absolutely right. Now my dear friend, let's take an example of an economy or a student who is basically reusing the notebook. First of all, he has submitted the notebook for the recycling, right? Recycling. Now the notebook has been recycled, the paper has been recycled, converted into a notebook again. Now the person is using that notebook again, right? So basically, let me tell you here guys that every resource on our mother earth is really very, very important. And that's how we have to reuse these particular resources. Similarly, my dear friends, let me tell you that in our electric vehicles, batteries are being used, and in the batteries there are so many critical minerals are there, which are the part of these batteries, right? Energy storage batteries. So what happens is that the battery life gets over, these are being thrown away, right? And then we are importing the new batteries from outside India. But what happens if in our own country we are recycling the batteries, we are recovering these critical minerals and using them in the batteries again to create new batteries so that these batteries can be reused? Getting the point? So for this purpose only, we have decided to sign an MOU with the European Union. Clear everyone? And we are basically moving from a usual normal economy to a circular economy. Now what is the concept of circular economy? Let me give you an example guys. The usual economy is like that plastic disposable cup. In the usual economy, what happens is that you use that disposable cup. For example, my dear friends, you were in a party or you were basically going outside in a shop, right? And you were having that plastic cup or the glass cup. You used it and then you just throw it away. You just dumped it. That's it. So one resource is only being used only single time. That's it. But in the circular economy, what happens? In the circular economy, my dear friends, let's take the example of a steel cup, right? The steel cup. Or we can take the example of a glass cup. Like I am having a glass, right? It is a glass cup. So basically, what I do is that on the daily basis, I basically wash this glass and I reuse it again to have water, right? I use it again and again to have the water. So this is the example of a circular economy where I am reusing the existing resources again and again. I use it, I clean it, and I reuse it. Getting the point? So this is an example of circular economy. Now let's move on to this news article. Now these examples that I have given you will be helping you to understand it in a more beautiful manner. So now my dear friends, India and European Union has launched 169 crore joint initiative on the electric vehicle battery recycling under the India-European Union Trade and Technology Council Working Group 2 on the green and clean energy technologies. You all know that we are moving towards the sustainable development, right? And we are moving towards the clean energy. So that is the reason that we are moving towards the electric vehicles. But in the electric vehicles also the batteries are being used, and which are having basically some of the critical minerals. So we have to recover them. Then only we are basically making it sustainable, right? So we are again moving to the next level of sustainability. So that is why this MOU aims to secure critical raw materials, accelerate the transition to a circular economy, and strengthen the India-EU bilateral relations. So we just want to, enhance the bilateral relations between the India and European Union. And that is why we have created a funding pool of 169 crore rupees, which will be providing the funding support. The funding support will be provided through the European Union Horizon Europe program. This is a program which basically provides the funding towards the sustainable projects in the Europe. And from the Indian side, Ministry of Heavy Industries will be supporting the Indian component. Right? Let me tell you that there is no requirement of going into the deeds of the European Horizon program. Right? So these are the two entities which will be providing the funding support to the components on these individual levels. It will be supporting recycling and recovery of critical minerals such as lithium, graphite and cobalt. So guys, these are the critical minerals. And we are basically, let me tell you that why they are critical, because they are only available in some of the countries and we are dependent on them. We have to import every time these minerals from these countries. But why not if we are just recovering these minerals from these already used batteries and we are reusing them in the new batteries, or we are recycling the old battery itself. So this is really going to help the economy. What do you think? Do you guys agree with me or not? So answer is yes, right? So that is why India and EU has announced a third coordinated call for the proposal on the recycling of EV batteries. Under this proposal, what they are trying to do, they are giving a challenge to the people that okay, you have a solution, you come and solve this problem. And if we like your project and approach, we will be providing you funding. So that is why these projects will be focusing on advanced recycling technologies, including high efficiency material recovery, safe and digitalized collection systems, pilot scale demonstration of innovative recycling processes. So this will be working on all these areas and supporting the establishment of a joint India-EU pilot line. So what is this pilot line? This pilot line is the place where these projects will be undertaken on a pilot basis, right? Which will be getting the validation to be implemented in a real world after the time, right? It will be bringing together the researcher, industries and startups from India and the European Union to solve this problem issue. Clear everyone? So I hope that this part is clear to everyone. So India has signed this MOU with which entity for the electric vehicle battery recycling? The answer is European Union. It is moving towards from usual economy to a circular economy. It is focusing on high recovery rates, mixed chemistry handling, logistics and inclusion, safety and second life, right? So these are the different areas on which we are working as a part of this particular part. Now please tell me that what exactly is that amount that has been kept aside for providing the funding support to this mission? That is 169 crore rupees. 169 crore rupees is the right answer. Clear everyone? Clear everyone? Absolutely right. Everybody has given me the right answer. Let's move on to the next news article. So my dear friends, now the next article is School Management Committee Guidelines 2026. So let me tell you guys that there are school management committees which are existing. They are having some particular responsibilities, right? Now I will be helping you to understand this with the help of an example. So let's take an example that there is a child. He goes to school, right? So now let's try to consider the school as the child's second home. ये बच्चे का दूसरा घर है. This is the second home of the child, right? And there is a school management committee for that particular school. Now this will be acting as a watchman or as a guard of the school. Like okay, whether the building of the school is good or not, whether all the compliances are being met or not, whether all the fans, lights, chalkboards are working in the school or not, or where exactly the different grants are going on. We are supervising all the grants, we are monitoring all the grants where they are going on, how they are being used, right? Whether the students are coming to the school or not. So these were the basically some outside things are being observed earlier by the school management committees, right? They were not into more on the learning part. Like child is basically Going to the school for what? To attain the education, to understand, to learn, for his proper foundational learning, right? For setting a base to get a higher education in the upcoming timeline, right? So the whether the child is healthy or not, whether the child is feeling safe or not in the school, these things were not being assessed by the school management committee framework earlier. So that is why, my dear friends, it was really required that all these things should be included into the framework of the school management committees. And that is why now the school management committee new guidelines have been launched for 2026. And these guidelines have been launched by Ministry of Education, which has launched the school management committee guidelines 2026 in New Delhi. Now these aim to strengthen the community participation, transparency and quality education. The guideline envisions school management committees as the bridge between the student, teacher, parents, communities. Now, my dear friends, see, earlier it was only the responsible of the school. It was considered that it is only the responsibility of the school for the whole learning experience of the child. But right now, guys, under this framework, they will be working as a part of the triangle. School is responsible, parents are responsible, community is also responsible, right? So all three of them is basically responsible for the holistic development of the child. Clear? So child is at the center of this triangle. So that is why we are bridging the gap between the student, teacher, parents, communities for the holistic child development. It focuses on strengthening the community participation and shared responsibility of the education. It supports implementation of the national education policy, nearly 15 lakh schools in the country, right? So we are translating the national education policy guidelines onto these school management committees so that we are able to have the better learning environment in the school. It develops the SMCs into a sustainable culture and a people's movement for improving educational outcomes. Now, why exactly we are doing this? So that the students are having the proper learning experience, they are having the proper, all the guidelines, they are having the good experience of learning and attaining the education. The initiative also seeks to bridge the gap between the parents and the schools. Now, my dear friends, you must be thinking, what was the requirement of these new guidelines? See, guys, I already told you that what the previous guidelines were doing and what is the difference in the new guidelines, right? So previous things are also there, but now new things has also been added there. So now, guys, let me tell you that, see, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan was launched in 2011 and it described the school management committee as the decentralized structure for the school governance based on RTE Act 2009. So Right to Education Act 2009 के अंडर the SMC was only responsible for the school governance, कि भाई building सही है या नहीं है, lights ठीक है या नहीं है, whether we are having the proper electricity or not, right? Whether all the grants are being approved or not, how they are being used, only these things were being recorded. So the guideline for the community mobilization and SMDC is issued in 2014 under the Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. It defined the role and functioning of SMDC for secondary and senior secondary schools. But the NEP 2020 emphasized the active involvement of the local communities, that it's not just the responsibility of the school, but it is also the responsibility of the teachers, parents, communities. That's how we are having the Jan Bhagidari in attaining that official objective of, the proper child development in the school. And that's where came the school management committee's new guidelines. Let us try to see it with the help of a table. See, my dear friends, it was introduced after the Right to Education Act. It focused only on the grant monitoring. It focused on the infrastructure supervision. Administrative processes were being seen that whether all the processes have been compliant or not. More compliance and process oriented things were there under the SMC framework. It mainly looked at school management and supervision. And it was having limited focus on the wider community role. The community participation was not that much encouraged under the earlier framework. But now what we are doing under the new SMC guidelines, what we are having, we are updated to address emerging priorities in the school governance. We are focusing on the child safety, on the mental health, on the foundational literacy and numeracy, promotes digital transparency, learning outcomes. We encourage community participation. So all these things are now being catered as a part of the new SMC guidelines. Clear, everyone? Are you guys able to understand it? Now these SMCs will contribute to the holistic development of the child, better academic quality, better student welfare, safety of the students, inclusivity of not just the teachers but also the students, parents and the community. Digital governance will be there, transparency will be there. Now the things will be more holistic in nature. right? Now what exactly will be the size of these school management committees? So if the enrollment range is up to 100 students, there should be 12 to 15 members. If the number of students is 100 to 500, then there should be 15 to 20 members. If above 500 students are there, then 20 to 25 members are required in the school management committee. So basically these are the three layers, these are the three levels: 100 up to 100, 100 to 500, 500 above. Up to 100, 12 to 15 members, 100 to 500, 15 to 20 members, above 500 students, 20 to 25 members are there. That's all. Now my dear friends, what will be the composition of the SMC? So what will be the composition? See my dear friends, the elected member from the parents guardian will be the chairperson. One of the person will be the chairperson, and that person will be elected member from the parents or the guardian. Then the vice chairperson will also be from the same committee. Then member can be the parent guardian from all the grades of the children studying in school. Other member will be elected member of the local authority. Then we will be having the member from the teacher from the school. Then we will be having a member from the local educationist, subject expert, academicians, senior students. Then we will be having a member secretary, that is the principal, headmaster or school in charge. So basically we will be having this composition of the SMC, right? These will be the 7 different types of members who can be the part of the SMC. So basically, who will be the chairperson? Elected member from the guardian or the parent. And similarly the vice chairperson will also be from the elected member from parents and guardian. But again you can see the people are here from the educationist is there, local authority is there, parents are there, teachers are there, principal, headmaster, school in charge is there, right? So the member secretary will be principal, headmaster or the school in charge. Clear my dear friends? I hope that this is quite clear to everyone. The composition of SMC is clear to everyone. Now moving ahead, what are the other provisions? The constitution of SMC within 1 month of starting of the academic year. जैसे ही academic year start होता है, whenever the academic year is starting, we have to ensure that the SMC is been created. Within the 1 week of the constitution, there should be first meeting of the SMC. The election of the SMC should be in a democratic, transparent and inclusive manner. The chairperson and vice person shall be elected in the first meeting itself. So in the very first meeting, we will be electing the chairperson and the vice chairperson. We have to conduct at least 1 meeting in a month. Quorum of the SMC, minimum 50% meeting to be ensured. What is the quorum of the meeting? That means, my dear friends, when a meeting is taking place, let's take an example, there are 20 members of the board and the board has to meet. So when exactly we will be saying that okay, the meeting was successful? When more than 50% of the members are participating in the meet. If only 8 members are participating out of 20, it will not be a successful meet. If more than 10 people, 11, 12, 13 and up to 20, then only it will be a successful meet. So that is the quorum of the SMC. The 2 recommended subcommittees of the SMC recommended academic committee and the school building committee. The school development plan to be prepared for 3 years with 3 annual sub plans. तो 3 साल के लिए होगा और 3 annual sub plans होंगे, sub plans for 1 for each year. Then resource mobilization, monitoring the condition and activities of the hostels, oversee all the schemes in the school like समग्र शिक्षा, PM पोषण, तो सभी schemes को monitor किया जाएगा by the SMC, right? Then civil work costing up to 30 lakhs may be executed by SMC. Then capacity building training of the SMC members. So you can see here how exactly we are having the different members, the stakeholders are there which are the part of the SMC, and how exactly will be the working of the SMC. Clear everyone? Clear everyone? So my dear friends, please quickly tell me the name of the ministry which has come up with the school management guidelines. That is Ministry of Education. It will be acting as a bridge between the student, teacher, parent and communities, right? It is supporting the implementation of which policy? National Education Policy 2020 across how many schools? 15 lakh schools. So they will be focusing on the holistical child development, academic quality, student welfare. There are 3 different levels of the SMC sizes as per the number of the students which are enrolled in this particular school. Then we are having the proper composition of SMC, right? Who will be the chairperson, who can be the vice chairperson, who can be the member secretary, who can be the other member. And then we are having some provisions related to this particular SMC, like when should be the first meeting took place, when we will be, having the vice chairperson and the chairperson being elected, right? When exactly will be the constitution takes place of the SMC. So all these things we have already done. Clear my dear friends? At least 1 meeting should be there once in a month. So these are the important guidelines of the School Management Committee 2026, which is really going to bring a revolution in the Indian education sector, right? And the development of the children in our school. Clear, everyone? Let's move ahead to the next part. The first International Big Cat Alliance Summit 2026. Now, my dear friends, what is IBCA? IBCA, let me tell you, a very, very important initiative which has been launched by India. Guys, let me tell you that in 1973, India came up with the Project Tiger, where we worked on the conservation of the population of tiger, because we realized down the years that yes, the population of the tiger is reducing in our country, and that's why in 2023 we commemorated the 50th year of the Project Tiger. And during that 50th year of Project Tiger, we came up with the idea of, see, as we are leading in the tiger conservation, why not we are also leading in the other different areas also, which are also related to the big cats. So that's why we came up with the IBCA alliance, that is International Big Cat Alliance. Right, my dear friends? How? Let me tell you an example. Right, so let's take an example that there are different people who are preparing for the different examinations. People are preparing for RBI, SEBI, NABARD, IFSCA, PFRDA, NPS, right? So all these people are working, basically preparing for the regulatory bodies examinations. So there might be some commonality of the syllabus, right? Their pain points should be similar, their issues, their challenges will be similar somehow, right? And that's where, my dear friends, why not we just create a single platform for all of them, right? Although their examination preferences are different, but their challenges are same, and somewhere the language, somewhere the syllabus is also same. That's why we created one single platform where all these challenges can be addressed, and that's where we came up with the IBCA. Now try to replicate it with the IBCA. There are different countries who are having the different types of cat species, big cat species. Now they are working for the conservation of them. All of them are facing some of the challenges. So why exactly we are addressing these challenges separately? Why not we just come to the same dining table and we are just addressing all these challenges that are being faced by the different countries? And that's where we came up with the idea of IBCA. I will be telling you everything about the IBCA, but let's try to understand why exactly it has been used recently. So my dear friends, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change launched the website and logo for the first International Big Cat Alliance Summit 2026 in New Delhi. So in the month of June, we will be having the first International Big Cat Alliance Summit. It will be taking place in New Delhi. The participation will be expected from the head of the state, government of the member and observer countries. The theme of the summit will be Save Big Cats, Save Humanity, Save Ecosystem. Guys, you all know that every living being or the non-living being which is there in our Mother Earth is basically responsible for some time of ecosystem balance, right? And that is why we need to save everything. So save big cats, save humanity and save ecosystem. It will be bringing together 400 conservationists and the policy makers together in the summit and promoting cooperation, knowledge sharing and mutual support so that we can support each other for the conservation of these big cat species. Now, my dear friends, what will be going to the key outcome of the summit? So basically on the summit, it has already been mentioned that we will be adopting the Delhi Declaration. Now, what exactly the Delhi Declaration is all about? Because it is taking place in New Delhi, that is why the kind of proper document and framework that we are going to adopt in that particular summit, as it is taking place in Delhi, so that's why we have named it as Delhi Declaration. Now, it will be focusing on the shared conservation priorities, strengthening transboundary cooperation, promoting a landscape-based approach for conserving big cats and their habitats. Clear, my dear friends? Now let's move on to the next part. When it comes to the IBCA logo, so basically it is having a lotus inspired design for representing 5 elements of the nature. Let me show you. This is the lotus design, right? Showing the 5 elements of the nature, and in between and in the center these are the big cats. Now what these big cats are, I will be telling you that, don't worry about it. Now guys, let's move on to the very important part of this, that is the IBCA International Big Cat Alliance. I already told you that this idea was set up in 2023 when we were commemorating the 50th year of India's Project Tiger, and in 2023 we came up with the IBC, that is International Big Cat Alliance, bringing together countries that are home to the 7 big cat species. It is a multi-country, multi-agency coalition which comprises 95 big cat range countries, non-range countries with an interest in the big cat conservation partners, right? It is the intergovernmental international organization which is headquartered in India. Guys, recently, let me tell you, in 2024 only, cabinet has approved that the secretariat of the IBCA will be there in India. Clear everyone? So where will be, which countries having the secretariat of the IBCA? That is India only, and it was the initiative of India only. Now what are the 7 big cat species which are being conserved as a part of IBCA? These includes lion, tiger, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah, jaguar and puma. So these are the 7 big species. Now you must be thinking, sir, how to remember these 7 names? I will be giving you one small phrase, but only consider it for the learning purpose. Don't get into more of the details of that, right? Just try to listen to me only for the learning purpose. Clear? So don't tell me after that कि sir ये क्या कहा आपने. Clear? So my dear friends, let's take an example that leopard goes to lion. The leopard goes to lion to cheat snow leopard with tiger jaguma. Leopard goes to lion to cheat snow leopard with tiger jaguma. That means एक leopard lion के पास जाता है to seek a help कि I want to cheat snow leopard. और किसके साथ मैं cheat करना चाहता हूँ? Tiger के साथ, जिसका नाम है jaguma. Now let me tell you the 7 big cat species, right? So leopard is one species, then lion is there, stands for cheetah, then snow leopard is there, then tiger is there, then jaguma. Jaguma is basically the combination of 2 names, jaguar and puma. Clear everyone? Are you guys able to understand it? Leopard goes to lion to cheat snow leopard with tiger jaguma. That's all. If you are able to remember this phrase, definitely you will be able to remember all the 7 big cat species. And if you are able to remember these names without this phrase, then that is the best part. Okay, my dear friends, are you guys getting it? So I'm getting some responses from Madhur, Kashish, Upasna that yes, they are able to understand this point. Let me again repeat. Leopard goes to lion to cheat snow leopard with tiger jaguma. That's it. Leopard, lion, cheetah, snow leopard, tiger, jaguar and puma. These are the 7 big cat species launched in 2023 under the IBCA, International Big Cat Alliance, launched in 2023. Clear? Now what are the objectives of this IBCA, my dear friends? Let me tell you. See, when it comes to the objectives of the IBCA, guys, a very important part, we are basically doing it for the conservation of this big cat species. So it will be fostering the international cooperation for 7 big cat species, enhance knowledge exchange on the big cat threats, mobilize the resources, build capacity of range countries, raise global awareness, explore the synergy with international bodies associated with conservation, then promotes outreach activities and capacity building of wildlife practitioners. That's all. My dear friends, that's all. These are the different objectives of the IBCA. I hope this is clear to everyone. Right? I can see so many reactions in the chat box the people are giving right now with the phrase that I have given to you. Guys, please consider it only for the education purpose, right? Don't take it otherwise. Okay, so that part is also done. IBC is also done. We will be having the first summit in New Delhi. We will be adopting the Delhi Declaration. The secretariat of the IBC is in India only. It is headquartered in India only. In 2024, we decided that secretariat will be in India only, right? The 7 big cat species are, I already told you, right? Leopard, lion, snow leopard, tiger, jaguar, puma, right? So these are the 7 big cat species. One is left, that is cheetah, right? Clear everyone? Let's move on to the next news article now. Now the phase 1 and 2 articles are done, my dear friends. See, we have almost taken 45 to 50 minutes to cover these 5 important articles. That means 10 minutes each. But in those 10 minutes, I believe that you guys are able to not just cover these articles but retain, revise them. Let me tell you that if you will be reading these articles on your own, it would have taken more than 1.5 hours for you to cover it. and to retain it, it would have been, you have to basically spend 1 hour more to retain it. But now with the help of this session, you guys are able to not just cover it, but you are able to retain it, revise it from the examination point of view. Even I will be asking you to write a descriptive answer on any of the 5 topics that we have covered. You will be able to answer me, right? Am I right or wrong? Please tell me, am I right or wrong? So yes, I can see in the chat box that everybody is saying yes sir, you are right. Thank you for giving me the responses. Now my dear friends, let's move on to the next article. That is the article which is only relevant for phase 1 exam. That is Principal Scientific Advisor has signed an MOU with the FICCI. So the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to strengthen the R&D ecosystem, guys. So basically to strengthen, to make the research and development ecosystem in our country more stronger in nature, the MOU has been signed by Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They will be fostering a robust ecosystem for research and development by bridging the gap between industry, academia and research institutions. They will be promoting research, translation of research outcomes and commercialization. So that's all from here. What is the name of the organization with which Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India signed an MOU to strengthen R&D ecosystem in the country? That is FICCI. That is the right answer. Now moving ahead, India and Japan has strengthened the cooperation in the science, technology and innovation. My dear friends, India and Japan has advanced their strategic partnership in the science and technology and innovation. You all know that Japan is already very much advanced, right? So India also want to be the advanced. So my dear friends, we always tell you that you are the average of the 5 people with which you live, right? So basically, if you want to excel in one of the area, you have to accompany a person who is already ahead of you in that area, so that you can match up the pace with that particular person. That's how India is also signing a bilateral agreement with the Japan, right? A partnership in the science, technology and innovation. We will be focusing on multiple domains. Health and the medical devices are part of this particular MOU. We will be focusing on the field of health, medical devices, and when it comes to the health wala part, guys, we will be expanding the cooperation through joint research programs, capacity building and structured funding arrangements. And when it comes to the quantum science and technology area, we will be focusing on opening new avenues for collaboration in the next generation technologies with Japan. So basically on the 2 areas we have signed this MOU. One is the health, one is the quantum science and technology. These are the 2 areas. So please tell me the 2 areas on which India has signed an MOU with the Japan. The right answer will be health and quantum science and technology. Absolutely right. That's all. Now moving to the next news article. CSIR, CRRI and BPCL has received recognition from India and Asia Book of Records. So my dear friends, India and Asia Book of Records have recognized the work of the Central Road Research Institute and the Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. Now what is the reason behind that? See my dear friends, you all know that India is moving towards the sustainable development, and that is why it is very very important to ensure that if there is any product in our ecosystem which cannot be which is non-renewable, so we have to convert it into that matter which is again we are reusing it. For example, the usage of the plastic in the creation of the roads, right? So that's why for the first roadblock section constructed using the technical textile geocell made from end of life plastic, the plastic which could not have been used further, now we have used it in the road engineering and in the creation of the roads. Clear everyone? So the initiative demonstrates the scientific and practical use of the end of life plastic waste in sustainable road infrastructure development. The technology involves the development and application of the technical textile geocells manufactured from the processed end of life plastic, and this has been used, and this is basically focusing on the 2 national priorities including the sustainable waste management and the resilient road construction. And that is the reason, my dear friend, that we have come up with this initiative, and that's why in the Asia Book of Record and the India Book of Record this initiative has been recognized. Clear everyone? Now let's move on to the next news article, the second edition of Waves Doc Bazaar. So my dear friends, the Waves Doc Bazaar, this is the one-stop platform which basically supports documentary, animation and short filmmakers. So in the media and the film industry, this plays a very very important role, and this is a one-stop platform which basically integrates the different stakeholders like creators, producers, distributors, broadcasters and funders. and all these people can come together. And this Dock Bazaar will be the part of the 19th Mumbai International Film Festival, which will be taking place in Mumbai. Clear everyone? That's also where exactly the second edition of Waves Dock Bazaar will be taking place. It will be the part of the 19th Mumbai International Film Festival in Mumbai. Clear everyone? Let's move on to the next news article. The chairperson of the Central Board of Film Certification. The chairperson of Central Board of Film Certification has been replaced. Guys, recently we saw that Prasoon Joshi has taken over as the chairman of Prasar Bharati. We covered that, just few days back. Now, earlier Prasoon Joshi was serving as the chairperson of the CBFC. As he has been elevated as the chairperson of Prasar Bharati, so who will be working as the chairperson at the CBFC? We need to work, right? We need to have a leader there. So basically that's why Shashi Shekhar Vempati has been appointed as the chairperson of the Central Board of Film Certification. That's all we need to cover from here. When it comes to the CBFC, guys, it is a film certification body. That means all the movies which are being released in our country, they have to go through the certification of the CBFC. If it is not been certified by the CBFC, nobody can show you that movie on the theaters, on the TV channels. Are you guys clear with this? So please tell me the name of the person who has been replaced by Shashi Shekhar Vempati as the chairperson of the CBFC. What is the right answer? The right answer is Prasoon Joshi. Absolutely right. Let's move on to the next article. New Aadhaar app has recorded 21 million downloads. My dear friends, you all know Aadhaar. Aadhaar is your digital identity, right? Aadhaar is your identity card, which is having all your biometrics, your details, right? And it has been issued by the Unique Identification Authority of India. Let me tell you that UIDAI has also enabled a paperless identity sharing with the help of the Aadhaar app, which has recently recorded 21 million downloads. So the people are using the app for services such as mobile number and the address updates anytime and anywhere. It is a next generation mobile application designed for Aadhaar number holders, right? Aadhaar number holders. The app provides a secure, convenient and the privacy first method to carry, show, share and verify the identity. Clear everyone? So Aadhaar app has basically achieved the milestone of over 21 million downloads in just a matter of 3 months. That's it. Moving ahead, India and Algeria held the inaugural joint commission meeting. My dear friends, whenever we are basically having a bilateral relation with another country, we always come up with some meetings to ensure that whether we are going in the right direction or not, how exactly we can renew and reinforce the relationship with you. So that is why India and Algeria has held an inaugural joint commission meeting, and this time they have meted on the defense cooperation, and they have decided to sign rule of procedure for overseeing the implementation of bilateral defense cooperation. So whatever the earlier arrangements and the agreement that they have had for the defense cooperation, so they will be seeing that whether all the procedures are being followed properly or not, right, for the achieving the objectives of all these particular agreement that we have signed for in the terms of defense cooperation. That's all from this news article. Now my dear friends, we are moving on to the next article, and now the next article is the joint edition of the Joint Commanders Conference. So my dear friends, you all know that last year we saw one of the major highlight of the Indian defense, that was the Operation Sindoor. We all know that on the 22nd of April 2025, there was a Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 civilians of India were killed. And my dear friends, as a retaliatory action, Operation Sindoor was being conducted by Indian military on 7th of May 2025. And India targeted the terror infrastructure in the Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And to commemorate this event, coinciding the anniversary of this event, the second edition of Joint Commander Conference will be taking place in Jaipur, Rajasthan, which will be held with the theme of military capability in the new domains. Can anybody tell me now what exactly is the theme of the conference of the second edition of Joint Commander Conference? The theme will be military capability in new domains, right? And where exactly will this particular conference will be taking place? It is in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Clear everyone? Clear to everyone? So my dear friends, with this we are done with all the important news articles of the today's session. So now let's start the today's session. But before starting the today's session, again I would like to ask you, have you revised the previous current affairs that we have covered? Have you revised the current affairs that we have already covered till now in our previous sessions? Because it is very important. Current affairs, for current affairs, revision is the key. If you are not revising the things, then again it will be creating a more and more problems for all of you. So please ensure that you are always coming up with the full coverage of the current affairs. Okay. So now, my dear friends, let's move ahead to the very first news article. And the very first news article is a report which has been released by Niti Aayog on the India school education system. So इंडिया के स्कूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम पर एक रिपोर्ट को यहाँ रिलीज किया है. सो बेसिकली you must be having so many questions in your mind, sir, what exactly this report is all about, right? Let's take an example that this report is a basically just give me a second. Yeah, now it's fine. The health checkup report of the school. So when you are going and visiting the doctor for a health checkup, what exactly he checks? Can anybody tell me that? He checks your weight, height, blood pressure, your blood sugar levels, right? Your pulses, your breathing patterns, and all the things. So basically, similarly, when we are identifying the health of the school education system, so we basically see the different areas which are being provided in a school, right? Basically, it can relate it to the accessibility of the school, equality in the school, foundational learning and numeracy in the school, then infrastructure, equity, inclusion, digital integration, learning outcomes. So there are different parameters which are being used in order to assess the health of a school. And that's what we have done in this particular report of Niti Aayog, reports on India's school education system. So Niti Aayog has released a policy report titled School Education System in India, Temporal Analysis and Policy Roadmap for Quality Enhancement. See guys, earlier what was there? We were having one question, that whether the students are going to the school or not, right? So basically earlier the question was more about the accessibility. But now the question has been shifted from accessibility to the next part. And what is that? The next part is that whether the child is learning in the school or not, whether he is having proper experience, proper pedagogy is there or not, right? So basically now the question is no more about the accessibility of the school. Now school is accessible to most of the population. Students are visiting the schools, but whether they are what was the objective of going to the school, whether it has been met or not, so that is what the question is all about. That is why the report presents a long analysis of India's school education system, covering access and enrollment, infrastructure, equity, inclusion, and the learning outcomes. Right? It covers all the 36 states and union territories, and it assesses the states and UTs across all these parameters. This uses the secondary data from the UDISC plus 24-25 report, Parakh Rashtriya Sarvekshan, NAS 21-2017, and ASER 2024. So my dear friends, let me tell you that in our country there are so many reports which have been launched in related to the education system. So basically this new report created by Niti Aayog has taken the reference of these old reports to identify and come up with the findings that okay, what exactly is happening in our Indian education system, how it is happening, and after that we can identify some challenges if we are not aware. For example guys, you cover the syllabus, right? And after that you appear in the mock test. Till the time you are not appearing in the mock test, we are not able to understand that okay, what is the problem with you, what is your score, what does the analysis says, what exactly should be the next step in order to clear that part, right? So everything is very important, and that's where this particular report has been launched. So this report states that India's school education system includes 14.71 lakh schools serving 24.69 crore students, making it the largest system in the world. So my dear friends, you all know that India's population is really high, and for that population we need large number of schools, and this report celebrates that we are having that large number of schools, as we are having 14.71 lakh schools in our country, which serves more than 24.69 crore students. So you can see here guys, a very large ecosystem we are having in our country related to education, where 24.69 crore students are there. And the report highlights that there has been the improvement in the electric supply, sanitation facilities, inclusive infrastructure, computers, internet connectivity, and smart classrooms in the schools. So when it comes to the infrastructure related issues, the schools are really doing good, right? They are really doing good. The electricity supply is there, sanitation facilities are there, they are more inclusive, computers are there, internet connectivity is there. So basically in this area we are really doing good. And the report notes progress in the girls participation and the enrollment of SC and ST students. My dear friends, what exactly was the problem earlier? That there was not a gender parity in terms of the education. Boys are having accessibility to the schools and the education system more as compared to the girls. But now in the previous years what we have seen that the girls participation has increased, and in one of the reports covered in the previous days we have covered already that in the secondary higher education the gender parity is at 1.1. That means the girls are having more accessibility as compared to the boys, right? And additionally guys, there are some weaker sections in our society which really needs empowerment, and what we have done is that we have enrolled SC and ST students by launching so many important schemes, like we covered earlier, pre-matric scheme, post-matric schemes, right? So these schemes are really working, and that's why we have seen that there is a noted progress in girls participation and the enrollment of SC and ST students across the educational stages. For the girls participation, can anybody tell me the name of a famous scheme which has been launched by the government of India? Let me see who will tell me the right answer. Let me see who will give me the right answer here. So one of the scheme is Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Abhiyan. Absolutely right. Now moving ahead, the report indicates the recovery in learning outcomes, especially in the foundational literacy and numeracy after the pandemic. So my dear friends, consider the education as a train, right? As a train. When there was a pandemic period, this train got slowed down. Right? Because due to the lockdown, students were not able to get the proper education. But now after the pandemic is over, we have tried our best to basically again speed up this train of education in our country. And that's why we have seen that there is a recovery in the learning outcomes, especially in the foundational literacy and numeracy after the pandemic. So after the pandemic period, we are back on track in terms of education. It links these improvements to policy initiatives like National Education Policy 2020, Nipun Bharat Mission, and Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. So we are not discussing these because they are just named here, right? But the onus of these recoveries are basically on these missions which have been launched by the government, like NEP 2020, Nipun Bharat Mission, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. And after assessing all these findings, the report has come up with the 11 major challenges in the systemic and academic areas of the school education. My dear friends, what are the systemic and academic areas? See, systemic areas are those which are outside the classroom, and academic areas are those which are inside the classroom. Let's take an example, whether the school infrastructure is good or not, teachers are going there or not. So basically something which we can see from outside the school, outside the classroom. But when it comes to the inside the classroom, that is the academic area, that is what is the kind of pedagogy which is being used, whether the students are able to learn or not, whether they are having the good learning experience or not, whether they are getting that objective of the learning properly or not while attaining the education in the school. So these areas are being identified by this report as the 11 major challenges, and to resolve them we have got them 13 recommendations by this report. What are the 13 recommendations? The 8 systematic recommendations include reforming the school structure through composite schools and evidence-based rationalization, strengthening the school infrastructure, governance reform and administrative capacity building, creating state and district task forces on the school quality, strengthening school management committees, improving teacher deployment and professional development. So you can see here everything which can be seen outside the classroom, right? Now let's move on to the academic recommendations, which includes the things inside the classroom. Let's take an example: transforming pedagogy, assessment, foundational learning, promotional holistic education and student well-being, reimagining vocational education and skill integration, early childhood care and education. So whether our child is being taken care of, whether they are getting the proper learning experience, how is the pedagogy process and the method which is being used in this particular part. So everything we will be doing that. So now my dear friends, I hope that this particular first report is very much clear to all of you. This is the Niti Aayog report. That is why it really required a detailed explanation. Now, if I ask you, please tell me the name of the organization which has come up with this report. That is School Education System in India, Temporal Analysis and Policy Roadmap on Quality Enhancement. What is the right answer? Please quickly tell me in the chat box. There are 10 people in here. Please guys, let me tell you that there is not any kind of positive if you are just listening to me and watching me and you are not answering me in this part, right? So Madhur, we are only required to remember that on what areas the recommendations are. These are systemic recommendations, there are academic areas recommendations, that's it. Okay, so absolutely right, the right answer is Niti Aayog. So material share, it's not a policy Aayog, it is the Niti Aayog, right? I think there is a autocorrect at your end because ABC has also answered the similar manner. So Niti Aayog is the right answer. Now, how many schools are there? It is 14.71 lakh schools are there. And how many students are there? 24.69 crore students are there. Whether we have seen that yes, there is a progress in the girls' participation or not, please answer me yes or no. Yes, there is a huge girls' participation and there is a more enrollment of SC and ST students as well across the educational stages. It links these improvements to the policy initiatives under the NEP 2020, Nipun Bharat Mission and the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. And then we had identified 11 challenges in the academic area and the systemic area, and we have come up with the recommendations for the same. Clear everyone, the first report is done and dusted. I believe that everybody of you is able to cover all the important details of this report. Now let's move on to the next news article, and that is Janani Digital Platform. So my dear friends, Janani is basically mother who gives birth, right? So the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has launched Janani Digital Platform. Now what exactly is the digital platform? See, when we talk about the mother, Janani Digital Platform, let's take an example that this platform is a digital health diary of a mother and a child, right? So basically what happens is that, my dear friends, when a mother is pregnant and then from early pregnancy to the delivery and then from the delivery to the postnatal care of a child. So basically they visit sometimes different clinics. One clinic when they were expecting, then the next clinic for the delivery, the next clinic for the postnatal care, right? So basically their health records are fragmented. One health record is there in the first clinic, second is on the second clinic, then there is on the third clinic. So there is not any kind of unified digital health record of the mother and the child, right? So basically what we want to do is we want to unify these health records so that if the mother is traveling from one place to the another or migrating from one city to another and they are changing the clinics, then their health records are not getting vanished and we are already having the proper record so that we can track and monitor the same, because there are so many times that there are complications in the pregnancies, right, and in the delivery also. So basically what we need to understand is that if there are some high risk cases where they need some extra care, they need some extra alert that okay, now you have to get yourself tested for this, now you have to get yourself medicated for this, so we are able to provide those alerts to them so that they are getting themselves tested properly, right, so that we can reduce the child and the maternal mortality. Are you guys getting the point? So these are the very, very important things in our society. So that is why, as a solution to this, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has launched Janani, that is Journey of Antenatal, Natal and Neonatal Integrated Care. And this platform was launched at the National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity, the best practices shaping India's health future. When it comes to Janani, it is a service-oriented digital platform for monitoring and maintaining the digital health record of the women during their reproductive age. So we are maintaining a digital health record of a woman during their reproductive age so that we can ensure that they are safe, right? The aim is to very simple. We want to strengthen the maternal and child health service delivery in our country through continuous monitoring and timely intervention. So whenever there is a intervention is required, considering the case, right? So we can definitely do that by monitoring. If I am not monitoring you people, like whether you are studying properly or not, whether you are attempting the quizzes or not, whether you are coming to the class or not, then again you won't be able to, so I won't be able to intervene here, right? So if their XYZ person is scoring low in the quizzes, I and am not monitoring that person's performance, I cannot tell that okay, now this is something on which you need to work on. This is the area on which you are required to give more focus. I can only do that when I am monitoring that situation. And that's why the monitoring and timely interventions are required. So that's why we will be doing this with the help of the Janani Health platform. It improves the service coverage, accountability, and long-term reduction in the maternal and child mortality through digital authentication, real-time monitoring, and internal sectoral convergence. The platform has been developed as an upgraded version of the existing reproductive and child health portal. So my dear friends, right now we were having a reproductive and child health portal. But you know what was happening is, so the data was not complete there. It was quite fragmented in nature. So what we have done, we have released the upgraded version. And as the upgraded version, we have come up with a new platform itself. And the name of the new platform is Janani. What is the name of that new platform? Please tell me in the chat box. It is Janani, right? So it creates the longitudinal health records by capturing the service delivery events across the continuum of care. The platform supports tracking of antenatal care, delivery preparedness, delivery, postnatal care, newborn care, home-based newborn and young child care. So all these things are very important, my dear friends, and specifically when the women are migrating from one place to another, right? During their pregnancy days, they are migrating from one place to the another. Like there was a woman in earlier in Odisha, now she has shifted due to the job related requirements to Delhi, right? So we need to maintain the record so that when they are basically moving from one clinic to the another clinic in the another state, right? So the doctor is already having the overall view that okay, so this is the case, that's how the things are taking place, and that's how, and these are the precautions I need to take care before prescribing anything. Clear everyone? So it provides a QR enabled digital mother and child health card. See, very easy. Right now, this is the era of the QR codes, right? You just scan the QR code, you are able to access everything. So these reports of them will be carrying a QR code. You just scan the QR code and you will be able to access the whole report of the woman and the child, right? So this is basically for portability and easy access to the health records. It includes automated alerts for high risk pregnancies, real-time dashboard for the supervisory review. I already told you these points. It is designed with the interoperability features and can integrate with the platforms such as UWin and the Potion for seamless data exchange. So guys, there are so many records on the UWin platform, the Potion platform. Now these can be integrated with this Janani platform, and we are having a seamless data exchange of the data over all these areas. Now the beneficiaries can be registered using Abha, Ayushman Bharat Health account, Aadhaar through the OTP and biometric authentication mobile number. So there are different ways to join these platforms. Like they can get themselves registered through the Abha, through the Aadhaar numbers, then through the biometric authentication and through the mobile numbers. It includes pan-India search functionality to support continuity of the care, provides self-registration facilities, scheduling and the monitoring of antenatal care visits. So all these things are being provided as a part of this Janani platform. They can also access the digital MCH cards, information on the nearby healthcare facilities and expected place of delivery. So my dear friends, in a nutshell, it is a one-stop complete solution for the women who are pregnant or who have just delivered, right? I hope that you guys are able to understand this platform in a very well defined manner. What is the name of the platform? It's Janani. Which ministry has come up with the platform? It is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and we are basically launching it for proper monitoring and maintaining the digital health record of the women. So basically it is a digital health diary of a woman and a child. Clear everyone? Clear to all? So we are done with the second news article as well. Now let's move on to the third news article. So my dear friend, the third news article is on the Department of Financial Services performed strongly in the GRAI rankings. So my dear friends, let me tell you here. Let's take an example that there is a customer service counter of the government of India. So government in our country, there are so many people and there are so many departments. So there might be so many complaints as well, right? Because there is always a scope of improvement. So this customer service counter basically takes the all such kind of, the complaints of the people. This can be against the banks, it can be against the insurance companies, can be against any other financial institution, right? So many complaints are taking place. Now, when exactly we will say that that particular department is efficient? Let's take an example that there is a bank and there is a long queue in that bank of the customers. So when we will say that the bank is efficient, when they will be able to reduce the pendency, they will be able to resolve the problems that these customers are facing, and they are sending them home with the full satisfaction that yes, my query was resolved there clearly. Clear, my dear friends? So basically then only we will be calling it as a efficient bank branch. Similarly, my dear friends, when it comes to these customer service centers of the counters of the government of India, right, which are taking these grievances, so these grievances must be resolved. And let me tell you that there is one department which is really performing really well in this area, and that particular department is Department of Financial Services, which has received more than 2.5 lakh grievances annually. So my dear friends, more than 2.5 lakh grievances have been received annually. The department has consistently remained among the top 10 in the Grievance Redressal Assessment and Index. What are the GRA stands for? Grievance Redressal Assessment and Index. Since November 2025, the department has consistently remained strong. In March 26, GRA rankings, जो इंश्योरेंस डिवीजन है इस डिपार्टमेंट का, इन द ग्रुप ए कैटेगरी इट हैज टॉप द ग्रुप ए कैटेगरी. बेसिकली ग्रुप ए कैटेगरी में क्या होता है? बेसिकली वेयर द 500 or more than 500 grievances are been registered by that particular department. And then we were having the banking division. The banking division retained its 5th position for the second consecutive month. For the second consecutive month, we had banking division on the 5th position. So basically the two departments, insurance division and the banking division. Insurance division is on the top in terms of category A, and banking division is on the 5th position for the second consecutive month. Now, what are the factors which are responsible for their good performance? That is a timely disposal of grievances. They are not, they are resolving the queries on time. For example, the people who are posting the queries at chapters, right? We have come up with the initiative of closing the queries within 5 hours. So you always see that we always are very proactive in resolving your queries, right? Whether you are posting them on the Telegram, you are posting them on the YouTube, you are posting them on the portal as well. So we are resolving them on a timely basis. So that's why the timely disposal of grievances are there. There is a reduction in the pendency level. There is an improved quality of the grievance resolution. Clear, everyone? So these are the reasons. Now let's move ahead to the GRAI framework. So what exactly is this GRAI framework? That is Grievance Redressal Assessment and Index. So this is a platform launched by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, where people come and they basically post their complaints. So it evaluates the ministries and departments on effectiveness and timeliness of the grievance resolution through centralized public grievance redress and monitoring system. So CP grams के through we are basically reducing and resolving the grievances of the people through the CP grams, whichever they are basically being taken care by the Department of the Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Clear, everyone? Please tell me the name of the department who is really performing well in terms of the GRAI rankings. What is the name of the department? It's Department of Financial Services. And what are the name of the two divisions which we have discussed today? Banking division and the insurance division. Insurance division has topped banking division on the 5th position. Clear, everyone? Clear to everyone? Are you guys getting the point? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you guys are able to cover all these important things, so that we can ensure that yes, you are good to go with the remaining part of the session. So everybody is doing good. So now I am getting the answers in the chat box. That's really great. Now let's move ahead to the next part, my dear friends. The next news article is ADB has launched the financing facility for the critical mineral supply chains. Asian Development Bank has launched the critical minerals to the manufacturing finance partnership facility at its 59th annual meeting. My dear friends, we all know that right now we are moving towards a sustainable development, and for the sustainable development we are moving towards the clean energy, and that's why we are adopting the electric vehicles, right? We are adopting the solar panels. We are installing solar panels in our homes. And guys, what is the name? What are those things which are really playing a very important role there? We just covered a very important MOU with the European Union, in the previous session, right? Where we will be working on the recycling of the batteries. Let me tell you here that these critical minerals are a very important component of these batteries, and these manufacturing units which are basically working in the clean energy part. And that is the reason that Asian Development Bank has also said that, see, you are having the critical minerals. Why the critical minerals are critical? Because their supply is very less. So your supply is already very less, and you are just mining those critical minerals, right? You are having the critical minerals and you are just mining them and you are exporting them. Then you are purchasing the final product from the other countries. Why not, when you are having the raw material, when you are having everything at your home, why not you just manufacture? Why not you just recycle these batteries, right? Why not you just manufacture these batteries and you become the exporting hub of them? So instead of becoming the exporter of that, you have to now convert into the manufacturing. That's why it says critical minerals to manufacturing financing partnership facility. And this will be helping countries in the Asian Pacific to develop critical mineral supply chain for clean energy, batteries, electric vehicles, and the digital technology. It supports the clean energy and digital technology demand while creating the jobs and promoting inclusive economic growth in the region. It seeks to support higher value industries and such as processing, manufacturing and recycling instead of only mining activities. तो माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज़ करने के अलावा आपको प्रोसेसिंग करनी चाहिए, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करनी चाहिए, रिसाइकलिंग करनी चाहिए. The facility will support project preparation, policy reforms, public investment and the private financing across the critical minerals value chains. So these are the different value chains on which we can work upon, and we can definitely expand the scope of our economy and the clean energy technologies, right? Clear everyone? So what is the name of that organization which has come up with this idea of critical mineral to manufacturing finance partnership facility? The right answer is Asian Development Bank. Now let me tell you that to achieve this objective that we have just discussed, it has come up with the two components of this plan. One is the grant window and one is the catalytic finance window. What is the grant window? The grant window is basically the timeline when we are assessing the feasibility, of the projects, when we are seeing that whether the projects are feasible or not. Now we are decided that okay, these are the projects which we can execute, we have planned them properly, now we will be executing them. So now to execute them we need some financial assistance. So for that there is a catalytic finance window. So this catalytic finance window will be helping these projects to be executed properly. So funding will, under the grant window, funding will support feasibility studies, environmental and social assessments, technical assistance, and for that government of Japan and United Kingdom has supported it. Then we are having the catalytic finance window. This aims mobilize financing and risk sharing from financing partners. Korea Exim Bank and the Korean Trade Insurance Corporation basically has signed a $500 million memorandum as the first partner for this particular initiative. Clear everyone? So ADB has come up with this initiative and it is having the two windows, grant window and the catalytic finance window. Now the facility builds on ADB's 2025 strategy for responsible and sustainable critical minerals to manufacturing value chains. And all the projects under the facility will follow ADB's environmental and the social safeguards, due diligence and impact assessment requirements. Now ADB has also helped establish a critical mineral database to improve the information sharing. So now my dear friends, as we have discussed about the very important project of the ADB, now here it is telling us about the other different things that what ADB is doing. So ADB has helped establishing a critical mineral database. It is supporting battery manufacturing and recycling in India. It is helping in geological data mapping in Mongolia. It is helping in AI-driven critical mineral production in Uzbekistan. So that's how artificial intelligence is really helping. And the Asian Development Bank is really helping in all these areas to all these countries. Clear everyone? Are you guys able to understand this information from examination point of view? Please quickly tell me, give me a thumbs up in the chat box. So these are the existing projects and the efforts taken by ADB. Now it is very, very important when ADB is there in the news, we should cover the static details of the ADB as well. So ADB is basically a leading multilateral development bank which is supporting the sustainable, inclusive and resilient growth across the Asia and the Pacific. So in which year the ADB was founded? It is in 1966. owned by 69 members. How many members are there? 69 members are owing the ADB. What is the name of the president? Masato Kanda. Just remember, Mas Banda hai, right? That is the Masato Kanda. So headquarter is in Manila, Philippines. So ADB, guys, I hope that you are able to understand. It was founded in 1966, headquartered in Manila, Philippines. President is Masato Kanda, owned by 69 members. That's all done and dusted with respect to this particular article. Clear, everyone? So we are done with these 4 articles, which are important for both phase 1 and 2. So we are done with these phase 1 and 2 articles. Now my dear friends, let's move on to the next news article, which is, now we are moving towards the phase 1 articles only. What are the phase 1 articles which are not related to the syllabus, and that's why they are only important for the phase 1 examination. And here today, what is the first article? It is a CBRN Field Training and Demonstration Center. My dear friends, let me tell you here that when there is a war, missiles are coming, gunshots are coming, so drones are coming, their jets are coming. We can see that. We can see those things, right? And we can fight back them. But what happens if there is a chemical war? If there is a biological or radiological or a nuclear radiation which is there, which is impacting the people. So you are getting impacted already, but you are not aware about it. The moment you will be aware, you will already be impacted due to that particular radiation or the biological weapon, right? So basically, the Defense Research and Development Organization has opened the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Field Training and Demonstration Center at Buradi Plains in Delhi. So it has been created in Delhi. So why exactly it has been created? See guys, it is the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Field Training and Demonstration Center. I told you that such kind of things, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, they cannot be seen. They can only be felt. So that is why, to understand this, we must be having that particular center where we can practice and where we can prepare ourselves for such kind of situation, right? And where we can identify that if this kind of situation comes, what exactly we are required to do. So the center aims to enhance the preparedness for the radiological nuclear exigencies. It is a DRDO CBRN Center of Excellence with a state-of-the-art infrastructure. The center is a part of upcoming CBRN Center of Excellence. So we are creating this CBRN Center of Excellence under which institute? Under the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences. It is dedicated to training responders from the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home Affairs, National Disaster Management Authority and other agencies involving the CBRN preparedness and crisis response. Clear, everyone? So CBRN Field Training and Demonstration Center has been set up in which area? Please quickly tell me in the chat box. It is set up in Delhi. Absolutely right. Which organization has set it up? It is the DRDO, Defense Research Development Organization is the right answer. Clear, everyone? Are you guys able to understand and retain the information from this news article? Now let's move on to the next article. India Post has inaugurated the 100th and generation post office at Nehu, Shillong. So my dear friends, you might have seen that the old post offices which were there in our country, they quite become very old in terms of infrastructure wise, and not much of the facilities are provided there. So government of India decided that why not, we are just transforming these post offices, and that's why they started also launching the new N generation post offices. Now what exactly these are, we will be trying to understand. Right, so the N-Gen Post Office initiative is aimed at expanding the department outreach to youth through post offices established within educational institutions. So let me tell you that the youth participation in these post offices was really very less. So we just thought that why not we just introduce and enhance the participation of the youth in these areas. So we have to add some kind of facilities to these post offices which are youth friendly. For example, continuous Wi-Fi. For example, some student friendly spaces which are aligned with the evolving needs, and that is why, as we are focusing on the students here, so we have basically decided to set up more in the educational institutions. So these post offices are designed as contemporary student friendly spaces aligned with the evolving needs. It aims at increasing the engagement with the postal services and community interaction. The features of the N-Gen post offices include free Wi-Fi, QR-based booking, payment systems, dedicated student service customers, and concessional parcel and mail addresses. Clear, my dear friends? Are you guys getting it? Now let me tell you that as this engine post initiative was been launched, let me tell you that now government of India has basically announced the 100th such engine post office which of India Post, which is virtually inaugurated at northeastern states Hill University, शिलोंग, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न हिल यूनिवर्सिटी शिलोंग के अंदर 100th जन इंजन पोस्ट ऑफिस को सेटअप किया गया है. सो इफ आई आस्क यू, प्लीज टेल मी इन द चैट बॉक्स व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ दैट सिटी और द यूनिवर्सिटी वेयर द 100th इंजन पोस्ट ऑफिस ऑफ इंडिया पोस्ट हैज बीन inaugurated. So let me see who will give me the right answer. Come on, Madhur, ABC, Pratyush, Kashish, all the people, material share, please try to give me the answer in the chat box. And yes, absolutely right, it is Shillong. Well done. So now we are done with this part. Now let's move on to the next article, that is the Fruit Horizon 2026 program. So guys, this was held in Lucknow, लखनऊ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ये प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट किया गया था to promote the fruit production in our country, to enhance the quality enhancement, processing and exports in the country. तो हमारी कंट्री से एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाने के लिए, फूड प्रोसेसिंग को बढ़ाने के लिए, क्वालिटी उसकी बेहतर करने के लिए, फॉर द फ्रूट प्रोडक्शन ऑल्सो वी केम अप विद द फ्रूट हॉरिजॉन 2026. It seeks to bring together farmers, scientists, exporters and the other stakeholders on a common platform. The role of the farmer producer organization, farmer producer companies and the sub-help groups in strengthening the fruit sector will also be discussed during this particular campaign, right? So please tell me what is the name. It is the Fruit Horizon 26. Where exactly it was held? It was held in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Absolutely right. So all of you able to understand this? Okay, good. Let's move on to the next part. Now my dear friends, this is a quite very easy आर्टिकल. सो बिचारपुर जुनून फुटबॉल का इज द बेसिकली अ फिल्म विच हैज बीन रिसेंटली स्पेशली स्क्रीन्ड. सो स्पेशल स्क्रीनिंग ऑफ द डॉक्यूमेंट्री वॉज हेल्ड हाईलाइटिंग द स्टोरीज फ्रॉम द ग्रास रूट फुटफॉल. द डॉक्यूमेंट्री शोकेस द ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव रोल ऑफ द इंडियाज sports in society. So the documentary showcases the transformation role of sports in society, that how sports basically transform our lives. It presents inspiring stories linked to the grassroots football development. Let me tell you, my dear friends, in our country there are so many people who have transformed the lives of the people through sports, right? And this particular initiative, the Bicharpur Junoon Football Ka, was also the part of such kind of initiative. Clear, everyone? So we are talking about the Bicharpur Junoon Football Ka. Now let's move on to the next part, the National Center of Excellence for Aeronautics at NSTI Kanpur. So my dear friends, let's take an example that there is a runway, right? This is a runway, and you are having a ship. Sorry, you are having a plane. You are having a plane, and let's take an example that if you want that the plane should land on that, then you have to ensure that the platform, or we would say the runway, is really very very strong, right? If it is not strong, there can be a chance of accident of that plane. So that is why, my dear friends, similarly, if we talk about the runway in our country, we are having the runway of the human capital, and if we want to take off in terms of aeronautic sector, then we are required to do a lot of work in terms of this area. Clear, everyone? So the Directorate General of Training under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship will host a high-level industry stake consultation at the National Level Skill Training Institute Kanpur. So NSTI, guys, National Skill Training Institute of Kanpur. So basically this is the place where this Center of Excellence will be created. It will be focusing on Center of Excellence establishment for the aeronautics and allied sectors at NSTI Kanpur as first of its kind institution in India. The NCOE at NSTI Kanpur is developed under the component 2 of the Pradhan Mantri Skilling and Employability Transformation through upgraded ITIs. So this is a scheme of the Government of India where we are focusing on enhancing and upgrading the ITIs of the country, and that is why it aimed at transforming the industrial training institutes into modern sector specific center of vocational excellence. That's all. Clear everyone? The Kanpur NCO will be one of the 5 such centers which are already been established across India. What are the 5 new places? So others are held in Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad and Ludhiana. So these are the different places. So National Center of Excellence for Aeronautics will be created in which of the following areas? Please tell me here in the chat box. So the National Center of Excellence for Aeronautics at NSTI Kanpur, right? NSTI Kanpur is the right answer. Moving ahead, my dear friends, let's move on to the next news article. So the TDB has signed an agreement for commercialization of top Type 4 CNG cylinders. Guys, what are the Type 4 CNG cylinders? We will be discussing that. So the Technology Development Board under the Department of Science and Technology entered into agreement with NTF Energy Solutions, which is also in Delhi. So NTF Energy Solution ने MOU sign किया है with the TDB for the Type 4 CNG cylinders. Why so? Because of the project that is called Establishment of Manufacturing Facility for commercialization of the Type 4 CNG cylinders. So we want to commercialize the Type 4 CNG cylinders, and that is why we have come up with the manufacturing facility for the same. Now my dear friends, what is the aim of this Type 4 CNG cylinder? Let me tell you that we want to establish an advanced manufacturing facility for production commercialization of indigenously developed Type 4 composite CNG cylinders. So guys, let me tell you that the normal usual cylinders are quite heavy in nature, but this Type 4 composite CNG cylinders are quite less in the weight, right? They are next generation alternative to the conventional steel cylinders, and they offer up to 75% of the weight reduction compared to the conventional steel cylinders. So guys, you must have seen that whenever that gas wala bhaiya, the gas supply wala bhaiya comes to your house, and your mothers ask you to please put the cylinder inside, right? It becomes all time an exercise for us, right? We use different ways to drag down that cylinder and place it on the place. So that's why, in order to understand these problems, basically government of India decided that okay, why not we are having a little bit less heavy cylinder, right? Now moving ahead, the technology has been developed indigenously by NTF Energy Solutions Private Limited. That's all from this news article. So my dear friends, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if till now everything is clear to everyone. If till now everything is clear to everyone, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box so that we can cover and move on to the remaining articles of the today's session. So clear to everyone. Thank you for giving me the responses. Let's move on to the next article. So NISCPR has signed an MOU with the RIS. So CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, has signed MOU with the Research and Information System for Developing Countries. It aims to strengthen the collaboration in the science, technology, innovation policy and the diplomacy. It will focus on joint research, policy analysis, capacity building and the knowledge sharing. That's all from this article. So we just need to remember that which institution in India has signed an MOU with the Research and Information System. So what will be the right answer? CSIR, National Institute of Science and Policy Research, has signed this MOU with the Research Information System for Developing Countries. That's all. Moving to the next part, the Ministry of Mines has operationalized 101 auction mineral blocks. So my dear friends, India's mineral sector has achieved the operationalization of the 101 auction mineral blocks since the introduction of auction regime in 2015. When we talk about the auction regime, it was launched in year 2015, right? Since the inception, we have seen that 101 blocks have been operationalized. So that is why we are celebrating this particular moment. So operationalization of 101 blocks has marked a major milestone in the implementation of the mining reforms. For 25-26 recorded the highest ever annual government performance under the auction regime. Clear? During 24, 25, 26, the total of 212 mineral blocks were introduced in the single financial year. So guys, let me tell you that the accessibility to these blocks was not at all so much of the easy part. And that is why you can see here that here we have seen that 101 auction mineral blocks since the introduction of the auction regime has been launched. We have seen operationalization of 101 blocks, and total 212 mineral blocks were auctioned at a single financial year. Clear everyone? Let's move on to the next news article. The nationwide annual health checkup initiative has been launched. So my dear friends, you all know that annual health checkup is really very important for everyone. And this time there is a nationwide annual health checkup as announced, right? For the workers aged 40 years and above, was launched from the ESIC Medical College and Hospital, Basaidarpur, Delhi. So in the Delhi, we have come up with this nationwide annual health checkup initiative. So the aim is very simple, that we want to strengthen the occupational health care. We will be doing the free annual health checkups for the people aged 40 years and above, conducted across the country. The initiative has been implemented in the Labour Code framework. Employee State Insurance Corporation coverage has increased from ground 7 crore beneficiaries to a decade ago to nearly 15 crore beneficiaries currently. So my dear friends, when it comes to the ESIC coverage in our country, ESIC coverage, it has increased from 7 crore to 15 crore. The present value is more and more important from examination point of view. Clear? And the social security coverage we have already covered so many times in the previous session that it has improved from 19% to 64%. So nationwide annual health checkup initiative has been launched from which place of the country? That is Delhi. Right? What is the age group of the people who will be screened here? That is the 40 years and above. It will be aiming to strengthen the occupational health care services. When it comes to the ESIC, can anybody tell me the coverage has increased from around 7 crore beneficiaries a decade ago to a nearly 15 crore beneficiaries currently. So that is the achievement that we have achieved. Clear everyone? Clear? Let's move on to the next news article. The India AI and ICMR has signed an MOU for the AI adoption in healthcare. Now my dear friends, let's try to understand. Let's take an example that there is a library and there are so many books in that library. So if I want a person to go through all the books, so basically what will happen, how much time the person will be taking? He will be taking a large amount of time to go through all the books. But if I am helping the doctor with the AI assistant, so that artificial intelligence assistant is really going to assist the doctor or the person to basically go through the books in a very limited amount of time, right? So that's where the inclusion of the AI is being explored in terms of healthcare sector. So that is why India AI and ICMR has signed MOU for AI adoption in healthcare. So India AI and ICMR has signed a memorandum of understanding to promote responsible and scalable adoption of artificial intelligence in the healthcare. So we have seen that in the healthcare sector, the introduction of the AI is not that much, right? And basically the administration is there who is coming up from upside, and he is saying that please use the artificial intelligence so that we can improve on our productivity. So it is a scalable adoption of artificial intelligence in the healthcare. Aim is very simple, to improve the healthcare outcomes through the AI driven solutions. Now the MOU establishes a framework combining the India AI's technology infrastructure and AI ecosystem capabilities with the ICMR's expertise, first biomedical research and public health. The ICMR will contribute medical research expertise and its medical information data for the AI solution framework. So my dear friends, please remember here the ICMR will be contributing to the medical research expertise and its medical information data for the AI solution network. Now guys, there will be three key pillars of this collaboration. The one is the AI Kosh dataset platform. So under this, what will happening is guys, so we are basically integrating the AI with the healthcare. So what we need in the healthcare, we are having so many records and India AI is having the AI, right? So it will be giving the AI tool to the ICMR because it is having the records. So it will be analyzing all those records properly, and then we will be able to have a proper solution to the problems of the healthcare industry in our country. So ICMR will be providing anonymized and ethics approved health research datasets where AI models and toolkits developed under the MIDAS framework. The platform will support area access to the biomedical datasets as a part of this particular platform, that is AI Coach dataset platform. Absolutely right. Now moving ahead, under the compute access, so India A will be providing computer ICMR access to GPU based high performance computing infrastructure in subsidized rates. So guys, we all know that computers are going to play a very important role. If AI is a your player, if AI is your fuel, then your computer is the growth engine, right? So we need those computers which can be used in the healthcare infrastructure, where you can use these AIs to create such kind of reports in a very timely manner, right? So the initiative aims to address the infrastructure gaps in the advanced AI healthcare research, and under the collaborative AI care development, both organizations will co-develop AI powered solutions. So guys, in the collaborative AI use case development में दोनों ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन खुद से आएंगी, को डेवलप करेंगी AI powered solution को for the priority public health challenges in India. India is the government of India's flagship initiative under the Ministry of Health, Electronics and Information Technology, implemented through the Digital India Corporation. तो डिजिटल इंडिया कॉरपोरेशन के थ्रू इंडिया एआई को कन्वीन किया गया है ऑफ द इंडियाज फ्लैगशिप इनिशिएटिव. Clear to everyone? Are you guys able to understand these three articles, these three key pillars of the collaboration for ICMR and India AI? So the collaboration has been seen between India AI and ICMR, absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next article. 61st International Art Exhibition La Biennale di Venezia 2026. Let me tell you guys, this mission is basically quite low on the priority. Why? Because this has not included India. So my dear friends, the Pavilion of India at the 61st International Art Exhibition La Biennale di Venezia 26 has opened the exhibition titled Geographies of Distance Remembering Home. So it is not that much relevant from examination point of view, right? So the Pavilion of India is presented by the Ministry of Culture in partnership with the Nita Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center and the Serendipity Arts. तो Serendipity Arts, Nita Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center के साथ मिलकर Ministry of Culture ने लॉन्च किया है इंटरनेशनल आर्ट एग्जीबिशन ला बाइनली दी विंजिया. Clear everyone? Now India and France discussed the cooperation in space, AI and emerging technologies. Okay, so India and France have discussed the cooperation in the space, AI and emerging technologies. So both of them basically have come up with the idea that why not we just expand the cooperation in the space, artificial intelligence, so that we can help each other. And that is why, as a part of this also guys, we all know that Indo-French Year of Innovation will be highlighted as an opportunity to expand the collaboration in the emerging sectors, right? So in which year we are celebrating India French Year of Innovation? That is 2026. Please tell me in the chat box everybody, on which year we are celebrating India French Year of Innovation. The right answer is 2026. Absolutely right. Now moving on to the question. So India and Niti Aayog participated in. So basically, India will actively participate in the International Space Summit scheduled to be held in Paris in September 2026. Clear? So India और France की ये cooperation हमने expand की है in the space, artificial intelligence and the emerging technologies. The declaration of 2026 as the Indo-French Year of Innovation was highlighted. India will be participating in the International Space Summit scheduled to be held in Paris. Clear everyone? All the details have been covered. Please tell me in which country there will be the International Space Summit taking place this year, that is Paris, France, right? And which year has been celebrated as Indo-French Year of Innovation, that is 2026. So I can see in the chat box, Harshal, Kashish, Madhur, Material Chair, everybody has given me the right answer to all these questions that I have asked. Well done my dear friends. Now let's move ahead to the last article of the today's session, the 17th article, that is Indian journalists have won the Pulitzer Prize. So my dear friends, Pulitzer Prize are basically considered as the highest honor in the journalism, literature and music composition. ठीक है? So it is the highest honor in journalism, literature and music composition. And this year we have seen the two winners from India, which includes the R.K. Anand and Suparna Sharma. So RK Anand and Suparna Sharma are the two journalists from India who have won the Pulitzer Prize in the illustrated reporting and commentary category. The award was shared with the Natalie Obico Pearson of Bloomberg, and they have been given the award for the project Trapped. Now the project has presented the account of neurobiologist and is accounted in India who was held under a digital arrest through her phone. So basically it is resembling their story, and that is why RK Anand and Suparna Sharma have won the Pulitzer Prize. Clear everyone? So please quickly tell me in the chat box what are the name of the two Indians who have won the Pulitzer Prize. What is the right answer? The right answer is RK Anand and Suparna Sharma. That's all. So my dear friends, with this we are done with the important articles of the 7th of May 2026, and let me tell you, these are not just the important articles, these are basically the actual articles which you should be covering from the examination point of view for the upcoming examination. And now my dear friends, let me tell you that from where exactly, what is the next step. You have to revise the PDF, and after the revision of PDF you have to attempt the MCQs. So where exactly you will be getting the PDF? You will be getting the PDF on our portal. So please type chapters. Please type chapters, and you can see here on the top right corner courses. Go to the packages. You can see the current affair packages there. So you can here see the month of May is here, and in the month of May we have already provided you the current affair as well as the quizzes till 6th of May 2026, and today we have covered the 7th of May, and we will be covering the 7th of May. We will be providing you the PDF of the 7th of May just after this particular session, and at 8 p.m. in the evening we will be having the quiz of this particular session as well. So all clear to everyone? Now there are some people who says that, sir, whether we can only practice the MCQs. So for your practicing of the MCQs, we are having a current affair test series course. So just click on that and you will see that all the quizzes are being uploaded here. Right? All the quizzes are being uploaded here. For example, my dear friends, you can see here there are different things are the current affair 26 test series course is there. You just click it and you can see here that in the month of May all the quizzes are been uploaded here. All these quizzes are been uploaded here till now from 1st to 6th of May. If you want to attempt the quiz of the 7th of May, you can just come and attempt the quiz. That's all. Okay, my dear friends. So that was all from the today's session. I believe that today's session was really useful and fruitful to all of you. Now I will be meeting you at 4 p.m. with the next part of the week of March 2026 for the revision as a part of the current affairs weekly revision session. So now I will be meeting you in the next session. Till then, stay happy, stay healthy. Wish you all happy learning.